Chapter 621. On the battlefield, the sovereign king waved his hands and the laws intertwined to form a light shadow. It was very small, only the size of a palm. It was completely black as if it was made of black jade. It was a sword embryo that was indestructible and could slay demons and immortals. Clang! There was a sword hum as the palm-sized sword embryo shot towards Chu Bei. In an instant, the heavens were vast and boundless as godly king laws erupted. Destructive aura swept across the heavens and earth. The third sovereign king of Shu attacked as well. He condensed his divine power into a divine spear and shot it towards Chu Bei. Looking at the three godly king attacks coming from different directions, Chu Bei smiled. There was no fear on his face at all. He formed a seal with his right hand and 3 9-colored Dao flowers appeared. They met the fist mark, sword embryo, and divine spear respectively. Clang! There was a metallic explosion as the sword embryo shattered. Then, the fist mark turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Finally, the divine spear shattered and scattered. Who are you? The 3 sovereigns of Shu country trembled when they felt the terrifying power from the 9-colored Dao flowers. This was especially so for the 2 sovereigns who had not come into contact with Chu Bei's energy. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. What's the point of knowing who I am when you're about to die? Chu Bei glanced at the 3 sovereigns of Shu country and said with a smile. Rumble. Just as Chu Bei finished speaking, the 3 9-colored Dao flowers had already appeared in front of the 3 sovereigns of Shu country. There was a loud explosion as 3 surges of energy that surpassed the godly king realm turned into an energy storm that swept through the space where the 3 sovereigns of Shu country were. Bam! 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 In an instant, 3 deep explosions reverberated above Shu country's territory and reverberated in every corner of the origin mainland. This, whether it was the godly king experts or other experts who were watching the battle, they all stared at the energy storm above Shu country's territory. They were all stunned. They could vaguely see the bodies of the 3 sovereigns of Shu country exploding again and again within the energy storm. Blood splattered everywhere. In just a few breaths of time, within the energy storm, the 3 sovereigns of the Shu kingdom exploded and reassembled 26 times. The experts of Shu nation were numb to this scene. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They could not believe that their supreme ruler would fall into such a predicament one day. No matter who you are, I want you dead. Suddenly, the furious roars of the Shu kingdom's 3 kings filled with monstrous killing intent could be heard from the energy storm. Clang! At this moment, a metallic sound rang out from within the energy storm. It sounded like the roar of a dragon or tiger. The next moment, a long sword cut through the energy storm, and the 3 kings of the Shu kingdom walked out from it. It was a sharp violet sword that was around 7 feet long. It was sharp and dazzling, and there were various strange patterns flickering on the body of the sword. It was a terrifying weapon that left a deep impression in one's mind with a single glance. The sword trembled. Its voice was cold, making one's soul tremble. This was a supreme weapon that transcended the godly king tier. It carried a wave of killing intent that went against the auspiciousness of the immortal Tao. It spread outwards, turning into a divine killing weapon, held in the hands of a Shu country monarch. Wang. Apart from the violet sword, there was also a green round mirror that appeared in the sky. In the round mirror, there were magnificent mountains and rivers. Great stars rotated, presenting a complete great world that was incomparably real. It stood quietly in front of another Shu country's 3 kings, but there was a terrifying aura that seemed to suppress the universe. Clang! Another metallic sound rang out. A longbow appeared in the hands of the last Shu country monarch. Thousands of brilliant lights flowed around the bow, carrying with it the aura of time. The bowstring vibrated, and a power that was not inferior to the violet sword and the green round mirror erupted. Violet maple sword, omnidirectional mirror, and netherworld bow. The guy that Monarch Jin invited back actually forced the 3 kings of Shu country to use these 3 supreme divine weapons. No matter what the final result is, Shu country has suffered a great loss this time. Once the divine weapons are used, it will be millions of years later before they can be used again. The spectating godly kings immediately recognized the divine weapons used by the 3 kings of Shu country. After the initial shock, Only gloating expressions remained on their faces. 3 immortal emperor weapons, interesting. Chu Bei glanced at the sword, round mirror, and longbow in the hands of the 3 kings of She country. He sensed the aura flowing on them, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, that was all. He was not afraid at all. If it were an immortal emperor's origin weapon, he might treat it seriously. However, if it was just an immortal emperor's weapon, then it was nothing to him. However, he was curious as to why an immortal emperor weapon would appear on the continent of origin. Die. At this moment, the 3 kings of She country attacked. The first king wielded the violet maple sword, and a violet beam of light shot out. It pierced through the sky and the stars, bringing along godly king laws that bloomed like fireworks. The tip of the sword surged with resplendent divine light, vaguely carrying a power that surpassed the godly king realm. The second king held the omnidirectional mirror, and with a crash, the surrounding void instantly collapsed. The sound of worship rang out, clear and majestic, terrifying one's soul. The world in the mirror melted together, forming an extremely compressed ring-shaped beam of light that shot out from the mirror, heading straight for Chu Bei. The third king held a bow in one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. An arrow that invoked the supreme law of the continent of origin was formed, bringing with it a buzzing sound. At this moment, the aura of the 3 kings of She country rose to the peak as they controlled their immortal emperor weapons to attack Chu Bei from different directions. Let's end it here. Chu Bei remained calm, and his violet robe fluttered loudly. As his indifferent voice that was filled with supreme majesty fell, a colorful river suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The river water churned as mysterious runes lit up one after another, intertwining and fusing together. At this moment, the attacks of the 3 kings of She country had already arrived. The purple maple sword swept out, and a terrifying offensive aura turned into densely packed lines that surrounded Chu Bei like purple swords. Within the omnidirectional mirror, thousands of different lights shrouded the void, radiating in all directions. Even if a chaotic Lord Realm expert came into contact with the radiance, their physical body and primordial spirit would immediately explode. The nether bow shot out, and the bright sky darkened immediately, with ghostly wails and howls. Under the might of the 3 immortal emperor weapons, even the godly kings of the same realm could not help but feel their hearts sink, and their faces turned solemn. All of them looked at Chu Bei with eyes full of sympathy and pity. However, just as the 3 immortal emperor weapons were about to hit and swallow Chu Bei, a golden disk appeared behind him. Immediately after, billions of divine lights flew out from the center of the disk, and rapidly intertwined with each other. After forming a huge palm, it simply and straightforwardly slammed towards the 3 immortal emperor weapons and the 3 kings of She country. Everywhere the huge palm passed, the scene of billions of people prostrating themselves in worship could be clearly seen. Crack! The purple maple sword's offensive aura turned into countless purple swords that were instantly shattered by the huge palm. Following that, the omnidirectional mirror's radiance also instantly shattered, and finally, the nether bow's arrows. The destruction of the 3 immortal emperor weapons attacks was only the beginning. The huge palm formed by billions of radiance continued to sweep out, and when it collided with the 3 immortal emperor weapons, the latter shattered like tofu, turning into immortal emperor light rain and dissipating. Impossible. Looking at the destroyed immortal emperor weapons in their hands, the 3 kings of She country's pupils suddenly shrank, and a sense of fear welled up in their hearts. However, before they could launch another attack, the divine power in their bodies was sealed, and they could only watch as the terrifying huge palm slammed towards them. Chapter 622. On the battlefield, the 3 kings of She country felt the energy waves in the giant palm, and regret appeared in their eyes. This was a mysterious power that they couldn't surpass. They couldn't fight it at all. Pang! With a dull sound, the 3 kings of She country were smashed by the giant palm. Their bodies and godly souls exploded at the same time, turning into a bloody mist. The bloody mist dissipated, and the giant palm turned into billions of brilliant lights and went back into the golden disk. Then, the golden disk went back into Chu Bei's body, and the battlefield quieted down. All of the cultivators in the state of food also fell silent at the same time. To be exact, The entire land of origin fell into a dead silence for a short while. It's over. It's all over. Haha. We've got our revenge. Thank you, Senior. I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Sensing the disappearance of the three kings of Sha country, Sitting Mountain Guest was stunned at first. When he came back to his senses, he knelt down in front of Chu Bei, his body trembling. His eyes were filled with gratitude. I'll lend you a hand while I'm at it. Chu Bei looked at Sitting Mountain Guest calmly. He waved his hand, and there was a rumble in the distance. An enormous human-shaped object appeared. World of Jinn. The great beings from Universe Ocean immediately recognized this behemoth and cried out in surprise. Of course, they also knew that the world of Jinn was Sitting Mountain Guest's godly body. The three kings of Sha country were all killed. Where did he come from? Did he really come from the slope of origin? To be able to kill the three kings of Sha country so easily, he must be at least level 5. How did King Jin know someone like that? The godly kings looked at Chu Bei in a daze. They were all shocked. The death of the three kings of Sha country was beyond their expectations. At this moment, Sitting Mountain Guest saw his godly body being summoned. He looked at Chu Bei in confusion. Senior, what are you doing? Chu Bei looked at Sitting Mountain Guest and didn't say anything. He waved his left hand, and in the distance, the flesh and blood of the three kings of the Sha kingdom exploded. Instantly, the surging energy was extracted from the flesh and blood of the three kings of the Sha kingdom. It turned into a dense light ball and surged toward Sitting Mountain Guest's divine body. With the infusion of the dense light, the humanoid behemoth size continued to shrink. At the same time, a strong vitality emerged, and its body shone, releasing a resplendent brilliance. After a short while, Chu Bei reached out his right hand and grabbed Sitting Mountain Guest in an instant, melting him back into the divine body. Rumble. A dazzling light burst out, and a terrifying aura that was not inferior to the three kings of the Sha kingdom burst out from his divine body. In the next moment, the god body seemed to have its own consciousness. It opened its eyes and shot 2 beams of dazzling gold light. Thank you, Senior, for giving me a new lease on life. The god body stood up and bowed deeply to Chu Bei. Besides respect, his eyes were full of gratitude. This is the real Prince Jin. His back. That man actually has such a skill. He grafted the power of the three kings of the Sha kingdom onto the lifeless body of Prince Jin and restored him to his peak state. Sensing the ripples of Sitting Mountain Guest's power, the crowd of godly kings looked at Chu Bei with even more astonishment. Chu Bei looked at Sitting Mountain Guest and said indifferently, I've done what I've promised you. As for the other people of the Sha kingdom, their lives are up to you to decide. Task: Host opens the passage to the great domain of chaos. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Chu Bei's head. Chu Bei was dazed. Then he looked to the northwest. Then he took Luo Feng and the others away like godly rainbows. That's the direction of the slope of origin. Could he really be from there? That must be it. After dealing with the three kings of the Sha kingdom, he's gone back to find a way to defeat the Guardian. I haven't been to the slope of origin for a long time. I didn't even know there was such a being there. Seems like it's time for me to go there again. That's true. Let's go together. Looking in the direction where Chu Bei and the others had disappeared, the crowd of godly kings looked at each other and went toward the slope of origin. As for the great beings of the Sha kingdom, they were all terrified when they met Sitting Mountain Guest's cold eyes. I'll deal with all of you when I come back. Sitting Mountain Guest snorted. Then he went toward the slope of origin. Is this the slope of origin that Sitting Mountain Guest mentioned, where the Guardian is? That's crazy. Is this a slope? Is the end of that 7-colored path leading to a higher world? A group of great beings from Universe Ocean appeared at the border of the slope of origin under the lead of Chu Bei. They were all dazed, and their jaws dropped. In front of them, there was a huge floating area. At the end of it, there was a 7-colored path that seemed to be connected to the starry sky. No one knew where it led to. It was so gorgeous that one couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. In this area, there were several figures. Even the weakest among them had an aura comparable to the three kings of the Sha kingdom, that was to say, The beings on the slope of origin were all terrifying great beings who had entered the godly king realm. Looking at the seven-colored path, one big star after another was rotating. The great beings from Universe Ocean widened their eyes. It was as if they had arrived before the opening of the sky and felt the majesty and beauty of the path. At this moment, all the god kings on the slope of origin had their senses, gazes, and attention focused on the seven-colored way. Hong. Long. On the seven-colored path, two figures were intertwined. Two completely different and terrifying energies were colliding. Peng. The battle didn't last long. There was an explosion, and one of the figures turned into nothingness. Who else wants to die? Come and try. My hands are itchy today. Suddenly, a cold and emotionless voice came from the seven-colored path and echoed throughout the slope of origin. Damn it. Greenwood King failed. If I can reach the peak of level 6, I'll be able to fight him. Don't try if you don't have full confidence. Once you fail, you'll die. There won't be a second chance. That's true. Even though there are endless temptations in the higher world, the prerequisite is to defeat the Guardian and enter that world alive. How many epochs have passed? Other than Lord Yuan, who else has defeated him? As the cold and disdainful voice echoed in their ears, the godly king great beings on the slope of origin glared at the figure on the seven-colored path. What? The guy who died just now is the Greenwood King, the founder of the Greenwood Nation. He entered the Sixth Order God King realm millions of years ago. Even he couldn't defeat the Guardian. At this time, the Third Order God King realm experts behind Chu Bei also appeared on the slope of origin and started discussing. Chapter 623. What? Is there no one else who wants to die? I haven't had enough yet. An excited voice rang out from the path. Hearing the mocking laughter again, the god kings on the origin slope looked at the figure on the path. Although the fury in their eyes burned even brighter, no one replied. They had to admit that the mysterious protector was just too terrifying. He was so powerful that they were not confident at all. However, just as the god kings looked at one another with regret and helplessness, a rumble rang out. In the next moment, they discovered to their surprise that another figure had appeared on the path aside from the protector. Look! There's another challenger. Who is it? Who is that? The figure that had appeared on the path was naturally Chu Bei. It was also at this moment that all the god kings who had remained on the origin slope and the weaker god kings who had come with them all looked at Chu Bei with a swish. Chu Bei stood on the path. He did not even look at the protector. Colorful ripples revolved around him as he directly threw a punch at the end of the path. Crack! With the punch, there was a great rumble first before the path shook. Afterwards, the sound of something shattering rang out from the end as cracks began to spread. Who are you? The protector was stunned at first when he sensed the abnormality at the end of the path. He returned to his senses and appeared before Chu Bei as soon as possible. However, unlike how he faced the god kings on the origin slope, the protector became extremely stern when he looked at Chu Bei. You're the one attacking? The protector frowned as he stared at Chu Bei and questioned. Ever since he had accepted the mission, the senses of his soul had enveloped the entire region. It could be said that the most powerful existences were on the origin slope. No matter which existence it was, he knew them very well. However, the person in front of him made him feel extremely unfamiliar, as if he was beyond his control. Chu Bei glanced at the protector calmly and smiled. He did not answer the protector's question. He clenched his fist and was about to throw another punch. How dare you? Sensing Chu Bei's intentions, the Grand Region Guardian immediately shouted. His voice was filled with monstrous anger. As his voice fell, the seven-colored light around his body surged, and an incomparably terrifying energy storm swept out. The Guardian of the Great Domain had made his move. A black sledgehammer appeared in his hand. The sledgehammer was engraved with immortal Emperor runes. He smashed it out, aiming directly at Chu Bei. The cold hammer light carried the Emperor's voice and surged like a huge wave, spreading out in an instant. At this moment, all the experts on the origin slope, including Sixth Order God Kings, felt a chill run down their spines. This was an instinctive feeling of fear. Fortunately, This energy fluctuation that caused their hearts to palpitate wasn't directed at them. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured and wouldn't be able to recover for at least 1,000,000 years. But even if it wasn't targeted at them, they still didn't have a good time under these energy fluctuations. It was as if their divine souls and bodies were being stripped away. It was an excruciating pain. You're just a perfected quasi-immortal emperor. Facing the terrifying black sledgehammer, Chu Bei didn't panic at all. Instead, he revealed the Guardian's cultivation level with a smile. As soon as his voice fell, Chu Bei casually reached out his right hand and slapped the black sledgehammer. Clang! With a metallic sound, Chu Bei's right palm struck the black sledgehammer. In an instant, the black sledgehammer stopped. The terrifying energy contained in it seemed to have suddenly disappeared or been suppressed, unable to move forward an inch. Witnessing this scene, the overseer's expression froze. Before he could react, the black sledgehammer shattered into countless pieces. Immortal. Immortal Emperor. How is this possible? How can an immortal emperor appear in this great domain? The Guardian came back to his senses. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression changed drastically. After the astonished voice fell, the gaze that looked at Chu Bei was filled with a thick sense of dread. Move aside. Chu Bei looked calmly at the Guardian of the Great Domain and waved at him, his voice indifferent. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the Guardian of the Great Domain hesitated slightly, as if he was hesitating about something. What? Are you trying to test my patience? Or do you want to spar with me? If we fight, there will be death. Just as the Guardian of the Great Domain was hesitating, Chu Bei's voice rang out again. Hearing this, the Guardian of the Great Domain shuddered. Without any hesitation, he moved aside. Although he had already reached the perfected quasi-immortal emperor level and was one of the strongest below the immortal emperor level, he was still a Great Domain immortal emperor. Even if the godly kings on the origin slope attacked him together, he wouldn't take them seriously. However, facing an immortal emperor, he didn't have the slightest desire to fight. Although a perfected quasi-immortal emperor was strong, in front of a real immortal emperor, he was just a slightly larger ant. That was the difference in cultivation level, a gap that was difficult to cross. Did you see that? That Guardian really moved aside. Does this mean that he lost? Where did that guy come from? Who is he? In other words, after Lord Yuan, he is the second existence to enter a higher cultivation level. A perfected quasi-immortal emperor? Is that the Guardian's cultivation level? And the so-called immortal emperor, is that the mysterious person and Lord Yuan's cultivation level? On the origin slope, the group of godly kings were all shocked. There was too much information from the Guardian and it was difficult for them to digest it. Lord Immortal Emperor, you weren't born in this great domain, right? The Guardian of the Great Domain asked tentatively. That's right, I'm from the Great Domain of Chaos, Chu Bei said calmly. As expected. The Guardian of the Great Domain said. Chu Bei's answer seemed to confirm his guess. Countless eras ago, there was an expert called Yuan in this great domain who came to challenge him when he entered the quasi-immortal emperor realm. That battle lasted for tens of thousands of years. In the end, Yuan made a breakthrough during the battle and entered the Great Domain of Chaos after defeating the Guardian of the Great Domain of Chaos. The Guardian of the Great Domain knew that Chu Bei wasn't from this great domain because his aura didn't fit in with this great domain at all. Countless eras ago, Yuan had surpassed the supreme law of this great domain after becoming an immortal emperor, but the Guardian of the Great Domain could still feel that Yuan had an unbreakable connection with this great domain. However, the person in front of him was different. His aura had nothing to do with this great domain. What? He's not from the continent of origin. Is the great domain of chaos referring to the world at a higher level? So he's an existence that came from a higher level. No wonder he's so terrifying. I knew it. How could such a terrifying being appear out of nowhere? Hearing the conversation between Chu Bei and the Guardian of the Great Domain, the godly kings, the original universe origin, sitting mountain guest, and the other great beings were even more shocked. Sir Immortal Emperor, I don't know how you came to this great domain, but if you want to go back to the great domain of chaos, you don't have to break through the boundary wall, do you? The Great Domain Guardian asked. Do I need to report to you what I do? Chu Bei's face turned cold. The guardian of the Great Domain Guardian immediately shook his head and stepped back. He didn't ask any more questions. Chu Bei ignored the guardian of the Great Domain Guardian. He clenched his fist again, and the immortal emperor power on the surface of his fist surged. With a loud sound, the end of the seven-colored great path was completely shattered, and a huge gap appeared. Host has broken through the passage to the Great Domain of Chaos. Reward: 1 use of a level 22 commodity. Reward: 2 uses of Xiao Hei's power. Host: level 19 pinnacle. A series of system notifications rang in Chu Bei's head. Chu Bei nodded with satisfaction. Putting aside the other rewards, his own cultivation level was equivalent to a pinnacle immortal king. At the same time, the group of experts cast their gazes towards the huge gap. They saw a chaotic and misty world that they couldn't see clearly. Chapter 624. Is that world the Great Domain of Chaos? I really want to go and take a look. Say, with our strength, will we be able to gain a foothold in the Great Domain of Chaos? Just as the group of godly kings stared at the end of the shattered rainbow path and clamored, a misty aura suddenly surged in from the huge gap. The misty aura spread very quickly. In just a few breaths' time, it filled the entire origin slope and continued to spread towards the entire origin mainland. This aura is indeed far from what our origin mainland can compare to. My bottleneck has loosened. Is it going to break through? Haha, I have the same feeling too. Before long, the faces of the group of God King powerhouses began to show signs of excitement. They were excited to the extreme. Lord Immortal Emperor, you've increased the difficulty of my guarding mission by a lot. As Chu Bei opened the passage to the Great Domain of Chaos, the latter's energy flowed into the origin slope. Those godly kings who were originally stuck at the peak of rank 6 all showed signs of loosening their bottlenecks. Sensing all this, the prison guardian's expression was extremely ugly. Then, he glanced at Chu Bei and sighed faintly. Host has entered the Great Domain of Chaos and established the Great Domain of Chaos shop. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Chu Bei's mind. Chu Bei was slightly stunned. In an instant, more information flowed into his mind. All of this matched his previous conjecture, regardless of whether it was Battle Through the Heavens, Divine Tomb, Doluor Continent, Shrouding Heaven, Coiling Dragon, Journey to the West, or Perfect World. These planes each formed a great domain. Every large domain had a guardian. From what Chu Bei had seen, these guardians' cultivations were mostly between the 9th level of the half-immortal Emperor realm and the Great Circle of the Great Circle. Once an expert from this great domain could defeat the guardian, they would be qualified to enter the so-called Great Domain of Chaos. Of course, the weakest cultivator in this Great Domain of Chaos was not a rank 9 immortal emperor. On the contrary, any expert who defeated the guardian was a well-known existence in the Great Domain of Chaos. This was because the Great Domain of the Chaos Heavens was also a great domain, but its level was the highest among all the great domains. It was also because of the native inhabitants that they had set up guards to prevent people from other large domains from easily entering. Compared to the other great domains, the number of top experts in the chaotic heavens was several times that of the other great domains. It could even be said that the number of top experts in the chaotic heavens was less than the total number of experts in the other great domains. After all, if there were cultivators from other domains who could defeat the guardians, they would not hesitate to step into the chaotic realms in order to pursue a higher realm. In this place, immortal emperors were still at the top of the pyramid, but their numbers were far from just 1 or 2. There were even rumors that there was an even higher realm above the immortal emperor. Due to the infusion of the system information, he understood the relationship between the above heaven in the perfect world and the chaotic heavens. The two of them were like cities and empires. Above the high heavens was a region of the great heavens. Of course, it was also one of the regions with the most experts. There was once an immortal emperor who said that when you conquered the above heaven, you would not be far from conquering the entire chaotic heavens. At this time, Luo Feng's voice rang in Chu Bei's ears. Master, I wonder if I can go with you to take a look. When you're strong enough, you can naturally go and take a look. Chu Bei came back to his senses and looked at Luo Feng with a smile. After saying that, he took a step forward and stepped into the chaotic heavens. With me here, you can forget about leaving this place. Seeing that Chu Bei had disappeared, the Guardian glanced coldly at Teacher Origin, Luo Feng, and the others. He snorted coldly and said, "Get lost. One day, I will defeat you." On the slope of Origin, Luo Feng looked at the Guardian in the sky and clenched his fists. What right does a mere ant have to say that? Do you know that even the powerful territories in the chaotic heavens only have a few dozen immortal emperors? As for you, I'm afraid you can't even become a half-immortal emperor, let alone an immortal emperor. The middle-aged man glanced at Luo Feng with disdain. As a half-immortal emperor who was just one step away from becoming an immortal emperor, the Guardian was indeed qualified to look down on Luo Feng. He had seen too many exceptional talents. In the chaotic heavens, he had seen exceptional talents who became immortal kings in 300 years, let alone 500 years. However, Luo Feng still could not become a half-immortal emperor after countless eras. At most 1,000 years, I will come and fight you. Luo Feng looked straight at the Guardian and said indifferently. He then turned and left. After that, Teacher Origin, Primal Chaos City Leader, and the other godly king great beings took one last look at the Guardian and left as well. The chaotic heavens could be divided into 10,008 regions. The closer the region was to the core of the chaotic heavens, the stronger it was. Although Nether Big Domain was not as powerful as Above Heaven, it was still one of the top 100 domains. In Nether Big Domain, there were 24 immortal emperors. One Yuan Emperor State was one of the 24 Emperor States in Nether Big Domain. This immortal emperor was known as Emperor Yuan. Sky Peak Mountain was located in the center of one Yuan Emperor State. It was a mountain peak suspended in the starry sky, and it was densely forested. As far as the eye could see, the mountain peak was surrounded by dense immortal qi. Even the dense forest inside had become overflowing with life. At that moment, a layer of ripples appeared on top of the mountain, and a man in a purple robe appeared. This man was Chu Bei, who had just broken through the boundary wall from the Swallowing Star dimension. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass on Emperor State's sacred mountain? There's no need to talk to him. Capture him first. Not long after Chu Bei appeared and looked around, 6 figures appeared in the void space and launched terrifying attacks in his direction at almost the same time. Chu Bei looked around. Among the 6 figures, the weakest one was at the 7th level of Immortal King, and the strongest one was at the 1st level of Half-Immortal Emperor. I'm just passing by. Chu Bei snorted coldly, and the terrifying attacks that were coming towards him instantly dissipated. At the same time, a wave of energy ripples surged towards the 6 figures. Bang! 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 After colliding with this wave of energy ripples, the 6 powerful figures immediately retreated. They were like ordinary people who were suddenly hit by a heavy hammer. Their faces turned pale, and their breathing was very chaotic. This power, you. Who are you? Why did you appear in Sacred Mountain? The half-immortal emperor stabilized his body and looked at Chu Bei with vigilance. Obviously, he did not think that Chu Bei was really just passing by. All of you, back off. Before Chu Bei could speak, an ethereal and majestic voice sounded as soon as the half-immortal emperor finished speaking. In the next moment, a large number of bright light spots surged out of Sky Peak Mountain, intertwining to form a blurry light shadow in the air. Chapter 625. Lord Emperor Yuan, why have you come out of seclusion? Seeing the light, the 6 figures exclaimed at the same time. After reacting, they hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Emperor Yuan. Emperor Yuan looked at the 6 figures and nodded. Then, his gaze fell on Chu Bei. Fellow Daoist, you have opened the realm wall between the slope of origin and the chaos heavens. You have done what I wanted to do back then but couldn't. Emperor Yuan spoke, his words carrying some confusion. Although fellow Daoist came from the slope of origin, judging from fellow Daoist's aura, you don't belong to my territory. I'm very curious, how did you come to the slope of origin? Emperor Yuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. He still had some regrets in the land of origin, but when he came to the chaos heavens, he realized that no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't go back. Every time he wanted to try, there would be a force more powerful than him that would stop him from doing so. And the person in front of him came from the Chaos Heavens to the territory he was in, opened the realm wall, and returned to the Chaos Heavens. How could he not feel waves in his heart? What? He actually came from the same place as Lord Emperor Yuan. No, he should have gone to Lord Emperor Yuan's territory first and then returned here. But doesn't every domain have a domain guardian? The guardian of the territory where Lord Emperor Yuan is at is even a perfected quasi-immortal emperor. Could it be that he is also an immortal emperor like Lord Emperor Yuan? Hearing the words of Emperor Yuan, the 6 figures not far away stared at Chu Bei. At first, they were stunned. When they reacted, their faces were full of horror and relief. When they thought of how they actually attacked an immortal emperor just now, they felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts. Fortunately, this immortal emperor didn't kill them. Otherwise, they would have already turned into nothingness. The question you asked is a secret of mine. Chu Bei calmly looked at the only immortal emperor who walked into the Chaos Heavens from the devoured star realm. He naturally wouldn't tell the other party about the existence of the system. If he made it up, he wouldn't be able to come up with a reason. Forget it, then I won't ask anymore. Regarding Chu Bei's answer, Emperor Yuan's emotions didn't fluctuate. It was as if this answer was within his expectations. Shaking his head, he sighed and said, "I wonder if you can tell me your name. When I have time, I will pay you a visit." The owner of all heaven's business. 6 syllables floated out of Chu Bei's mouth. I've never heard of it before. Emperor Yuan frowned and continued to ask, "May I know which territory this friend is from?" Chu Bei pondered for a moment before replying, "Above the heavens." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bei didn't say anything more. He took a step and disappeared. In the southwest of the chaotic Grand Domain, above the high heavens, Black Blood Island was located in the center of the northwest region of high heavens. It was an island, but it wasn't floating above the sea. Instead, it was floating above a dense forest. As far as the eye could see, the island was surrounded by pitch-black fog. Even the dense forest in this area had become extremely heavy with yin energy, mixed with thick corpse energy. Whether it was day or night, not a single person could be seen in this dense forest. This was because it was one of the famous forbidden areas in high heavens. It was rumored that the reason why it was called Black Blood Island was because there were terrifying black blood droplets floating on the island. Even if one was as strong as a quasi-immortal emperor, they wouldn't be able to return after entering the island. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew over the top of Black Blood Island. A ripple appeared, and a figure slowly walked out of the ripple. "I'm finally here." With his hands behind his back, Chu Bei glanced indifferently at the dark island below and looked around. Ever since he came to the chaotic Grand Domain, there was an additional teleportation function on the system map. But even with the teleportation function, it still took him some effort to come from the netherworld to high heavens. The new system mission asked him to build an all-heavens business in the strongest domain, and his first choice was high heavens. High heavens was one of the 9 strongest domains in the chaotic Grand Domain. On the surface, it had 39 immortal emperors, and there were even more quasi-immortal emperors, which had already exceeded 300. Although Chu Bei only entered the immortal emperor realm temporarily because of the level 21 goods, he also understood the true difference between immortal emperors and quasi-immortal emperors. In layman's terms, immortal emperors had already transcended the river of time and were not afraid of any great karma. When he was fighting in the realm sea, quasi-immortal emperors would have scruples when fighting across a different space-time. They were afraid of karma. However, immortal emperors were not afraid because they were no longer restrained by the power of karma. To be precise, the power of karma could no longer hurt immortal emperors. Through the information provided by the system, the most different thing about the chaotic Grand Domain was that it was a domain where countless space-time epochs gathered. In other words, not only were there experts from ancient times, but there were also experts from the future epochs. Of course, these experts from the future epochs had all defeated the guardians of that epoch's spacetime. The weakest among them was at the peak of the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. Grand Domain Side mission activated, Host accepts 3 natives as in-name disciples. In-name disciples who perform outstandingly can be transferred to direct disciples to sign a contract and be given a random contract gift package. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Chu Bei's mind again. In-name disciples? Chu Bei was slightly stunned. Then, he noticed that there were 2 more dots on the map on the system interface in his sea of consciousness. One was a red dot, and the other was a blue dot. Chu Bei glanced at the prompt description and quickly understood what the 2 dots represented on the map. The blue dot represented his current location, while the red dot marked the location of the in-name disciples he was going to accept. Interesting. The corners of Chu Bei's mouth curled up into a smile. With his current strength, he really couldn't wait for more missions to come. Then, the main mission was to establish the Grand Heavens shop. The side mission was to accept 3 in-name disciples. Chu Bei glanced at the location of the red dot on the map again and stepped out of the Black Blood Island. Look. Someone came out of the Black Blood Island alive. Are our eyes playing tricks on us? Even a quasi-immortal emperor can't return. As far as I know, 3 million years ago, there was a 6th-stage quasi-immortal emperor who wanted to enter the island to find an opportunity to enter the 7th stage. But in the end, although he successfully escaped, he was corroded by the drop of blood on the island. He went crazy and his whole body festered until he became a corpse. Could it be that that person was at the peak of the quasi-immortal emperor realm? Or one of the 39 immortal emperors? It can't be an immortal emperor. These supreme existences are rarely seen in hundreds of epochs. How could we possibly see one? And from the looks of it, he looks very unfamiliar. Outside the dense forest where the Black Blood Island was located, 7 immortal kings passed by. When they saw Chu Bei flying out, their expressions changed instantly. Chapter 626. The Stellar Mountain Range was located in the southeast of heaven. High peaks and deep ravines covered the vast mountains. Between the continuous mountains, there were stars jumping, which was how it got its name. The stars shone through the lush branches of the ancient trees, shining down spots of light. Chu Bei floated on top of a mountain peak and sized up a short mountain in front of him. According to the mark on the system panel's map, the location of the red light spot was precisely this short mountain. To be more specific, it was the huge rock at the top of the short mountain that was blooming with beautiful immortal light. This appearance is a bit like Sun Wukong. Looking at the huge rock in front of him that was ready to move, Chu Bei couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth. When Chu Bei's divine sense probed inside, he relaxed a little. Inside the huge rock was not a monkey, but a child. However, this was also where Chu Bei was puzzled. Logically speaking, this should be a white and tender baby. Little fellow, let master lend you a hand and be born as soon as possible. Chu Bei smiled. He couldn't wait for the other party to be born on his own. With a point of his finger, a layer of colorful ripples wrapped around the huge rock. Rumble. At this moment, the huge rock seemed to have absorbed a large amount of nutrients. It was extremely excited and began to shake crazily. In an instant, a rumbling sound rang out. Above the rock, a rain of light danced and divine multicolored light filled the sky. Bang! With a shocking explosion, the huge rock collapsed. A golden light burst out from the center and rushed into the sky. It was too magnificent. A moment later, a chubby little fatty appeared in his line of sight. Little fresh meat. Meeting the little fatty's pure eyes, Chu Bei smiled knowingly. He recalled the scene when he first entered Perfect World and met Shahao in Stone Village. Daddy, Mommy, at the top of the short mountain, the huge rock exploded, and a chubby little fatty appeared in Chu Bei's line of sight. At first, the fatty's eyes were pure, but soon he seemed to have recalled something. He kept calling out for his parents, his voice anxious. At the same time, a strong hatred appeared in his watery eyes, and he clenched his white and tender fists. Chu Bei frowned slightly when he sensed the fat boy's emotions. From the information provided by the system, the cultivation realms in the chaotic heavens were roughly the same as the cultivation realms in the perfect world. After stepping onto the path of cultivation, they were blood transformation, grotto heaven, spirit transformation, inscription, array formation, supremacy, divine fire, true one, heavenly God, void Tao, self-severing, self-release, supreme, perfected immortal, immortal king, quasi-immortal emperor, immortal emperor. Although the little fat boy who came out of the stone looked only 4 or 5 years old, his cultivation had already reached the inscription realm. If he was in the perfect world, he would be a super monster that all the major forces in the 9 heavens would fight over. Not long after, the chubby boy calmed down and looked at Chu Bei with gratitude. "Uncle, was it you who helped me break Daddy's seal? What's your name? Why was it sealed in this stone by your father?" Chu Bei asked. From now on, this fat boy would be his unofficial disciple in the great domain of chaos. Naturally, he had to find out more about him. "My name is Bu Xian." After hesitating for a moment, the chubby boy only answered Chu Bei's first question. "Where are your parents?" Chu Bei changed the question. The chubby boy looked at Chu Bei and shook his head, unwilling to say. "Where are you going next?" Chu Bei smiled and did not become impatient. Instead, he continued to ask. "I don't know." The chubby boy replied. "Why don't you become my disciple? Then you will have a home." Chu Bei went straight to the point. "Thank you for your kindness, uncle. I have the inheritance of the clan and don't need a master." The chubby boy bowed to Chu Bei and declined the latter's kindness. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Just as the chubby boy was about to bid farewell to Chu Bei and leave, there were several sounds of breaking through the air. After a while, there were divine rainbows flying in from all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of figures hovering above the short mountain. Judging from the robes of these figures, they could be roughly divided into 8 forces. Obviously, they were all alarmed by the strange phenomenon caused by Bu Xian's appearance. "Woodcutter, do you know what the strange phenomenon that just appeared in this mountain is about? Is there a treasure of heaven and earth that has appeared? Tell me everything you know. Quickly and truthfully." At this time, a man in a white robe glanced at the shattered stones around him and his eyes fell on Chu Bei. He spoke first. "Woodcutter?" Hearing this address, Chu Bei's body trembled and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Mingling in various dimensions, he was respected by people. He was numb to the words senior, lord, benefactor and so on. Who would have thought that the first title he heard when he first came to the great domain of chaos was Woodcutter? "There is no treasure of heaven and earth that you are thinking of here. Go back to where you came from." Chu Bei suppressed the urge to slap these guys to death and waved at the group of people around him. Although these guys could not sense the aura fluctuations on his body, he did not dress like a woodcutter at all. Impossible. The strange phenomenon just now was clearly the birth of a treasure. "How do you explain the stones around you? Tell me, what did you see? If you were not an ordinary person, I would have already attacked you." The man in the white robe shouted. "Indeed, there isn't any heavenly treasure. However, when the rock exploded, there was a beautiful ray of light that flew towards the east." The fat boy Bu Xian's eyes turned as he spoke to the group of people in the sky. Hearing the fat boy's words, Chu Bei's eyes showed a look of approval. He did not expect this little guy to be so clever. The sudden childish voice caused everyone's gaze to fall on Bu Xian. When they looked at Bu Xian, they were stunned at first, and then all of them were delighted. Less than 5 years old and in the inscription state. "Senior brother, this child's talent is one of the best in our sect. What a rare seedling. We must bring him back." After the people of the 8 forces inadvertently probed Bu Xian's cultivation, their eyes were blazing. Their expressions were as if they had found a treasure, and they even forgot about the strange phenomenon just now. These people did not put Chu Bei in their eyes, and they did not avoid talking to each other. When Chu Bei heard their conversation, he felt it was quite funny. He had just arrived, and the side task had been opened. He wanted to take in a registered disciple, but he actually encountered people who wanted to poach him. Looking at the fat boy, Bu Xian, after hearing the conversation of these people, his eyes were incomparably vigilant. His body slowly moved backward, trying to slip away when the other party was not paying attention. The leader of one of the forces could not help but put on a high and mighty look and stared at Bu Xian. "Little guy, seeing that your talent is excellent, I have decided to bring you back to our sect and let the elders train you well. What do you think? Jiang Hao, this child's ownership has not been decided yet. You can't take him away just because you want to. The leaders of the other 7 forces expressed their dissatisfaction. Then what do you think we should do now? There is only one child. Do you want to cut him into 8 pieces and each of us take a piece? The man called Jiang Hao sneered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, several air-breaking sounds came from the distance. When they saw the robes of the group of people who came from the distance, the people of the 8 forces were suddenly shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. Looking carefully, they saw that this group of people was wearing black and grey robes. The robes were made of a special material, and there was a black cyclone around it, giving people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Chapter 627. Dark Demon Palace. Why would people from that faction appear in such a remote place like ours? Could it be that they have a mission? After recognizing the newcomers, the people from the 8 factions exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, when the people from Dark Demon Palace appeared, the person whose expression changed the most was the fat boy, Bu Shen. The murderous intent in his watery eyes became even more intense, but there was also some fear. He subconsciously lowered his head and straightened his collar. Greetings, lords from Dark Demon Palace. The leaders of the 8 forces immediately bowed to the group of people, their expressions extremely respectful. What was that strange phenomenon just now? A dignified voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man. Other than wearing the Dark Demon Palace's iconic black and grey robe, he also wore a black and gold crown on his head. He unconsciously released an immortal Dao aura. Lord Demonic Familiar, look at that little fellow. His Bu Shen. Suddenly, someone from Dark Demon Palace recognized the fat boy and exclaimed excitedly. Whoosh! Just as someone from Dark Demon Palace shouted Bu Shen's name, the fat boy suddenly soared into the sky and flew into the distance. However, before he could fly 100 meters, his body was immobilized by an invisible and terrifying force. After a while, Bu Shen was pulled back to the mountain peak under the gaze of the people from the 8 factions. This aura, a true immortal expert. Oh my God! It's said that the demonic familiar of Dark Demon Palace is at least a true immortal expert. As expected of the 3rd largest faction in our 100-flower emperor state. Could it be that the little fellow we're interested in is related to Dark Demon Palace? Damn! If that's the case, this is still a hot potato. If any of you want him, go and get him yourself. We're backing out anyway. The people from the 8 factions looked at Bu Shen, who was imprisoned in the air, and then looked at the man wearing the black and gold crown from Dark Demon Palace. When they felt the suffocating aura released by the latter, their expressions changed drastically. Immortal Dao aura. The other party was a true immortal expert. There were a total of 39 states in high heavens, and each state corresponded to an immortal emperor. The province where the Stellar Mountain Range was located was called the 100 Flowers Emperor Province. It was named after a female immortal emperor from the 39 immortal emperors. That female immortal emperor was known as the 100 Flowers Empress, a native of the Great Domain of Chaos. It was rumored that when he was born, flowers of the Great Tao bloomed everywhere in the chaotic heavens. In the 100 Flowers Emperor state, the strongest force was naturally the 100 Flowers Valley that he had founded. It was also the only monarch-level force in the 100 Flowers Emperor state. Below the 100 Flower Valley, the strongest forces were the Misty Illusory Manor, the Dark Demon Hall, and the Big Dipper sect, which were founded by 3 peak stage quasi-immortal emperors. Bu Shen, you really made us look for you. I didn't expect to meet you here. The true immortal expert leading the Dark Demon Hall looked at Bu Shen and suddenly laughed out loud. You destroyed my family, killed my elders, and kidnapped my parents. You will not have a good end. Bu Shen struggled to no avail. He roared at the people of the Dark Demon Palace. His malevolent expression was filled with thick killing intent. Where did this little fellow come from? He's actually worth the Dark Demon Palace's people making a move. Bu Shen? His surname is Bu. Could it be the Bu clan that was destroyed a few days ago? So it was done by the Dark Demon Hall. That makes sense. Although the Bu clan's leader is a true immortal expert, he is still powerless against the Dark Demon Hall. After all, the weakest tamed demon of the Dark Demon Hall is a true immortal expert. Through the conversation, the people of the 8 forces vaguely guessed Bu Shen's identity. Little fellow, you don't know how stubborn your parents were. They used all kinds of torture and refused to say anything about the Source Heaven Stone. Even the Hall Master personally searched their souls, but he didn't expect your parents to plant a secret technique in their minds. As long as an external force enters, their souls will explode. At this point, the Dark Demon Hall leader's smile deepened. But now, as long as we capture you and use you to threaten them, they will definitely tell us everything they know. The Source Heaven Stone, a treasure that can allow a half-immortal emperor to enter the immortal emperor realm. It is said that when used as a weapon, it is equivalent to an immortal emperor's weapon. So this is the reason why the Bu clan was annihilated. Hearing the Dark Demon Hall leader's words, the people of the 8 forces were even more shocked. Chu Bei's eyes flashed with surprise. He was no stranger to the Source Heaven Stone. Back in the coiling dragon world, he had climbed hundreds of steps with Hong Meng. On the 99th step, he had met an 8th stage half-immortal emperor called Zifeng, who had a Source Heaven Stone. After Chu Bei had snatched the Source Heaven Stone, he had the system absorb it. After the system had absorbed the power of the Source Heaven Stone, a cone-shaped tool appeared on the system interface. Next to the tool was a line of eye-catching words, Source Heaven Power. Behind the words was a lone number, 1, which corresponded to the number of liquid droplets in the tool. Little guy, you miss your father and mother too, right? Come with me to see them. The true immortal expert from the Dark Demon Hall laughed loudly and reached out to grab the imprisoned Bu Shen. You will die a horrible death. Bu Shen roared, his voice filled with unwillingness. Bang! However, just as the true immortal realm leader's hand was about to grab Bu Shen, a low explosion shook the mountain forest. Then, an indescribable and terrifying force cut it off. Bright blood spurted out, splattering all over the mountain peak. The bright blood contained the aura of the immortal Tao. After it fell into the mountain range, the small stars were instantly crushed by the immortal chi of the blood. Who? Amidst the miserable screams, the true immortal expert in the Dark Demon Palace let out a furious roar. His divine sense instantly covered the entire Star Mountain range. At the same time, he turned his head and looked around. His cold gaze swept across the people around him, and a sharp killing intent swept out. It was extremely terrifying. However, not long after his voice fell, a look of fear appeared on the true immortal realm leader's face. This was because he realized that his severed arm could not be regrown. There was an indescribable and mysterious force stopping him. What happened? Why did the Lord Demonic Envoy's arm suddenly break? Who did it? Who in the 100-flower Emperor state dares to provoke our Dark Demon Hall? Looking at the true immortal realm leader's severed arm, the rest of the people from the Dark Demon Hall and the other forces looked at each other in shock. Something's wrong. Take Bu Shen and retreat. The Dark Demon Hall leader seemed to have sensed something. His other hand reached for Bu Shen again, and he prepared to leave immediately. Bang! A similar scene happened again. Just as the Dark Demon Hall leader's other hand was about to grab Bu Shen, that mysterious force appeared again and smashed that hand into countless pieces of flesh. Ah! In an instant, the Dark Demon Hall leader's aura became chaotic. His expression was distorted, and he was in extreme pain. This little fat boy is an in-name disciple that I have taken a liking to. How can I watch you take him away with my own eyes? Chu Bei took a step forward and directly appeared beside Bu Shen. He looked at the people from the Dark Demon Hall calmly with a smile on his face. Uncle, it was you who attacked just now. Bu Shen regained his freedom. He raised his head and opened his mouth wide as he stared at Chu Bei in shock. Chu Bei glanced at Bu Shen. He did not say anything and only smiled. Uncle, they killed my people and kidnapped my father and mother. Shen begs you to kill them. The little fat boy pointed at the group of people from the Dark Demon Hall. As he spoke, he knelt at Chu Bei's feet with a plop and kept kowtowing and begging. Chapter 628. On top of a small mountain in the Stellar Mountain Range. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the matters of the Dark Demon Palace? A member of the Dark Demon Palace scolded Chu Bei. He purposely emphasized the words Dark Demon Palace, as if to remind Chu Bei. Chu Bei glanced at the person who scolded him. He didn't say anything and didn't do anything. After a loud explosion, followed by a shrill scream, the powerhouse from the Dark Demon Palace exploded. Even his soul was blasted into nothingness. Master Ghost Flame, how did he die? He was perfectly fine just a moment ago. What happened? That person. It must have something to do with that guy. Seeing the scene before them, the members of the Dark Demon Palace trembled. After they regained their senses, they all looked at Chu Bei in unison. Their eyes were full of fear. Who are you? The leader of the Dark Demon Palace, a genuine immortal, was alarmed. He questioned aloud. Immortal energy circled around his body and his aura reached its peak. The cultivator who was just killed was his right-hand man. He had already stepped into the Supreme Being realm. He didn't think that a Supreme Being would be killed so inexplicably by the person before him. At this moment, the members of the 8 forces also reacted. They looked at Chu Bei strangely, but more importantly, they felt lucky. Especially the cultivator who called Chu Bei a woodcutter. He shrunk his neck, his face full of fear. How could someone who could make the demonic envoy of the Dark Demon Palace be just an ordinary person? At the very least, he was a genuine immortal. Looking at you, you don't look like good people. Chu Bei glanced at Biyu Xian, who was still kowtowing and begging at his feet. Then, he glanced at the group of people from the Dark Demon Hall who were led by the true immortal expert. As his indifferent voice faded, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. Not good. The genuine immortal from the Dark Demon Palace sensed danger. He immediately activated all the immortal energy in his body and formed an extremely thick wall of light in front of him. However, his strongest defense couldn't withstand a single blow from that terrifying ray of light. It crumbled instantly. Boom. Another earth-shattering sound rang out. The area where the experts of the Dark Demon Palace were, including the true immortal, was enveloped by the light and instantly distorted. Gulp. Seeing the group of experts from the Dark Demon Hall disappear into the distorted space, the people from the 8 forces instinctively gulped. They subconsciously distanced themselves from Chu Bei, their faces filled with deep fear. Immortal King. Why would such a powerful existence appear here? His with Biyu Xian. Don't tell me his also after the Genesis Heaven Stone. Someone from the 8 powers couldn't help but exclaim with shock. An existence capable of annihilating a true immortal realm expert with a single gaze was at least an expert at the Immortal King realm. Haven't you seen enough? Chu Bei's gaze swept across the people from the 8 forces, his voice incomparably calm. Sensing the coldness in Chu Bei's eyes, the people from the 8 forces looked at each other and dispersed. Many thanks to Uncle for killing them. After a long while, the fat boy Biyu Xian also recovered from his stupor. His voice trembled as he spoke. Uncle, are you an immortal king? Seeing that Chu Bei didn't speak, Biyu Xian spoke again and probed. His chubby little face was filled with respect. You want me to save your parents? Chu Bei looked at Biyu Xian with a smile. Yes. Biyu Xian gritted his teeth and heavily nodded his head in response. If you want to protect your loved ones, your own strength is the only way to go. Even if I help you this time, so what? If your parents are caught again in the future, what will you do? Chu Bei guided her patiently and patiently. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Biyu Xian's expression became somewhat unsightly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, Uncle, didn't you just say that you and I are fated to be and wanted to take me in as an in-name disciple? If I become your disciple, I will definitely grow into an expert in the near future. Now that you've become my disciple, I naturally won't ignore your parents. The corners of Chu Bei's mouth curled up into a smile. Disciple Biyu Xian thanks Master for taking a fancy to me. In the future, I will definitely cultivate diligently and not disappoint Master. Biyu Xian cupped his fists and immediately bowed deeply to Chu Bei 3 times. Congratulations to the host for completing 1/3 of the side mission. As the system's voice rang out, Chu Bei discovered that on the map in his mind, the red dot that originally represented Bu Shen's position had disappeared and was replaced by another red dot not far away. Go take in the next one, Chu Bei muttered as he looked toward the north. Then, he disappeared with the chubby boy Bu Shen. At the same time, 100 Flowers Emperor State, Central Region, Dark Demon Palace. In the middle of a vast mountain range, an exceptionally majestic palace stood majestically. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, making it seem majestic and grand. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that there was a layer of black mist on the surface of the palace. As the mist surged, it gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. As far as the eye could see, there were groups of black-robed figures sweeping back and forth in every corner of the mountain range. It was as if there was an inescapable net. The person with the weakest aura was actually an expert who had ignited his divine fire. At this moment, there were close to 100 figures in the palace. Every one of them had an immortal aura circulating around their bodies. Those two fellows are still unwilling to tell us about the Source Heaven Stone. A black-robed elder sat at the head of the table. His gaze swept across the people in the palace, and his brows gradually furrowed. Hall Master, we have exhausted all our means. If we continue to torture them, I'm afraid they will really die, someone said. The Hall Master is about to come out of seclusion, but we can't even handle such a small matter. The black-robed elder's expression was gloomy. Gradually, the atmosphere in the palace became astonished. Hall Master, Lord 100 Ghost Familiar has been killed. Just as the atmosphere in the palace reached its peak, a tall and thin man in black rushed into the palace. He immediately knelt in front of the black-robed elder with a respectful expression. You have so many enemies. How many familiar demons have died? Is there a need to be so flustered? The black-robed elder's cold voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Hall Master, Lord 100 Ghost Familiar's death is a little strange. We can't tell which faction the person who killed him belongs to. Also, Bu Shen appeared in the last scene of Lord 100 Ghost Familiar's death, the tall and thin man in black continued. What? Bu Shen? Not only the black-robed elder, but all the other experts in the palace exclaimed at the same time. Then, they looked at each other with joy and excitement. Currently, the biggest problem in front of them was that they couldn't get any information about the Source Heaven Stone from the Bu couple. But now, Bu Shen had appeared again. This gave them a chance to turn things around. As long as they could capture Bu Shen, they had many ways to make the couple reveal information about the Source Heaven Stone. Let me take a look. The black-robed elder took a jade stone from the man in black. When he saw the scene of Lord 100 Ghost Familiar's death, his face immediately darkened. Hall Master, what's wrong with you? In the palace, the other experts were puzzled. Take a look for yourselves. The black-robed elder waved his hand and projected the scene in the jade stone into the palace. Celestial King. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Chu Bei in the palace as they exclaimed in shock. Chapter 629. Can any of you tell which faction he belongs to? I've never seen him before. He should be from another emperor province. Why is he with Bu Shen? Could it be that he is related to the Bu family? So what if he's an immortal king? Do we lack immortal kings in our Dark Demon Hall? Inside the hall, a group of powerhouses looked at the projection and discussed. Gui-sen, Deep Flame, you two lead a team and bring Bu Shen back. As for that guy, just kill him. The black-robed old man glanced at Bu Shen on the screen, then looked at Chu Bei and said. The two figures called Gui-sen and Deep Flame nodded in response before turning around and leaving. As they walked, their immortal king auras burst forth. It was incomparably terrifying. The snow region was located in the southwest of the 100-Flower Emperor province and was close to the Star Mountain range. It was covered in ice and snow all year round, and there were eternal ice mountains and snow walls everywhere. Flowers of the Great Tao would occasionally bloom in the snow. Even if a spirit transformation realm cultivator accidentally entered, the bone-piercing cold would be enough to freeze their body instantly, let alone ordinary people. However, The Ice Soul Immortal Sect, a monarch-level faction, had stood tall in this icy world for countless eras. After the passage of time, the Snow region had become the exclusive territory of the Ice Soul Immortal Sect. When people mentioned the Snow region, they would immediately think of the Ice Soul Immortal Sect. Ice Yunshan was the largest snow mountain in the Snow region, and it was also where the Ice Soul Immortal Sect was located. At this moment, a ripple appeared in the void above Ice Yunshan, and Chu Bei and Biyu Xian appeared. "Master, why did you come to the Ice Soul Immortal Sect? The atmosphere seems a bit off." Biyu Xian clearly knew something about the Ice Soul Immortal Sect. He looked down and couldn't help but frown. Looking around, the entire Ice Soul Immortal Sect was immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere. The young disciples were not in the mood to cultivate and were sitting cross-legged on the square, sobbing. Even the 4 words Ice Soul Immortal Sect carved out of ice above the mountain gate were hung with black lanterns on both sides, exuding a cold aura. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my sect?" Someone in the Ice Soul Immortal Sect noticed Chu Bei and immediately surrounded Chu Bei with several divine rainbows. "Don't be nervous. I didn't come here with any evil intentions. I'm just looking for a fated person with the intention of accepting him as an in-name disciple." Chu Bei directly stated his intentions. "Come to my sect to recruit disciples? You must be joking, right? What's more, this is a special time for our sect, so we won't be welcoming any outsiders. Please leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." More and more divine beams of light appeared around Chu Bei. All of them cast gloomy looks at Chu Bei, their eyes filled with coercion. There were even true immortals amongst them. "I originally wanted to negotiate with you peacefully, but it seems that I can only use some means to intimidate you." With a smile, Chu Bei pointed his finger like a sword, and a colorful stream of light shot from his fingertip into the snowy sky. In an instant, the sky above the snowy region surged with colorful clouds. Streaks of colorful lightning formed by interweaving ripples surged out from the colorful clouds. Some were ball-shaped, some were snake-shaped, and all kinds of strange shapes. The sound of thunder was endless, and it was incomparably terrifying. Almost at the same time, the snow in the sky quietly stopped and turned from white to red. It was so red that it was like blood. It was extremely terrifying, as if doomsday had arrived. This, looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, the people of the Ice Soul Immortal Sect were shocked. However, before they could say anything, a pitch-black river flowed in the sky above their heads. Black fog lingered in the sky, and various starfields floated in it. Not only that, but golden flames appeared below the river and quickly spread out, directly enveloping the entire snowy region. In an instant, the temperature of the snowy region rose sharply, and the ice and snow melted. Amidst the interweaving of various visions, an opening appeared on top of the frozen cloud mountain, and a gigantic hand that covered the sky slowly stretched out. In the palm of the hand, a broadsword that was flickering with a cold light and carrying a frightening and fierce aura slowly appeared. Clang! The sword vibrated, and a sword ray shot out from the tip of the sword directly above Yunshan. "Who exactly are you? What are you doing in my sect?" Looking at the doomsday phenomenon in the sky and feeling the terrifying aura of the broad sword, the Ice Soul Immortal Sect's true immortal experts' expressions immediately changed, and they became especially solemn and vigilant. "Didn't I say before that I'm only here to accept an in-name disciple?" Chu Bei looked at the Ice Soul Immortal Sect cultivators around him with a smile and said with a threatening tone, "If you dare to ask any more questions, I can't guarantee that this sword won't fall. At that time, it'll be fine if you can block it, but if you can't, I'm afraid the entire Ice Soul Immortal Sect will be turned into ruins." As the sound of his voice faded, Chu Bei brought Biyu Xian with a smile on his face as they headed towards the back of a mountain. Over there, boundless astral regions could be seen, and there were fluctuations of immortal king auras. The second disciple he wanted to accept was also there. "Follow him. We can't let him affect the sect master's spellcasting." The group of true immortal experts' expressions suddenly changed, and they immediately followed behind Chu Bei. However, perhaps because of the broad sword above their heads, they did not block Chu Bei's path. It was a valley. In the middle of the valley, there was an ancient altar. Around the altar, there were hundreds of balls of light of different colors. At a closer look, those balls of light were actually star fields that had been compressed to the extreme. The closer one got to the altar, the more one could occasionally feel the dense star field power. On the altar lay a little girl in purple clothes. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old, and her facial features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. However, the little girl, who was supposed to be full of vitality, had her eyes closed at this moment, and her body would twitch and struggle from time to time. The star fields around the altar were being pulled by a terrifying force into the little girl's body, and they were circulating in a specific pattern. The person who was casting this spell was a middle-aged man in a white robe. His hands danced, and the aura of an immortal king flowed around his fingertips. He looked at the little girl reluctantly and sighed from time to time. There was helplessness in his eyes, but more than that, there was monstrous hatred. In addition to the middle-aged man, there were 9 white-haired old men around the altar casting spells together. Their auras were all at the peak of true immortal, and they were only one step away from the immortal king realm. "Are you guys going to refine her into a dead object?" When he came to the top of the valley, Chu Bei confirmed at a glance that the little girl on the altar was the second in-name disciple he was going to accept. Immediately, without any hesitation, he reached out his palm and directly grabbed at the altar. "How dare you? Who dares to come here and cause trouble?" Sensing an external force, the 9 white-haired old men opened their eyes and cast their gazes on Chu Bei. At the same time, they launched an immortal Dao attack to meet the palm print that Chu Bei had thrown out. Kai kai kai. However, in front of Chu Bei's palm print, the 9 white-haired old men's attacks could not withstand a single blow and were destroyed in an instant. Then, with a boom, the altar exploded, and the spellcasting was interrupted. Chapter 630. In the valley, the altar was destroyed, and a big hand held the little girl. "Put my little girl down," the middle-aged man who cast the spell shouted, and the majestic immortal chi in his body surged. The compressed star field fell toward Chu Bei under his control. Chu Bei was unmoved. He glanced at the star field with a beam of light, and the terrifying star field instantly distorted and disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The middle-aged man was stunned, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Obviously, he did not expect that his attack would be resolved by a beam of light from the other party's eyes. "It's the blood of darkness again." Chu Bei sent a divine thought into the little girl's body and frowned. Then, he pointed his finger, and a ray of colorful ripple entered the little girl's forehead. "Who are you? Put Tong Tong down." Sensing Chu Bei's action, the 9 white-haired old men immediately looked anxious, and they immediately gathered their strength again. "Stop." However, when the 9 white-haired old men were about to attack Chu Bei, the middle-aged man seemed to have seen something. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Sect Master, he is hurting Tong Tong. Look carefully." The 9 white-haired old men looked at the middle-aged man and were about to say something, but they were interrupted by the latter. When they carefully sensed the changes in the little girl's body, they were all stunned at first, and then their faces were filled with disbelief. That drop of blood moved. Could it be that he is saving Tong Tong? With his own strength, how could he do it? "Sect Master, you once invited a 3rd-stage quasi-immortal emperor. Even he can't do anything. It is said that the owner of that drop of black blood is a powerful and mysterious immortal emperor." The 9 white-haired old men looked at Chu Bei in a daze and exclaimed, "Kai." At this moment, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, a black light surged out of the little girl's body and enveloped the entire valley. However, not long after, a gorgeous colorful light surged out of the little girl's body and swallowed the black light in an instant. A moment later, under the nervous gaze of everyone in the valley, a colorful light ball flew out from the little girl's forehead. Looking at it carefully, the colorful light ball contained a drop of black blood. It's out. That drop of blood really came out. "Sect leader, do you know who he is?" Even a 3rd-stage quasi-immortal emperor couldn't do it, but he actually did it. Moreover, it seems to be effortless for him. It wasn't just the 9 white-haired old men. When the middle-aged man saw the multicolored ball of light and the drop of black blood fly out from between the girl's eyebrows, all of them returned to their senses and were overjoyed and excited. Where did this drop of blood come from? Why is it in her body? Chu Bei stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the black drop of blood in the ball of light. He tilted his head and asked the middle-aged man. Forbidden Zone, Underworld Mountain. The middle-aged man immediately replied. Big brother, who are you? Just as Chu Bei was about to continue asking, the girl woke up. She slowly opened her eyes and curiously sized up Chu Bei. Chu Bei smiled and didn't say anything. He waved his hand and sent the girl to the middle-aged man. Father, your child's body doesn't hurt anymore, and I can't feel the cold anymore. It feels so good. The girl noticed the changes in her body and jumped up and down happily. The middle-aged man picked up the girl and impatiently probed with his celestial power. Then, his voice trembled as he said, It's gone, it's really gone. Senior, thank you for saving my daughter's life. The middle-aged man came to his senses and immediately led the 9 white-haired old men and the girl to bow deeply to Chu Bei. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. He was a celestial king, the sect leader of the Ice Soul Celestial sect, and the master of the vast snow region. However, he only had one daughter, and she was his only tie. Unfortunately, an accident happened. His precious daughter accidentally entered the Forbidden Zone, Underworld Mountain, and was parasitized by the drop of black blood. It was precisely because he had entered the Celestial King realm that he knew how terrifying that drop of blood was. He had used all kinds of methods, but he still couldn't force the drop of blood out. He even invited a 3rd-stage quasi-immortal emperor, but the latter also couldn't do anything. He could only tell him that the drop of blood came from a celestial emperor. As time passed, the girl's life force began to fade. It was only a few days ago that they had no choice but to make a decision. They had to mobilize the power of the myriad starfields and use a secret technique to seal the girl forever. Fortunately, before they could finish using the secret technique, a mysterious man appeared and easily forced the terrifying drop of black blood out of the girl's body. Big brother, are you the one who cured me? Thank you, big brother. The girl pinched the corner of her skirt and looked at Chu Bei timidly. Her gaze was pure and innocent. Tong Tong, don't be rude. Hearing the way the girl addressed Chu Bei, the middle-aged man immediately reprimanded her. Judging from the other party's methods, he was at least a 7th-stage quasi-immortal emperor. It's fine. With a step, Chu Bei arrived in front of the little girl and patted her little head. Lord Sect Master, he came to our sect to accept a disciple. At this moment, the true immortal experts who had followed Chu Bei to the valley seemed to have thought of something. They hurriedly reported to the middle-aged man respectfully. Accept a disciple? The middle-aged man looked at Chu Bei in surprise when he heard what the sect's expert said. That's right. Chu Bei nodded slightly and pointed at the girl. She's fated to be with me. Senior, you want to accept my daughter as your disciple? The middle-aged man was even more shocked. Then, he asked, May I know where you're from? What's the force you founded? In the chaotic heavens, I've only accepted one disciple so far. Your precious daughter will be the second. As for the force I've founded, it's called the All Heavens Shop. You'll know about it soon, Chu Bei said with a smile. What? Senior, are you from another great domain? The middle-aged man caught another layer of meaning from Chu Bei's words. His expression immediately became startled and astonished. At the same time, the 9 white-haired old men also had strange expressions of disbelief. They looked at Chu Bei again, their eyes filled with respect and fear. All those who entered the Chaos Realms from other realms had defeated the Guardians. Even if such a person was not a Celestial Emperor, he was at least a great perfection Celestial Emperor. Senior, you're a great perfection Celestial Emperor? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man subconsciously moved his throat and could not help but ask tentatively. Meeting the middle-aged man's gaze, Chu Bei smiled knowingly and did not say much. He just wiped out the black drop of blood with his finger. In an instant, a terrifying Celestial Emperor aura swept through the snow region. Immortal. Celestial Emperor. Feeling the Celestial King power in his body being suppressed, the middle-aged man was in a daze. After a long while, the middle-aged man came to his senses and hurriedly instructed the girl to kneel in front of Chu Bei. Having a celestial emperor as one's master was the dream of many cultivators. Disciple Bing Tong Tong greets master, the girl said in a tender voice. Chapter 631. Side mission completion, 2/3. The system's voice rang out in Chubei's mind. Sect master, is he really an immortal emperor? There are only 39 immortal emperors in the entire high heavens. Our 100 Flowers Emperor state only has 100 Flowers Empress. If that's the case, his faction will become an emperor-level faction once it passes the certification process. Heavens! I'm actually seeing an immortal emperor with my own eyes. In the valley, after hearing the middle-aged man's words, the group of true immortals bowed to Chubei in unison in an extremely respectful manner. Rumble. At this moment, a loud explosion rang out in the distant sky above the snow region, followed by the blooming of a Dao flower. Super King faction, Green Flame Pavilion established. This was the message sent by the Dao flower. The 100 Flowers Emperor state has a limited number of quasi-immortal emperors. I wonder who he is. The middle-aged man looked up at the eye-catching words on the Dao flower and muttered to himself. In the chaos great heavens, factions created by immortal emperors were emperor-level factions. Once an emperor-level faction passed the certification process, the phenomenon would spread to every corner of the great heavens. Factions created by quasi-immortal emperors were Super King factions. Once they passed the certification process, the phenomenon would spread throughout the emperor state. So there's such a thing. After Chubei learned about the division of forces from the middle-aged man, he glanced at the phenomenon in the sky and calmly looked at the middle-aged man. He lifted the little girl and said, "When the All-Heavens shop is built, if you give up the position of sect master of the Ice Soul Immortal sect, you can join it. As for your daughter, I'll be taking her with me. You won't regret your decision today." With that, Chubei turned around and led Biyu Xian and Bing Tongtong to the third location marked on the map in his Sea of Consciousness. At the same time, the various cities in the 100 Flowers Emperor state were in turmoil. Did you all see the portrait of that person released by the Dark Demon Hall? Who the hell is he? How can he make the Dark Demon Hall go to such lengths? You can join the Dark Demon Hall as long as you provide information about him. Heavens, this offer is too tempting. Speaking of which, I've never seen this person before. Why is the Dark Demon Hall looking for this person? According to my information, the Dark Demon Palace has sent 2 9th Heaven Celestial Kings and 4 8th Heaven Celestial King. For a moment, countless experts from the 100 Flower Emperor state were discussing the arrest warrant for Chubei from the Dark Demon Hall. Exile Ridge. One of the forbidden areas of the 100 Flower Emperor state. Master, it's so cold here. Facing the wind, Biyu Xian and Bing Tong Tong shivered at the same time. This kind of coldness was not brought about by the temperature, but by the aura of death carried by the wind. It was a kind of coldness that made one's heart tremble. Looking down, the traces of human habitation had also disappeared. There were no signs of houses, and the vegetation had also become especially sparse. Bright stars hung in the sky. The Exile Ridge, which was supposed to be brightly lit, was dark black. The top of the mountain ridge was also black, and it seemed out of place with the other areas that were brightly lit. At this moment, Chubei hovered in the air. His consciousness covered the entire Exile Ridge. He could sense that every mountain had a powerful aura. Master, look at what that is. At this moment, Biyu Xian exclaimed in surprise. In the sky above the tallest mountain ridge, there was a massive black hole floating. The black hole was endlessly releasing black chi. This black chi gave off the feeling that it could annihilate everything. The purpose of our trip this time has nothing to do with it. Chubei did not have the mind to pay attention to the source of the black hole. Through his divine sense, he had already found the location of the third in-name disciple. Hualala. With a step, Chubei appeared in front of a strange ancient tree with Biyu Xian and Bing Tongtong. The ancient tree swayed, and the branches and leaves rustled. This ancient tree was not very tall. It was about a dozen or so meters tall, but its trunk was extremely thick. Its trunk was as strong as a swimming dragon, but the outermost layer of old skin was completely cracked, as if it had experienced tens of thousands of eras. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that its surface was covered in a faint mist, emitting supreme runes. The strangest thing was that there were only 10 leaves on the entire tree, and the appearance of each leaf was different. Some of the leaves were round and suffused with a faint golden light, some of the leaves were triangular and enveloped in a crimson-red light. The distance between the leaves was very far, and it was extremely strange. Chu Bei clenched his fist and directly punched the trunk of the ancient tree. Buzz! 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 Before Chu Bei's fist could hit the trunk, a strange pattern appeared in the mist on the surface of the ancient tree. It formed a resplendent wall of light, with surging rivers of stars flowing and interweaving. However, this resplendent wall of light was like nothing in front of Chu Bei's fist. With a loud bang, the trunk of the ancient tree exploded. In the next moment, ripples spread out, and runes flashed. A huge circular mouth gradually appeared. This was originally an immortal emperor's seal, but it was easily broken by Chu Bei. A low howl came from the huge mouth. It sounded as if there was an endless hell in front of it, and it was extremely terrifying. Master, why is third brother in this place? It's really too scary. Bu Xian followed Chu Bei into the huge circular mouth and couldn't help but shiver. It was pitch black in front of him. Besides the flowing runes of the great Tao, he couldn't see anything. It was like a bottomless abyss. Kai! Kai! Before Chu Bei could answer, a fierce wave came from the depths of the cave, carrying with it a scorching heat. It was also at this moment that the cave spun. The darkness completely disappeared and was replaced by a bright red color. Could it be that this place has already become a world of its own? Bu Xian looked ahead and gasped. He was stunned and stood there like a piece of wood. What kind of scene was this? The vast earth was a deep red, and fallen stars and star regions could be seen everywhere. The surface was uneven, and one could vaguely hear the sound of boiling in those small sunken pits. It was as if there was magma beneath the surface of the earth, and flames could burst out at any time. Rumble. This world seemed to sense the arrival of outsiders, and even the ground began to tremble. Cluster after cluster of red and black flames rose from the ground, increasing in number. Each cluster of flames was different in size. Some were only the size of a palm, while others were several meters tall. However, the similarity was that these red and black flames all contained the aura of an emperor. Moreover, they were all slowly approaching Chu Bei and the others. Kai! Suddenly, these red and black flames seemed to have reached an agreement. Instantly, they brought with them a scorching heat wave that surged toward Chu Bei and the others. Chu Bei's expression didn't change at all. He stretched out his right hand, and a divine light bloomed from his palm, instantly refining these red and black flames. Who is it? Did that 100 flowers guy send you to your death? In an instant, a cold voice filled with pressure and killing intent clearly entered the ears of Chu Bei and the others. This voice was extremely dignified and seemed to carry an irresistible penetrating power that could directly attack a person's soul and make them tremble in fear. Chapter 632. So you're still a perfected immortal emperor. Chu Bei murmured as he looked at the small world. Then, colorful ripples surged out from his body. As soon as he said that, the blurry red light of the small world disappeared. In an instant, a huge figure appeared at the end. It was a powerful creature that looked like a dragon, yet not a dragon, yet not a phoenix. It could also be said that it was the combination of two divine beasts. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and countless star regions floated around its body. However, upon closer inspection, its huge body was bound by countless bright red divine chains, and the immortal emperor's aura flowed on the divine chains. It was these divine chains that contained the immortal emperor's aura that bound the primordial dragon phoenix here. Immortal. Immortal emperor. The primordial dragon phoenix seemed to have sensed Chu Bei's aura fluctuation. Its originally ferocious expression instantly froze, and its huge eyes revealed surprise. Why are you here? What's your relationship with 100 flowers? The primordial dragon phoenix's gaze locked onto Chu Bei, and a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Are you referring to the immortal emperor of this territory by 100 flowers? Chu Bei also knew some information about the 100 Flowers Emperor region. He looked at the primordial dragon phoenix and smiled. I have nothing to do with her. At this point, Chu Bei's gaze landed on the huge crystal egg behind the primordial dragon phoenix. You want to take my child? Sensing Chu Bei's gaze, the primordial dragon phoenix's gaze instantly turned cold, and its voice was also filled with coldness. Chu Bei glanced at the primordial dragon phoenix indifferently. Several fist seals blasted out, one after another, and bombarded the red divine chains binding the latter. Rumble. The red divine chains vibrated, and millions of Dao flowers bloomed on them. They carried the power of an immortal emperor and resisted Chu Bei's fist seals. However, after a series of explosions, the red divine chains couldn't help but shatter in the end. As the fragments of the divine chains dissipated, the primordial dragon phoenix's aura became even more terrifying. The moment it broke free and regained its freedom, it let out a loud roar, and its terrifying quasi-immortal emperor power completely erupted. This small world instantly disintegrated. The next moment, the entire Fangzhou Ridge began to shake and collapse. The primordial dragon phoenix hovered above the banished ridge. It opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing the terrifying black hole in the sky. The banished ridge has changed. What happened this time? That's the ancient dragon phoenix. So the rumors were true. It was really sealed here by the 100-flower empress. How did it break the seal? According to what I know, this primordial dragon phoenix is a great perfection stage immortal emperor. Unfortunately, it had some conflicts with the 100-flower empress and was mercilessly suppressed by her. Then do you think the primordial dragon phoenix will seek trouble with the empress after it breaks free from its seal? Countless cultivators were alarmed by the sudden change in the Exile Ridge. When they focused their eyes and recognized the huge object in the sky above the Exile Ridge, they immediately revealed looks of astonishment. I won't ask you about your relationship with Baihua Empress. Chu Bei placed his hands behind his back and calmly glanced at the primordial dragon phoenix. I'm here for your so-called son. You've already become an immortal emperor. Why are you eyeing my son? The primordial dragon phoenix was very wary of Chu Bei's strength and asked tentatively. Don't worry, I won't harm him. I just want to take him as my disciple. Chu Bei explained his intentions. Take him as your disciple? Hearing Chu Bei's words, the primordial dragon phoenix was astonished. Even in the chaotic multiverse, the ultimate goal of the younger generation of geniuses was to become an immortal emperor's disciple. However, even for them, getting an immortal emperor as their master was an extremely rare opportunity. Moreover, he had never heard of an immortal emperor taking the initiative to take him as his disciple. If he hadn't witnessed Chu Bei's strength with his own eyes, he would have thought that Chu Bei was joking with him. May I know what your emperor title is? The primordial dragon phoenix's eyes were filled with curiosity. There were a total of 39 immortal emperors in the high heavens, and he was familiar with all of their emperor titles. He wanted to use this opportunity to find out the other party's emperor title so that he could find him in the future. I don't belong to the high heavens, but you'll soon know the force that I've created. It's called the All Heavens Shop, Chu Bei said calmly. The All Heavens Shop. Facing Chu Bei's confident gaze, the primordial dragon phoenix hesitated for a moment before opening its mouth and spitting out a dazzling golden light onto the huge egg. Crack, crack. As the eggshell cracked, a little dragon phoenix was born. Because it had just been born, it had no dragon scales or phoenix feathers. It was completely bald. Daddy, the little dragon phoenix recognized the primordial dragon phoenix at a glance and kept calling out. Child, you should become his disciple. Follow him and cultivate well in the future, the primordial dragon phoenix said and pointed its dragon claws at Chu Bei. The little dragon phoenix seemed to understand. It looked at the primordial dragon phoenix reluctantly and walked over to Chu Bei with its head held high. Master, Host's side mission completed. Host is rewarded with one use of Xiao Hei's power. At practically the same time, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. I have nothing to worry about. The primordial dragon phoenix took a glance at the little dragon phoenix beside Chu Bei and let out a roar. Then, It tore through the all-heavens starfield and flew towards the 100 Flowers Valley. The little dragon phoenix opened its eyes wide and asked Chu Bei in confusion, "Master, where did Daddy go?" "Let's go. Follow me to create the all-heavens shop." Although Chu Bei had guessed where the primordial dragon phoenix had gone, he did not tell the little dragon phoenix. He did not want to interfere in the matter between the primordial dragon phoenix and the 100 Flowers Empress. His priority was to complete the system's mission. The great domains of the primal chaos universe could be divided into countless great domains. The high heavens was one of the strongest 9 great domains. In the great domains, there was a ranking called the Immortal Emperor ranking. There were only 100 people on the ranking. As the name implied, only those who had reached the legendary Immortal Emperor realm were qualified to compete for a ranking on the Immortal Emperor ranking. As for the benefits of being on the Immortal Emperor ranking, ordinary people did not know. Even those as strong as quasi-immortal emperors did not know the secret. However, every epoch, those immortal emperors not on the ranking would frantically challenge those on the Immortal Emperor ranking. Unknowingly, all cultivators knew that once one's name was on the Immortal Emperor ranking, there would definitely be an opportunity that belonged to the Immortal Emperor ranking. However, they did not know what that opportunity was. Apart from the great domains of the primal chaos universe, the other great domains also had their own Immortal Emperor ranking. It was just that the immortal emperors of the great domains were ranked on the great domains. For example, there were a total of 39 immortal emperors in the high heavens. According to the Immortal Emperor ranking, the 100 Flowers Empress was ranked 37th. However, if she was placed on the Emperor ranking, she would not even be qualified to be on the Emperor ranking. As for the number 1 immortal emperor in the high heavens, his title was by show. He was ranked 19 on the Emperor ranking. Chapter 633. Apart from the Immortal Emperor ranking, there was another ranking in the Primal Chaos Great Domain, the Force ranking. Under normal circumstances, the Force ranking would correspond to the Immortal Emperor ranking. After all, the difference between immortal emperors was directly related to the difference between the forces they created. In the Primal Chaos Great Domain, countless new forces were born every day. Whenever an emperor-level force was born, the phenomenon would spread across the entire Primal Chaos Great Domain. As for the super-monarch-level forces or monarch-level forces established by immortal kings, their influence was far inferior to an emperor-level force. Therefore, the phenomenon would only appear in the large domain where they were located. No matter where a force was established in the Primal Chaos Great Domain, the evaluation was the same. This was because the faction in charge of the ranking system was the Origin Sky Pavilion, which ranked first on the overall faction ranking. The Pavilion Master who founded the Origin Sky Pavilion was also the existence who ranked first on the overall Immortal Emperor ranking of the Primal Chaos Great Regions. His emperor title was only one word: Origin. It was said that Origin, who ranked first on the total force ranking, was born back when the Primal Chaos Great Domain was first established. He was recognized as the strongest immortal emperor in the Primal Chaos Great Domain. Even among immortal emperors, there were very few who had seen the strongest immortal emperor before. As for experts below the Immortal Emperor realm, no one had seen his appearance or heard his voice. However, they all knew that he truly existed. He was not the only one. The 2 supreme immortal emperors ranked 2nd and 3rd on the total force ranking were the same. No one below the Immortal Emperor realm had seen them before. In the Immortal Emperor battle of each epoch, the 4th, 5th, and 6th positions on the total force ranking would change from time to time. However, the rankings of the top 3 were always fixed. It was said that tens of thousands of epochs ago, an immortal emperor had questioned the existence of Origin, who was ranked first on the total force ranking. He had even attacked the Origin Sky Pavilion in an attempt to invade the latter's headquarters. However, the immortal emperor had just caused chaos when he was enveloped by a terrifying force that shook the entire Primal Chaos Great Domain. In just a few seconds, the immortal emperor was refined into nothingness under the gaze of all the cultivators. It was also because of that battle that no one dared to doubt the existence of Origin. In the end, there were even immortal emperors who did not establish their own forces and directly joined the Origin Sky Pavilion. As countless epochs passed, the Genesis Heaven Pavilion eventually became the #1 faction that no one dared to challenge. Moreover, it was rumored that the strongest celestial emperor, Genesis Heaven Pavilion, was closely related to the Genesis Heaven Stone that was comparable to a celestial emperor divine weapon. As for how they ranked the forces, that was a uniform consideration that could be found in any large region. Surging Waves Mountain. Based on its name, it seemed to be a mountain. However, it was not located in a continuous mountain range. Instead, it was located in the central region of the 100-Flower Emperor Province, and it floated in the sky. It was under the jurisdiction of the Yuantian Pavilion in the 100 Flowers Emperor Province. It was also where the 100 Flowers Emperor Province's faction rankings were placed. Since the 100 Flowers Emperor State was only one of the 39 Emperor States in the high heavens, the forces that were born here every day were mostly monarch-level forces created by immortal kings. As for those below the true immortal realm, they were not qualified to establish their own forces in the chaotic heavens. If anyone was discovered to be secretly establishing a faction, they would immediately be attacked by Genesis Sky Pavilion. Endless stars flowed around the Surging Waves Mountain, and there was even a surging river of stars surrounding it. This was an island, but Emperor aura filled the air from time to time. Even if a quasi-immortal emperor was here, it would be especially oppressive. Since the 100 Flowers Emperor Province only had one place to rank forces, the Surging Waves Mountain was very lively every day. There were figures everywhere on the mountain. Among these figures, the ones with the lowest cultivation were at the self-release realm. In terms of the place with the most people, it was undoubtedly the Surging Waves Plaza at the center of the mountain. The Surging Waves Plaza was divided into 3 regions. The center was the core region, which was also the region where one's faction was ranked. Outside was the central region, and finally, the outer region. There was a clear rule in the Surging Waves Mountain. Any cultivator who caused trouble in the core region would immediately be killed by Genesis Heaven Pavilion experts. As for the central and outer regions, the Genesis Heaven Pavilion would not interfere. Master, are you really an immortal emperor? That legendary existence. In the outer region of the Surging Waves Plaza, the fat boy Biyu Xian could not help but ask. What? Don't I look like one? Chu Bei smiled. Then wouldn't you be able to compete with the 100 Flowers Emperor Province's strongest expert, the 100 Flowers Empress? Biyu Xian looked at Chu Bei with admiration, his large eyes rolling around. I've never fought with her before. Who knows? Chu Bei shrugged. Master, look over there. Bing Tong Tong's young voice rang out as she pointed forward. The core region was an area enveloped by a semi-transparent spherical ripple. There were true dragons, divine phoenixes, black tortoises, killins, heavenly pengs, and other divine beasts circling around. Countless stars floated and rivers of stars flowed, carrying with them the aura of an emperor. Around the spherical area, there were many soul-stirring stones floating. Above each stone, there was a man in a golden robe, and on the chest of the robe, there was an eye-catching word source. In the great chaos heavens, one of the goals of all cultivators was to join the Genesis Heaven Pavilion. However, the requirements to join the Genesis Heaven Pavilion were extremely stringent. Those who could join the Genesis Heaven Pavilion were all freaks among freaks. Even the weakest cultivator of the Genesis Heaven Pavilion in the 100 Flowers Emperor Province had already advanced into the true celestial tier. Next, enter. As a Genesis Heaven Pavilion cultivator shouted, a third heaven celestial king in an orderly line stepped into the area enveloped by the spherical ripple. Boom. Accompanied by a loud boom in the spherical area, the clamor in the surroundings disappeared, replaced by silence. Then, a group of powerful cultivators focused on the battlefield. Amidst the buzzing, an army of ancient beings strangely appeared in the spherical area. These ancient beings' cultivation levels were about the same, almost all of them at the true celestial tier. That third heaven celestial king seemed to have expected this. The instant that the army of ancient beings appeared, his hands began to dance in an orderly manner. All kinds of powerful celestial king treasured techniques were used, accompanied by flowers of Tao, bombarding the ancient beings that were pouncing over. However, fortunately, There was a formless celestial emperor's power lingering around this core region. Otherwise, just the fluctuations of the celestial king's aura alone would be enough to destroy this region. Peng, peng, peng. This battle didn't last for long, and the ancient beings with the strength of a true celestial were all killed by the third heaven celestial king. If you pass the current test, you can establish a 1-star king level force. Do you wish to proceed to the next test? If you pass, you can establish a 3-star king level force. The indifferent voice of a Genesis Heaven Pavilion cultivator rang out. Continue. The third heaven celestial king on the battlefield glanced at the Genesis Heaven Pavilion cultivator who had spoken, and had just nodded in reply when 2 giants wielding wide sabers appeared. Judging from their auras, these 2 giants' cultivation levels were the same, both at the first layer of the celestial king tier. The third heaven celestial king glanced indifferently at the 2 giants, and then attacked first. Rumble. An intense battle broke out again. Compared to facing the army of true celestials previously, the third heaven celestial king was clearly much more serious this time. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 2 immortal king giants were defeated, vanishing without a trace. If you pass the current test, you can establish a 3-star king level force. Do you wish to proceed to the next test? If you pass, you can establish a 6-star king level force. The voice of a Genesis Heaven Pavilion cultivator rang out punctually. Give up. This time, the third heaven celestial king on the battlefield chose to shake his head. Chapter 634. 3-star king level force, Shadow Hall established. Just as the third heaven celestial king shook his head and gave up on continuing the trial and flew out of the trial area, flowers of Tao bloomed above the entire 100 Flowers Emperor province, including Surging Waves Mountain. Numerous flower petals intertwined, forming a line of dazzling words in the air. Actually, I think he should continue the trial. Perhaps he can establish a 6-star king level force. For a third heaven celestial king, it's still too risky. It's fine if he passes, but if he fails, he'll die. That's true. Because of overconfidence, how many supreme elites have died in this trial? Have you all forgotten about the death of that 9th heaven quasi-celestial emperor? In the plaza, a group of cultivators looked at the third heaven celestial king who flew out and discussed spiritedly. Next, enter. A cultivator from the Origin Sky Pavilion said. As his voice fell, another celestial king flew into the trial area. No matter who entered, the trial was the same. At the beginning, it was a group of true immortals, and then 2 giants at the first heaven of the celestial king realm. This 4th heaven celestial king was the same as the 3rd heaven celestial king before. After defeating the giants, he also chose to give up and establish a 3-star king level force. Next, enter. A member of the Origin Sky Pavilion said again. This was a continuous process. As the Origin Sky Pavilion cultivators shouted, the elites who were queuing to be assessed entered one after another. It really is a similar process. Chu Bei glanced at the trial in the core area, and after muttering to himself, he flew towards a Origin Sky Pavilion cultivator with 3 in-name disciples. Unlike the trial area, the registration area was located in the central area of Surging Waves Plaza. The Origin Sky Pavilion cultivator glanced at Chu Bei, and only had this one question. Report the name of the force you want to establish. All Heaven's Shop. Chu Bei's answer was also very simple. Go and line up. The Origin Sky Pavilion cultivator didn't look at Chu Bei, and looked towards the next person after saying this. Quick, look at that person. Doesn't he look a little familiar? It's the person the Dark Demon Palace is looking for. Quick, quick, go and tell the Dark Demon Palace. In this way, the Dark Demon Palace will owe us a favor. He's still in the Central District and doesn't fall under the protection of the Origin Sky Pavilion. Don't alert him. Not long after, the gaze of a cultivator in the crowd fell on Chu Bei. When he saw Chu Bei's appearance, the cultivator was first stunned, then his face was filled with excitement. Time passed slowly. During this period of time, a few more people passed the assessment. Of course, they were all from king-level forces. After Chu Bei's arrival, The force with the highest rating was merely a 9 stars king tier force created by a peak stage 9th heaven celestial king. From the beginning to the end, not a single half-immortal emperor expert stepped onto the stage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, countless rays of light flashed over from the distant starry sky, and they finally stopped in the sky above the central area of Surging Wave Square. Looking over, these divine rainbows were all wearing the same clothes. They were all wearing black and grey robes. The robes were made of a special material, and there were black cyclones swirling around them. They gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. Recognizing these people, the cultivators in the Central District were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The Origin Sky Pavilion cultivators in the Central District also frowned, their expressions somewhat grave. Dark Demon Hall's Gui-sen and Deep Flame. Why have they appeared here? Those who come here are all people like us who are preparing to establish a force. What are their goals for coming here? Surging Wave Mountain is Origin Sky Pavilion's territory. No matter how strong Dark Demon Hall is, they wouldn't dare to target Surging Wave Mountain. As far as I know, Dark Demon Hall is frantically searching for someone. Could it be that the person they're looking for is here? In the central area of the square, the gazes of the cultivators focused on the people from Dark Demon Hall, all of them suspicious. Gui-sen and Deep Flame clasped their fists at the Origin Sky Pavilion staff, and said, "Dark Demon Hall is only here to search for someone. We definitely won't break the rules of Origin Sky Pavilion. It's fine as long as you don't step into the assessment area. We don't care about anything else," an elder from Origin Sky Pavilion said. His voice was slightly hoarse, but it directly struck fear into one's soul. Gui-sen and Deep Flame nodded in acknowledgement. Then, their gazes swept over the central area of the square. It wasn't long before they found their target, and joyful smiles appeared on their faces. Then, a terrifying aura surged out from the two of them, and strange phenomena such as galaxies and stars appeared. Then, the two of them directly sent out a palm strike in the direction of Chu Bei without any hesitation. Damn it! They won't even let us off. The expressions of the elites around Chu Bei instantly became ugly, and they immediately flew into the distance. In an instant, only Chu Bei and his 3 disciples were left in that space. Because the commotion caused by Gui-sen and Deep Flame was big enough, even the elites in the central area were alarmed, and all of them looked over in surprise. Peng! However, before these 2 incomparably frightening attacks could land on Chu Bei and his disciple, they were blocked by an invisible power. Then, they exploded into nothingness with a loud bang. He actually blocked it. Gui-sen and Deep Flame are both 6th Heaven Celestial Kings. Could it be that that person is a 7th Heaven Celestial King, or even an 8th Heaven Celestial King, or a 9th Heaven Celestial King? Who exactly is he? Has he also come to establish a force? Looking at the 2 shattered palm prints, the group of experts revealed expressions of disbelief. They once again sized up Chu Bei, and their gazes were filled with astonishment. It was also at this moment that Gui-sen and Deep Flame frowned, their expressions suddenly becoming grave and ugly. Retreat! Almost at the same time, Gui-sen and Deep Flame reached an agreement. Though the 2 of them had not used their full strength in the previous attack, from this attack, they could determine that this person's strength was definitely above theirs. Just from the image that had been transmitted back, they had judged wrongly. To be able to disperse their attacks so effortlessly, he was at least an 8th Heaven Celestial King. With their strength, even if they worked together, they were definitely no match for this person. People of the Dark Demon Palace? I did not provoke you, but you came to find me again. However, before Gui-sen, Deep Flame, and the other elites of the Dark Demon Palace could leave through the sky, a cold and indifferent voice sounded in their ears. In the next moment, a layer of colorful ripples appeared around them, and they could no longer move. The celestial king power in their bodies was also sealed. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking boom, the bodies of Gui-sen, Deep Flame, and the other elites of the Dark Demon Palace exploded. They did not even have time to cry out, and even their spirits were blasted into nothingness by the colorful ripples. In the square, the cultivators and elites were directly stunned, looking dazedly in the direction where Gui-sen, Deep Flame, and the others had died, their expressions dazed and numb. They could not believe that 2 sixth heaven celestial kings had suddenly died like this, and the person who had attacked had not even made any move. If it were not for the sound of the explosion that was still reverberating, they would even think that they were hallucinating. Chapter 635. Quasi-immortal emperor? Some cultivators in the plaza regained their senses and voiced their suspicions. I've seen all the quasi-immortal emperors in the 100 Flowers Emperor province, but I've never seen someone like him. Could it be that he's from another emperor province? An immortal king stared at Chu Bei and asked. Speaking of which, why do the people from Dark Demon Hall want to capture him? Another expert asked with a puzzled look in his eyes. It wasn't just the experts in the plaza who came to participate in the assessment. The gazes of the Origin Sky Pavilion cultivators also changed as they looked at Chu Bei. They began to pay more attention to him. Bu Xian raised his head and bit his lips as he said, "Master, they should be here for me. After establishing the All Heavens shop, I'll make a trip to Dark Demon Hall." Chu Bei smiled as he patted Bu Xian's head. Gradually, everything in the plaza returned to normal, and everyone's attention returned to the assessment in the inner zone. After a quarter of an hour, the Origin Sky Pavilion cultivator spoke again. "Next, enter." Following that, a young man in a purple robe who looked to be in his 20s flew into the assessment area enveloped by the spherical ripples. "It's finally his turn. We'll be able to determine his strength soon. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a Super Monarch faction or even a 3-star Super Monarch faction." When the experts in the plaza saw the figure flying into the assessment area, they immediately revealed looks of anticipation. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud bang in the spherical area, the clamor in the plaza disappeared and was replaced by silence. At this moment, all the experts in the plaza held their breaths as their gazes focused on Chu Bei. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rumbling resounded as the army of ancient living beings formed from true immortals appeared, and they roared as they covered the heavens and the earth as they charged towards Chu Bei. Facing this locust-like ancient army, Chu Bei's expression didn't change at all, and he didn't move at all. However, even if he didn't do anything, the ancient army that was about to reach Chu Bei suddenly rumbled as if they had been hit by an invisible force. The level of this invisible power was far above that of a true immortal. In the blink of an eye, the army of ancient living beings had completely vanished. Only Chu Bei was left on the battlefield. "You have passed the current test and can establish a 1-star king-class faction. Do you wish to proceed to the next test? If you pass, you can establish a 3-star monarch-level faction," the Origin Sky Pavilion cultivator said, maintaining his usual indifferent expression. "Continue." Chu Bei nodded without even looking at the Heavenly Source Pavilion cultivator. Rumble. After Chu Bei made his decision, 2 giants holding broad sabers appeared on the battlefield. There were stars swirling around the blades of the sabers, and they had the aura of immortal kings. The 2 giants brandished their blades at the same time. The terrifying blade light instantly arrived in front of Chu Bei, and strange runes blossomed. Crack. Chu Bei remained unmoved. However, the 2 broadswords shattered on their own when they were less than 10 meters away from him, turning into countless blades of light. Then, the 2 giants' bodies inexplicably twisted and disappeared. "You have passed the current test and can establish a 3-star monarch-level faction. Do you wish to proceed to the next test? If you pass, you can establish a 6-star monarch-level faction." The Origin Sky Pavilion cultivator's voice rang out on time. "Continue." The same words came out of Chu Bei's mouth again. As Chu Bei's voice fell, the spherical ripple trembled. This time, a tiger-type living being appeared. Its body was incredibly huge, and there were 6 wings on its back. The power of the star domain crisscrossed between each wing endlessly. The Abyss Tiger had the strength of a 6th heaven celestial king. It was also because of this that those 3rd and 4th heaven celestial kings had not chosen to take the risk. Instead, they had chosen to give up at the first moment. Roar. With a tiger's roar, the Abyss Tiger pounced at Chu Bei in front of everyone's eyes, its sharp claws wrapped around the stars. However, to Chu Bei, it was no different from the first true immortal living beings. With another peng, the Abyss Tiger's incredibly huge body exploded and disappeared. Looking at the scene on the battlefield, the spectating experts in the square revealed a strange look in their eyes, but they didn't show too much shock. This was because after Chu Bei easily killed a group of people from the Dark Demon Palace, they were already sure that Chu Bei had advanced into the Pseudo-Celestial Emperor tier. As a Pseudo-Celestial Emperor, he naturally could easily pass these 3 tests without using any tricks. In a short few minutes, Chu Bei passed another 2 tests. At this time, the atmosphere in the plaza had already begun to rise. The silence was gone, and there was a clamor everywhere. All of this was because of Chu Bei's previous battle. He had easily defeated his opponent again. However, the opponent last time was no longer a celestial king, but a genuine first heaven pseudo-celestial emperor. You have passed the current test and can establish a 1-star monarch-level faction. Do you wish to proceed to the next test? You have passed the next test and can establish a 3-star monarch-level faction. This time, the Origin Sky Pavilion cultivator's tone was clearly more respectful. Even the number 1 force, the Origin Sky Pavilion, was extremely welcoming of pseudo-celestial emperor elites. Continue. As Chu Bei's light voice fell, a strange mechanical sound rang out in the plaza. In the next moment, a humanoid puppet appeared from the lingering ripples. It walked step by step towards Chu Bei. Its body trembled slightly as if it had a life of its own, and a heart-palpitating red mist appeared all over its body. Under the gazes of countless people, a layer of green armor covered the surface of the magic puppet's body. At the same time, 2 dots of black light shot out from its eyes. Next, a series of friction sounds rang out from the puppet's body, and a ferocious and terrifying aura spread out. This is an emperor puppet. It's said that this emperor puppet was personally refined by Emperor Yuan. Although this is only an energy projection of the emperor puppet, it still has the strength of a 3rd heaven pseudo-celestial emperor. Do you think this unknown expert can defeat the emperor puppet? Feeling the terrifying emperor aura released by the puppet, the expressions of the experts in the plaza changed drastically. Roar. A loud roar that seemed to come from ancient times reverberated throughout the surging waves mountain from the spherical ripples. The terrifying sound wave containing the emperor's aura spread far and wide, spreading across the entire 100-flower emperor state. At this moment, the emperor puppet was like an ancient emperor beast that had just awakened from a deep slumber. The roar was filled with heart-palpitating cruelty and brutality, as if it was filled with endless destruction and slaughter. The source of the roar seemed to represent the world's most terrifying calamity. If not for the powerful immortal emperor power contained in the spherical ripples, the battlefield would have collapsed under the emperor puppet's roar. Interesting. Chu Bei glanced indifferently at the emperor puppet, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He was increasingly curious about the strength of the number 1 immortal emperor, Yuan. He could actually refine an inanimate object into something so terrifying, and this was only an energy projection. Of course, this energy emperor puppet was no threat to him at all. Chapter 636. Buzz buzz buzz. On the battlefield, the emperor puppet seemed to have no self-awareness. As if it was being controlled by some invisible force, it roared again. In the next moment, endless mysterious runes gushed out from its body. The withered palm, which seemed to be refined from wood, slapped towards Chu Bei quickly and heavily, carrying with it a monstrous emperor's aura. Looking closely, there were stars spinning in the palm of the emperor puppet. A river of stars churned, a star field opened up, and chaos lingered. There was even a path of reincarnation faintly discernible. Chu Bei did not dodge, nor was he afraid. However, compared to before, he did not move at all. This time, his purple robes fluttered as he punched out. His fist did not look big, but it released a gorgeous light. Many bright runes interweaved, as if it was splitting the world apart, carrying with it a boundless emperor's aura. Boom! The world-shaking collision caused the entire surging wave mountain to wail and tremble. In the terrifying ripples, all kinds of emperor runes surged out, crazily suppressing the aftermath of the collision between Chu Bei and the emperor puppet. That mysterious person actually took it. It seems that he really is a third-level quasi-immortal emperor. I just don't know if he can defeat the emperor puppet. It's a bit difficult. If he wants to defeat the emperor puppet, he probably has to at least step into the fourth level. However, you also know that there are 9 levels of quasi-immortal emperors. Every 3 levels is a heavenly abyss. Those who can enter the fourth level from the third level are 10 to 20%. With his strength, even if he can't defeat the emperor puppet, at least he doesn't have to worry about being killed. Even if he can't defeat it, he can still retreat. In the square, countless spectators stared at the battlefield with full attention, their faces filled with shock. However, as soon as they started discussing, a scene that left them flabbergasted occurred. The fist that had successfully blocked the emperor puppet's palm did not stop. Instead, it continued to charge forward. Crack! Along with a clear and melodious sound, the emperor puppet's withered palm collapsed into pieces. The revolving stars, surging rivers of stars, the coiled chaos, and the faintly discernible path of reincarnation had all vanished. Then, the multicolored fist directly bombarded the emperor puppet's body. With another explosion, a surging emperor aura filled the air, and the energy emperor puppet was torn apart. How is this possible? The emperor puppet actually exploded. This is the first time we've fought. Could it be that he had already stepped into the fourth stage realm? Otherwise, how could he have destroyed the emperor puppet in one strike? The group of experts was stunned. They stared blankly at the emperor golem, which had exploded into countless pieces. When they looked back at Chubei, their faces were filled with shock. Amidst the buzzing sounds, the emperor puppet's body began to move. However, before it could reform, a golden disc appeared and swallowed it. "IIT's gone." The group of experts stared at the disc in astonishment. Their faces were filled with extreme shock. "Yes. If you pass the current test, you will be able to establish a 3-star Super King class organization." "Yes. Do you wish to proceed to the next test? If you pass, you will be able to establish a 6-star Supreme King class organization." The Genesis Sky Pavilion cultivator also returned to his senses. However, he was clearly still not completely calm. His voice trembled as he looked towards Chubei with an additional trace of respect. At this time, he no longer dared to underestimate Ju Yuan. As long as a quasi-immortal emperor who had stepped into the third stage was willing to join the Genesis Sky Pavilion, he would immediately be conferred a significant position. It was far from what he could compare to. "Continue." The same words drifted out from Chubei's mouth. "What? Continue? A 6-star test? I've never seen one in countless eras." "Me too." However, it said that only 7th stage quasi-immortal emperors can pass. In the entire 100-flower emperor province, the number of 6-star Supreme King class organizations can be counted with 2 hands. Even if he can't pass, he should be able to escape unscathed. After hearing Chubei's words, the surrounding experts' eyes lit up with anticipation once again. Rumble. In the test area covered by the spherical ripples, a great Tao of chaos appeared. All sorts of phenomena overlapped on this great Tao. There were densely packed emperor runes, dazzling blooming great Tao flowers, spiraling golden lotuses, and flying divine birds. As the crowd watched with bated breath, a living being walked over on the path. His figure was very blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. However, one could see that he wore a black gold crown and had a tall figure. Various seals surrounded him, and the oppressive aura he released when he walked through the ripples was suffocating. This was a terrifying existence whose strength was far above the emperor puppet. Is that person also a projection? The experts in the square looked at each other and made their own guesses. "Greetings, Lord Ku Wu." When this living being appeared, all the Genesis Sky Pavilion cultivators on Kang Lang Mountain bowed respectfully. The other party was indeed an energy clone, but it did originate from a perfected quasi-immortal emperor. In terms of strength, this energy clone's strength was equivalent to a peak 6-stage quasi-immortal emperor. The energy clone sized up Chubei with some confusion in his eyes, as if he was surprised that he couldn't see through the other party. The energy clone asked, "Why haven't I seen you before? Haven't I seen you now?" Chubei said with a smile. Then let me have a taste of your strange aura. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy clone's eyes narrowed, and rich quasi-immortal Emperor origin power surged out from his body. In an instant, the assessment area erupted. Endless misty light peeled off from the ripples and surged toward Chu Bei. Almost at the same time, a disk appeared in the energy clone's hand. The level of the aura it contained clearly surpassed the quasi-immortal Emperor level. That's the Immortal Emperor Chaos Disk. In the plaza, the spectators recognized the Chaos Disk and couldn't help but exclaim. In the Chaos domain, every Immortal Emperor expert would refine a few Immortal Emperor weapons in their free time and give them to their followers. There was a record called the Immortal Emperor Record, which recorded the Immortal Emperor weapons that had existed since countless epochs. It's really an Immortal Emperor weapon that was refined by an Immortal Emperor and carries the true might of an Immortal Emperor. Do you still think he can retreat safely? Everyone's eyes instantly fell on the Chaos Disk, and their expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed. In a few breaths' time, the entire surging wave mountain was filled with the might of an Immortal Emperor carried by the Chaos Disk. All kinds of terrifying and strange runes lingered around, and even immortal kings felt an inexplicable sense of fear. This was an emperor power that far surpassed their immortal power. Under such an aura, they couldn't summon any will to resist. Suppress. The energy clone looked coldly at Chu Bei. With a cold shout, the Chaos Disk rumbled and fell toward Chu Bei with monstrous might. The moment the Chaos Disk blasted out, the expressions of all the cultivators on the battlefield froze. Even though they were separated by the spherical chaos ripples, they were still affected by the might of an immortal emperor from the Chaos Disk, and the flow of immortal power in their bodies slowed down. At this moment, all the spectators on the plaza felt extremely suffocated. It was an instinctive fear. Although an immortal emperor weapon was only a weapon refined by an immortal emperor and not an immortal emperor himself, it carried the might of an immortal emperor and couldn't be underestimated. Chapter 637. It's just a mere emperor weapon. On the battlefield, Chu Bei spoke. His voice was calm from the beginning until the end. His words seemed to be directed at his energy doppelganger, but at the same time, it seemed to be directed at all the experts watching the battle. With a buzzing sound, a tree branch appeared in Chu Bei's hand. The tree branch was very beautiful, filled with all kinds of dazzling divine light, and tens of thousands of different auras flowed around it. Chu Bei smiled faintly when the Chaos Disk came crashing over, and he met it with the dazzling tree branch. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the Chaos Disk collided with the dazzling tree branch in Chu Bei's hand. A clear and melodious sound resounded. Under the gazes of countless experts, the gorgeous branch sliced the Chaos Disk into pieces like tofu. How is this possible? When the Chaos Disk shattered, the spectating experts were first stunned, then they quickly fell into a state of shock, their faces filled with disbelief. An immortal emperor weapon that existed in the Emperor Register had shattered just like that. And it had been shattered by a tree branch. Could it be that the tree branch in his hand is also an immortal emperor weapon? Even if they're both immortal emperor weapons, the difference between the two shouldn't be that great. It was just a single collision. How could one side have directly collapsed? There are only two possibilities for this to happen. First, the Chaos Disk is fake. Second, the tree branch in his hand is not only an immortal emperor weapon, but also an origin source emperor weapon. Judging from the aura of the Chaos Disk, it can't be fake. Moreover, Master Ku Wu's energy clone is already a peak 6th layer quasi-immortal emperor, so how could it be holding a fake immortal emperor weapon? As for the second possibility, it's even more impossible. An origin source emperor weapon is something that follows the immortal emperor's Tao. Every immortal emperor expert only has one, and it's impossible for them to give it to others. Then explain, what's with that tree branch? This. On the plaza, the spectating experts stared blankly at the shattered Chaos Disk and the dazzling tree branch in Chu Bei's hand. What's going on? The Origin Sky Pavilion cultivators were also stunned. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Origin Emperor weapon. When the Chaos Plate shattered, the energy avatar trembled. His face twitched. Clearly, this chaos plate was extremely important to him. However, when he looked at the branch in Chubei's hand, his face was filled with shock. Chubei didn't say anything and just continued to wave the branch in his hand. This was a level 21 item that he had previously purchased from the system. At this level, there were not many items available in the system, and most of them were not introduced in detail. As for this branch, it was simply labeled as having come from something called an origin tool. As Chubei waved the branch in his hand, a rainbow-colored rainbow transformed into a surging river that surged toward the energy clone. As if it sensed the terrifying aura contained within the rainbow-colored divine rainbow, the energy clone's expression changed. Then, with a loud shout, dense purple energy gushed out of his body. Then, a terrifying and majestic pressure seeped out of his body. As his eyes opened and closed, the sky cracked and countless stars turned into dust. However, just as his quasi-immortal Emperor-level attack was formed and before it could be launched, it was dissolved by the rainbow-colored divine rainbow with a buzz. In the next moment, the rainbow-colored divine rainbow swept toward the energy clone like a surging river. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the energy clone was forcibly refined into nothingness by the power of the divine rainbow. He won. He won again. Oh my God! Has he entered the 7th stage? He must be from another Emperor Prefecture. Why did he come to our 100-flower Emperor Prefecture to establish a force? Looking at the rainbow-colored divine rainbow in the spherical ripple battlefield, the spectating experts gasped when they came back to their senses. Lord Ku Wu has been defeated. You have passed the current assessment and can establish a 6-star Supreme King level force. Do you wish to proceed to the next assessment? If you pass, you can establish a 9-star Supreme King level force. After a long time, the cultivator from the Origin Sky Pavilion recovered from his shock. When he looked at Chubei again, his gaze became even more respectful, and even a little nervous. Continue. Chubei smiled knowingly and gave the same answer. Hearing Chubei's words, the spectating experts took a deep breath in unison. In the next assessment, this meant that the other party would have to face a 9th stage quasi-immortal Emperor-level expert. As the experts waited nervously, a huge circular gap appeared in the assessment area. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the gap, and a dazzling golden path extended out. The sound of the great Tao rang out, and a figure slowly walked out. It was a middle-aged man dressed in simple green clothes. The moment he arrived, the entire spherical ripple seemed to churn. This was a phenomenon that did not occur when the energy clone appeared earlier. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back. After sweeping his gaze across the crowd in the plaza, his gaze fixed on Chubei. He smiled and nodded in greeting. Who is this person? Needless to say, he must be one of the higher-ups of the Origin Sky Pavilion. Is he the examiner of the 9 stars Supreme King level force? Logically speaking, his strength should have reached the 9th stage quasi-immortal Emperor level. The spectating experts' gazes landed on the green-clothed man. Their gazes were filled with admiration, and some were suspicious. However, unlike the spectating experts, the Origin Sky Pavilion cultivators' expressions changed drastically when they saw the green-clothed man's appearance. Their expressions were filled with shock as though they had encountered an unexpected situation. Your Majesty, how could it be your projection? It's the 9 stars assessment. Shouldn't you come out after the Emperor-level force assessment? After regaining their senses, the Origin Sky Pavilion staff hurriedly kowtowed to the green-clothed man. Their expressions were incomparably respectful. What? Could he be Origin Emperor? The person ranked first on the Great Domain's Immortal Emperor rankings. No, this is Origin Emperor's energy projection, but as far as I know, Origin Emperor's energy projection is the last assessment. Once he passes, it represents the birth of an Emperor-level force. It should be the 9 stars Supreme King level force assessment. To defeat Origin Emperor's energy projection, one would have to truly enter the Immortal Emperor stage. I've never heard of a perfected quasi-immortal Emperor-level force. Upon hearing the Origin Sky Pavilion cultivator's words, the spectating experts in the plaza instantly turned ashen. Every one of them felt as though they had been struck by a bolt from the blue, or as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. Their entire bodies were numb. The appearance of Origin Emperor's energy projection was too sudden and unexpected. They were all caught off guard. Doesn't this mean that it's very unfair to that person? Against Origin Emperor's energy projection, he's bound to lose. He can only stop at the 6-star Supreme King level force, an expert said. Chapter 638. He's the Pavilion Master of the strongest Emperor-level faction, the Origin Sky Pavilion. On the square, all the experts were dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Their brains had already lost the ability to think. They stood there like wooden blocks, staring blankly at the azure-robed man. I'm so lucky to see the strongest celestial emperor in the myriad heavens, even if it's just an energy projection. The group of experts took a deep breath. Their shocked expressions were as fast as lightning. On the battlefield, Chu Bei glanced at the azure-robed man. His expression became a little serious. The energy projection in front of him was roughly equivalent to a perfected celestial emperor. He was not afraid. However, the aura that the other party unintentionally released gave him a sense of oppression. He was certain that even the celestial emperor realm had more detailed divisions. At the very least, he did not have any confidence in defeating the Origin Sky Emperor's true body behind this energy projection. Your aura is very special. However, I've encountered people similar to you before. The Origin Sky Emperor spoke. He was seriously sizing up Chu Bei. If you win, you can naturally create an Emperor-level faction. If you lose, you can create a 9-star Supreme Monarch-level faction. Even if you lose, you'll at least be a 9-star Supreme Monarch-level faction. Damn, Lord Origin Sky Emperor is very reasonable. It seems like he's taking advantage of the situation. In our 100 Flowers Emperor province, other than the 100 Flowers Valley founded by the 100 Flowers Empress, there are only 3 9-star Supreme Monarch-level factions: the Dark Demon Hall, the Tiangang Sect, and the Misty Illusory Manor. If nothing goes wrong, there will be 4 after today. I just don't know the name of his faction. I don't want to create a faction anymore. I'll just join his faction. In the square, the group of powerhouses discussed animatedly, and clamorous noises rose from all directions. No matter how strong you are, you're just an energy projection. Is there a need for the next test? Chu Bei calmly looked at the azure-robed man. I still have to go through the process. As the azure-robed man's laughter fell, there was a loud rumble. The test area that was enveloped by the spherical ripple was instantly enveloped by a black light. At that moment, whether it was the experts in the plaza or the Origin Sky Pavilion cultivators, their souls trembled. Gradually, all that was left in his line of sight was darkness. No matter how powerful their divine senses were, they were unable to detect what was happening in the test area. Does this mean that I can't continue watching the battle? The group of experts stared blankly at the battlefield, their faces filled with regret. Looks like we can only wait for the results. The group of powerhouses felt rather helpless, and their voices were filled with anxiety. At the same time, in the assessment battlefield, the moment the black light filled the area evolved into an independent world. Looking closely, many of them were holding weapons, but most of them were broken. As far as the eye could see, this place was filled with primal chaos, and there were no signs of it being opened. However, all kinds of illusions appeared in the chaos. There were surging galaxies, floating star regions, moving stars, and countless chaotic creatures. At this moment, Chu Bei was floating in the void of this chaos world. His eyes were closed as if he was recuperating. Boom! Right at this moment, there was a loud sound of thunder. A huge mountain peak appeared in the void above Chu Bei's head. The mountain peak was surrounded by countless Dao flowers, and it burst open from the middle. The light of the Dao was dazzling, and a terrifying divine chain carrying the aura of an emperor descended. Chu Bei's expression did not change, and he casually raised his hand to meet the attack. Colorful ripples shot out from his palm, instantly shattering the terrifying divine chain. After the first divine chain was destroyed, the sound of thunder rang out again, and even more terrifying divine chains came crashing down one after another. From the first divine chain, which was equivalent to the full force attack of a first-level quasi-immortal emperor, to the ninth divine chain, which was equivalent to the full force attack of a ninth-level quasi-immortal emperor, Chu Bei shattered all of them. If I'm not wrong, you should be from another large region. Otherwise, an immortal emperor expert would not suddenly appear in this large region of chaos. The divine chain disappeared, and the azure-robed man appeared. As he spoke, he launched a terrifying attack at Chu Bei. Chu Bei opened his eyes and smiled at the azure-robed man, nodding as he neutralized the opponent's attack. You've passed the test. After an unknown period of time, the azure-robed man's figure began to turn transparent. His energy had been completely depleted, and there was no need to continue fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and a Dao flower shot out. In the next moment, his figure completely disappeared. It was also at this moment that the surrounding black light disappeared, and the chaotic world disappeared. Look, we can see the battlefield again. Hey! Where did the Origin Theater's energy clone go? Could it be that the battle is already over? In the plaza, some of the spectating experts were the first to exclaim, "Rumble." However, before they could guess, there was a loud bang in the distant chaotic sky. Hundreds of millions of Dao flowers bloomed, intertwining to form 10 eye-catching words. Emperor-level faction, all heavens shop established. The same phenomenon occurred not only in the sky above the surging waves mountain, but also in the sky above the 100-flower emperor state, the entire sky above high heavens, and every corner of the large region of chaos. Emperor-level faction. How is that possible? Does that mean the Origin Theater's energy clone has been defeated? That means he's a true immortal emperor. Heavens! An immortal emperor. No wonder he could shatter the chaos disk. Looking up at the words in the sky, the crowd of experts on the Blue Wave Square recovered from their shock and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Look at the sky. After 1,000,000 years, another emperor-level faction has finally been born. Judging from the color, the immortal emperor's assessment location is above high heavens, as expected of one of the strongest 9 regions. Doesn't that mean there are 40 immortal emperors above high heavens now? All heavens shop. I wonder what the conditions are for him to join. Experts in every corner of the large region of chaos looked up at the sky and stared at the words in the sky, unable to recover their senses for a long time. Southwest of the 100-flower emperor state, Snow region, Ice Soul Immortal Sect. Sect Master, why does this all heavens shop sound so familiar? In front of a majestic hall, dozens of figures stared at the sky, dumbfounded. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in white robes. All heavens shop. It's the All Heavens shop. Before the middle-aged man could speak, a white-haired elder seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "The immortal emperor that young Miss followed said he was going to establish the All Heavens shop. I didn't expect it to be established so quickly, and it's really an emperor-level faction. This is an opportunity for Tong Tong, an emperor-level faction," the middle-aged man muttered to himself. Hesitation appeared in his eyes as he spoke. Although he had established the Ice Soul Immortal Sect, with his strength as an immortal king, he would most likely be at the bottom of the hierarchy if he joined an emperor-level faction. However, if he joined the All Heavens shop, he would definitely be a senior figure. After all, the immortal emperor had told him before he left that he could join the All Heavens shop as long as he was no longer the sect master of the Ice Soul Immortal Sect. Sect Master, this is also an opportunity for you. You should go, a white-haired elder said when he noticed the man's expression. Chapter 639. Sky Market. One of the 9 most powerful domains in the chaotic multiverse. The Cloud Cliff Pavilion was located in the northwest of Sky Market. It was a supreme king-class force. After 1,000,000 years, another emperor-class force has been born. That's the direction of high heavens. All Heavens Shop. The name of this emperor-class force is quite interesting. Could this immortal emperor have been a merchant when he first started cultivating? On the various main peaks, countless disciples raised their heads to look at the sky, each and every one of them extremely astonished. Lord Hongmeng, what's wrong? Do you know about this All Heavens Shop? A disciple noticed the strange expression on the Lord's face and asked tentatively. "You're finally here," the Lord murmured. Then, he swept his gaze across the disciples beside him and sighed. "Perhaps, this all-heavens shop is a better home for me." "Lord Hong-meng, what do you mean? Are you leaving?" A disciple seemed to have heard something and immediately asked. "There are some things that I have to talk to the pavilion master face to face. Perhaps, I'll be leaving the Cloud Cliff Pavilion soon." With that, Hong-meng walked toward the highest peak. Above high heavens, Emperor Province under the moon. In the middle of Emperor Province, on a sacred mountain surrounded by galaxies, a slender figure stood in the ethereal immortal fog. Her hair danced in the wind, and the river of time flowed in her eyes. Two emperors in one province, huh? Interesting. The woman looked in the direction of surging Wave Mountain. Her exquisite and flawless facial features were outlined with a playful expression. Like Centaurea Empress, she was also an empress, one of the 39 immortal emperors in high heavens. Above high heavens, Emperor Province. This large province was just like its name. At a glance, there was no sign of life. It could even be said that this huge Emperor Province only existed for one immortal emperor. Looking across, the reddish-brown land seemed to be stained with blood. It was cold and desolate. Desolation and emptiness coexisted. Some huge rocks stood on the ground sporadically. At first glance, they looked like tombstones. The world was dark, and the faint black fog added a gloomy feeling to this Emperor Province. The endless reddish-brown land was distant and dead. There was no sign of life at all. The 40th. I wonder who is stronger between you and that guy from 100 Blossoms. What's his rank on the monarch ranking? In the depths of the reddish-brown earth, a distant and low voice came out. A beam of light pierced through the heavens and landed on the eye-catching words intertwined with the flowers of the Tao. High heavens, Star Ocean Emperor State. Whoosh, this Emperor District was especially special. It had no land and was completely a boundless silver ocean. From time to time, waves rolled up like a metal storm hitting the shore. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud noise, the sea surface seemed to have been sliced by a heaven-reaching giant sword, splitting into two. Then, immortal Emperor aura seeped out, crossing the past, present, and future. All Heaven's Shop, what an interesting name. An imposing figure appeared on the surface of the sea. A pair of cold eyes stared at the sky. Everything shook, and the river of time became chaotic at this moment. Above high heavens, on the floating island Emperor District. As far as the eye could see, Emperor District was formed by countless islands. On every island, there were innumerable powerhouses living there. Looks like there's another competitor now. In the air above one of the largest islands, an illusory figure appeared. The aura of an immortal emperor leaked out, causing people to be intimidated. The immortal emperors in high heavens woke up one after another and muttered to themselves. 100 Flowers Emperor State, surging Wave Mountain. Chu Bei had just returned to the plaza when a group of Origin Sky Pavilion cultivators immediately came forward to greet him respectfully. Lord Immortal Emperor, may I know where your All Heavens shop is located? It's an Emperor-level faction. Please let us record and advertise it for you. This way, you can avoid some unnecessary trouble. At least no ignorant people will rashly barge into your territory, a Origin Sky Pavilion cultivator said. Chu Bei thought for a moment and said, Black Blood Island. What? Black Blood Island? Isn't that one of the forbidden areas? Why did you choose that place? Legend has it that even a quasi-immortal emperor never returned. Upon hearing Chu Bei's words, the Origin Sky Pavilion cultivators were stunned. Then, their faces were filled with shock. The surrounding experts also looked surprised. What? Is there a problem? Chu Bei asked with a smile on his face. Upon hearing Chu Bei's words, the Origin Sky Pavilion cultivators were stunned. They seemed to recall something and hurriedly said, if it's you, there shouldn't be a problem. To them, Black Blood Island was a forbidden area. However, to an immortal emperor, it might be no different from an ordinary area. The Emperor-level faction All Heavens Shop has been established. Mission completed. Reward, Host has obtained the right to use a level 22 product. At that moment, the system's voice sounded in Chubei's mind. Greetings, Lord Immortal Emperor. As time passed, the spectating experts also reacted and immediately cupped their fists and bowed to Chubei. Chubei nodded slightly. I wonder if any of you are interested in joining my All Heavens shop? An expert probed, Lord Immortal Emperor, what are your requirements? All of you have personally witnessed the establishment of the All Heavens shop and are fated with it. Those among you who have reached the true immortal stage can join the All Heavens shop, Chubei said casually. What? True immortal stage is enough. The experts in the plaza were instantly tempted. Every Emperor-level faction had extremely high requirements for the first batch of people they recruited. They were usually quasi-immortal emperors. At this moment, an Emperor-level faction was placed in front of them. As long as one was at the true immortal stage, they could become a senior figure. Lord Immortal Emperor, I'm willing to join. Me too. The spectating experts expressed their opinions one after another, fighting to be first. From now on, Black Blood Island will be removed. Its name will only be the All Heavens shop. Chubei spoke again. His voice carried supreme emperor power and spread throughout the entire All Heavens chaotic domain. As his dignified voice fell, Chubei's gaze swept across the surrounding experts. Tomorrow, the All Heavens shop will wait for everyone. The matter here is settled. Follow Master on the road. Chubei came to the three unnamed disciples and looked at them one by one. Biyu Xian raised his head and asked tentatively, Master, where are we going next? The Dark Demon Palace. Chubei smiled and patted Biyu Xian's head. Upon hearing the location that Chubei mentioned, Biyu Xian was first stunned and then asked uncertainly, Master, are you going to save my parents? After seeing Chubei nod, Biyu Xian immediately kowtowed to Chubei and was extremely excited. Disciple thanks Master. Chubei smiled knowingly. Colorful ripples rippled on the surface of his body and he disappeared with Biyu Xian, Bing Tongtong, and Little Long Huang. Chapter 640. 100 Flower Emperor State, Central Region. In the middle of a vast mountain range, an exceptionally majestic hall stood majestically. The hall was surrounded by clouds and mist, making it seem majestic. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was actually a layer of black mist on the surface of the hall. As the mist surged, it gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. At this moment, there were groups of black-robed figures sweeping back and forth in every corner of this mountain range. It was as if there was an inescapable net. The person with the weakest aura was actually a powerhouse who had ignited their divine fire. This mountain range was where the Dark Demon Hall, one of the 3 supreme king-level forces of the 100 Flower Emperor State, was located. At this moment, there were close to 100 figures in the hall. Every one of them had an immortal aura circulating around their bodies. All of them were looking at the Jade Stone's projection of Chubei killing their 2 great protectors with gloomy expressions. Hallmaster, I'm afraid this guy isn't an immortal king anymore, right? Finally, a man broke the dead silence in the hall and couldn't help but ask. We've all misjudged. This is a quasi-immortal emperor. A black-robed elder sat at the head of the table. His gaze swept across everyone in the hall as he sighed. Hallmaster, what should we do now? Someone asked. A quasi-immortal emperor is no longer someone we can deal with. Let's ask the Vice Hallmaster and the others to come out of seclusion first, the black-robed elder said faintly. At the same time, in a sinister plaza of the Dark Demon Hall, the extremely miserable and painful cries of a man and a woman echoed. The Hallmaster is about to come out of seclusion. We don't have time to waste with you. Tell us about the Source Heaven Stone, and we'll spare your lives. A sinister and cold voice rang out, filled with intense anger. In the sky above the vast plaza, stars floated, and black rivers surged. Black stone pillars that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall towered into the sky. Each stone pillar was covered with strange emperor runes. Pitch-black chains extended from the stone pillars, intersecting and outlining the central region of the plaza. At the end of the chains, a man and a woman were bound. Their expressions were extremely painful, and their bodies were almost transparent. On the surface of their bodies, there were 4 black chains wrapped around their limbs like vines, causing them to be unable to move. At the same time, they could vaguely see a dark aura on the chains that was constantly nibbling away at their souls and bodies. Bu Xian, that little fellow, will be brought back soon. At that time, let's see if you can bear to watch him die. In front of the man and woman, a true immortal had an extremely gloomy expression. Xian. No, impossible. Hearing the true immortal's words, panic surged in the bound woman's eyes. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her expression abruptly changed. This was because in her perception, the flesh and bone that she had planted an imprint on had really appeared, and was getting closer and closer to her. Father, mother. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in their ears. Xian. The woman turned her head and looked around with an anxious expression on her face. Not only her, but the man beside her also became nervous. Although they were not afraid of death, they still had a weakness, and this weakness was their children. If their child was really captured, they weren't sure if they could keep the news about the Source Heaven Stone. Not long after, the figure that they had missed for a long time appeared in their line of sight. In an instant, tears welled up in the couple's dry eyes. Don't hurt my child. The woman raised her head and looked at the sky. Her gaze shifted from Bu Xian to Chu Bei as she screamed. Mother, he's my master, Bu Xian hurriedly said when he heard the woman's shout. Master? Isn't he from the Dark Demon Hall? Hearing Bu Xian's words, the woman realized that she had made a mistake. When she looked at Chu Bei again, there was some guilt in her eyes. Bu Xian, you little fellow, you actually walked right into the trap. Seeing Chu Bei and his disciple, the true immortal was first stunned, then he laughed loudly. Father, mother, I've brought my master to save you. Seeing the man and woman in pain, Bu Xian's eyes also reddened. Men. Seize Bu Xian. The true immortal glanced at Chu Bei, then coldly snorted at his subordinates behind him. In the next moment, several divine rainbows flew toward Chu Bei, heading straight for Bu Xian. Bang! 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 However, before these supremes could get within 10 meters of Chu Bei, they seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force. Their bodies and souls swelled and exploded. Chu Bei didn't even look at the true immortal from the Dark Demon Hall. His gaze shot toward the pitch-black chains that bound the man and woman. In an instant, the pitch-black chains turned into nothingness. Thank you for saving us, benefactor. After regaining their freedom, the man and woman looked at Chu Bei in shock. When they came back to their senses, they cupped their fists at Chu Bei with gratitude. Then, they quickly flew to Bu Xian and hugged him tightly. Who are you? Looking at the group of subordinates who died without any warning, the true immortal's pupils suddenly shrank. Fortunately, he had always been cautious and didn't personally make a move just now. You don't have the right to know who I am. Chu Bei tilted his head and looked at the true immortal, his voice indifferent. No matter who you are, since you came to my Dark Demon Hall today, you must. Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, the true immortal from the Dark Demon Hall didn't even have time to finish his words before his body and soul exploded. He didn't even have time to scream. I didn't expect you to dare appear here. Soon, several figures appeared. There were more than 100 of them. They were the group of people who were in the hall earlier. Perhaps it was because they had seen the scene that Ghostfire sent back before he died, but none of the 100 figures, including the hall master, made a move. There was even some fear in their eyes. You still want to send people to kill me? Chu Bei put his hands behind his back and looked at the 100 figures in front of him mockingly. Just as Chu Bei finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from one of the halls in the distance. Then, a thick black fog surged out of the hall. Within the black fog, an old, skinny, skeleton-like figure with a sinister emperor's aura slowly hovered in the sky. As the black fog surged, one could vaguely see that the old man's face was extremely withered. His eyes were sunken, and 2 balls of ghostly fire danced in his eye sockets. There was a strange look about him. That's great. The deputy hall master has come out of seclusion. When they saw the old figure, the 100 figures instantly became excited. Is that him? His aura is really strange. The old figure walked over and glanced indifferently at Chu Bei. Countless stars circled around him as if he was a small world. A hoarse voice came from his mouth, making one's hair stand on end. Chapter 641. Dark Demon Hall's Deputy Hall Master. Recognizing the old figure, the BU couple's expressions changed drastically. They were very familiar with the Dark Demon Hall, one of the 3 supreme king-level forces. Other than the Hall Master, who was at the peak of the quasi-immortal Emperor realm, the Deputy Hall Master was the strongest. He was a 6th-stage quasi-immortal Emperor. In millions of years, you're the first person who dared to barge into my Dark Demon Hall. The weathered old man's gaze was fixed on Chu Bei. He was sizing him up as if he was trying to determine Chu Bei's exact cultivation level. Chu Bei smiled at the weathered old man. He had no intention of paying attention to him. His expression was as if he was looking at a clown. Arrogant. The weathered old man seemed to have noticed the disdain in Chu Bei's eyes. He was instantly enraged. With a raise of his hand, black mist gushed out from his palm, compressing the stars in the surroundings to the limit and blasting them towards Chu Bei. In my eyes, you're the same as them. Both of you are ants. Chu Bei pointed his finger. With a loud bang, the weathered old man's attack was neutralized. Then, without waiting for the weathered old man to reveal a surprised expression, Chu Bei waved his sleeve. A ripple shot directly into the deepest part of the Dark Demon Hall. To be more precise, the ripple entered the void above the hall in the deepest part of the palace. Rumble. With a loud bang, the void distorted and a river of stars flowed out. Who is it? In an instant, a cold shout filled with monstrous anger sounded from within. The majestic voice floated above the Dark Demon Hall and spread far and wide, shaking the souls of every cultivator. Then, all the halls rumbled and there was a strange buzzing sound. Then, a red-robed man walked over with a gloomy expression. Greetings, Hall Master. Hall Master, I didn't mean to disturb you. Everything was done by this intruder. When they saw the red-robed man, all the experts of the Dark Demon Hall, including the weathered old man, immediately bowed respectfully. It was not difficult to see that there was fear in their eyes. The red-robed man glanced at the weathered old man and the others with an expressionless face. Finally, his gaze landed on Chu Bei and he said in a low voice, "You deserve death." As he shouted, the red-robed man's eyes shot out 2 beams of resplendent light that were as red as blood. Black flames danced in his eyes, and a surging galaxy evolved. It was terrifying. At the same time, the killing intent in his eyes condensed into substance. The extremely rich quasi-immortal emperor power burst out, interweaving into a dense attack that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it shot towards Chu Bei. Chu Bei smiled but didn't say anything. His expression was as calm as ever. His eyes also burst forth with light, but they shot out multicolored rays of light that curled and interweaved into a beautiful divine rainbow that met the red-robed man's gaze. Bang! 2 beams of light collided. Another loud sound rang through the air. At the point of collision, the heavenly dome directly collapsed, large expanses of stellar regions exploding, stellar rivers flowing in reverse. He actually blocked the Hall Master's attack. How is this possible? The Hall Master is a perfected quasi-immortal emperor. In the entire 100 Flowers Emperor state, other than the 100 Flowers Empress and the other 2 Great Venerables, who else can block the Hall Master's attack? Could it be that he has also reached the Hall Master's level? Is he a perfected quasi-immortal emperor? Impossible. That was just a casual attack from the Hall Master. Seeing that the red-robed man's gaze had been blocked, the Dark Demon Hall elites revealed expressions of shock. However, just as they thought that the collision of the 2 probing attacks had disappeared, there was a whoosh, and the multicolored light shot into the red-robed man's eyes. The next moment, a painful roar rang out. "You deserve to die." The red-robed man roared. His eyes were invaded by the multicolored ripples, and blood dripped out. Facing the red-robed man's increasingly intense killing intent, Chu Bei still didn't care. He waved his sleeves and led the red-robed man to another battlefield. Clang! It was also at this moment, accompanied by the sound of metal vibrating, a giant axe appeared in the red-robed man's hand. It cut through the sky of the battlefield, and with a loud boom, it directly attacked Chu Bei. Wherever the giant axe passed, the surging quasi-immortal emperor power turned into a shocking storm, and all kinds of dark ancient beasts appeared. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they attacked Chu Bei. This is the Hall Master's origin weapon, the Netherworld Axe. The Hall Master is really angry. Recognizing the giant axe in the red-robed man's hand, the Dark Demon Hall Elite's expressions changed drastically. Although the sharp aura released by the axe blade wasn't targeted at them, it still made them feel a chill down their spine, and they couldn't summon any will to resist. However, when facing the red-robed man's axe, Chu Bei simply and directly clenched his fist to meet it without any fancy moves. Boom! Under countless gazes, a multicolored fist wrapped in chaotic aura collided with the giant axe. Just as the Dark Demon Hall elites were certain that Chu Bei would be cut into pieces by the axe blade, there was a crisp crack, and the giant axe shattered. The appearance of this scene directly stunned all the spectating cultivators. The Netherworld Axe is broken. He broke the Netherworld Axe with one punch. How is this possible? The Dark Demon Hall cultivators were numb, and they didn't know what to do. First, it was bleeding from his eyes, then the Netherworld Axe shattered. From the beginning, their Hall Master was at a disadvantage. Immortal Emperor. Finally, the red-robed man calmed down. This exchange of blows allowed him to determine Chu Bei's cultivation level. In an instant, the red-robed man's originally cold expression turned gloomy. "What? Are you afraid?" Chu Bei replied with a hint of a smile in his voice. Hearing Chu Bei's mocking words, the red-robed man snorted coldly. Although he was indeed a little panicked now, he also knew that it was too late no matter what he did now. Right now, he could only fight to the death. In an instant, resplendent drops of blood seeped out of the red-robed man's body and began to burn. Gradually, the red-robed man's pupils turned crimson. With just a glance, even an immortal king would lose his mind. It was incomparably terrifying. As the blood on the surface of his body burned, the red-robed man on the battlefield erupted with an even more terrifying boundless light. His aura was changing, as if he had temporarily stepped into the immortal emperor realm. His burning his origin blood essence. Palace Master, he was actually forced to take such a step. Where did that person come from? Is he really so terrifying? Could it be that he's from the 100-flower emperor state or even beyond the high heavens? Looking at the flames outside the red-robed man's body, the weathered elder and the other experts of the Dark Demon Hall gasped. When they looked at Chu Bei again, their expressions were extremely solemn and filled with disbelief. Fight! As the cold shout fell, the red-robed man's entire body was wrapped in flames. His entire body transformed into a wide saber and slashed at Chu Bei. At this moment, he had ascended to the extreme. If he won, he would never be able to step into the true immortal emperor realm in this lifetime. If he lost, he would die and his Tao would vanish. To the red-robed man, either outcome was not what he wanted, but he had no choice. Because from the beginning, he had been wrong. His opponent was actually an immortal emperor. As the red-robed man transformed into a wide saber, the void where the battlefield was instantly frozen. Rumble. The saber light was resplendent. Its sharp aura tore through the river of time and shattered the chaotic heavens. Its power was extremely powerful. At the tip of the saber, there was a miniature of the great heavens and various immortal emperor runes interweaving. Chapter 642. On the square, numerous gazes landed on the broad blade that the Hall Master of the Dark Demon Hall had transformed into. All the experts of the Dark Demon Hall, including the weathered old man, held their breaths as they stared intently at the battlefield. When they looked at Chu Bei again, there was no change in his expression. He was calm and composed. He took a step forward and transformed into a rainbow-colored divine rainbow. Various strange auras intertwined, and chaotic ripples were the main ones. Rumble. The divine rainbow and the broadsword collided, and the immortal emperor's aura surged. The aftermath of the collision shattered the spatial barrier of the battlefield and the profundities of the laws. In an instant, it swept across the high heavens and even the entire chaotic heavens. This battle aura. It's an immortal emperor. The battlefield is in the 100 Flowers Emperor province above the high heavens. Wasn't the emperor-level All Heavens shop also established in the 100 Flowers Emperor province? Could it be that one of the immortal emperors in the battle is the owner of the All Heavens shop? Very likely. As for the other immortal emperor, it must be the 100 Flowers Empress. No, the other immortal emperor's aura is very chaotic. He hasn't become an immortal emperor. Instead, he's a perfected quasi-immortal emperor who's burning his origin energy to the extreme. As the aftermath of the collision spread, more and more experts in the chaotic heavens were alarmed. Pairs of eyes pierced through the stars and landed on the battlefield. There was no lack of immortal emperors among them. On the battlefield, the divine rainbow and the broadsword intertwined and consumed each other's energy. Finally, under countless anxious gazes, the stalemate was broken. With a loud bang, there was a crisp cracking sound. The broadsword that was surrounded by the immortal emperor's aura was drowned by the divine rainbow. Then, there was a shrill scream. It was incomparably painful. Then, without waiting for the Dark Demon Hall Master's figure to escape, a dazzling golden disc fell from the divine rainbow and enveloped the broadsword in an instant. In the next moment, the rumbling in the battlefield disappeared, and it suddenly became quiet. Almost at the same time, the high heavens and the entire chaotic heavens fell silent. The cultivators who were originally talking noisily fell into shock. It's over. A perfected quasi-immortal emperor has fallen just like that. This is the inevitable result. The dignity of an immortal emperor is inviolable. Experts from every corner of the great domain of chaos spoke out. After killing the Dark Demon Hall Master, the rainbow-colored divine rainbow turned back into Chubei's appearance and floated back to the sky above the Dark Demon Hall. Lord Hall Master, he was killed. How could this be? Is he really an immortal emperor from another emperor province? The group of experts from the Dark Demon Hall stared at Chubei in shock, their faces filled with fear. Who are you? Meeting Chubei's gaze, the Dark Demon Hall's Vice Hall Master could not help but shiver as a chill crept up his back. He subconsciously raised his aura to the maximum and was on high alert at all times. The owner of all heaven's business. As his indifferent voice fell, Chubei smiled as he looked at the weathered old man. This can be considered as making up for your regrets before death. All Heaven's shop. The All Heaven's shop that just passed through an emperor-level faction. Hearing Chubei's words, the weathered old man seemed to have understood everything. However, it was already too late. The area where the Dark Demon Hall was located suddenly rumbled. An incomparably terrifying and mysterious power surged down like a river, pouring down in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. Many of the halls in the Dark Demon Hall collapsed and the stars in the mountains turned into nothingness. A series of miserable screams came from below. Dense black blood rays rose up until they disappeared in the air. Ah! The weathered old man's expression was twisted. He endured the pain and charged at Chubei. He knew that he was no match for him, but he had no other choice. The battle ended very quickly. In just 3 exchanges, the weathered old man with the strength of a 6th-level quasi-immortal emperor was killed by Chubei. His body and soul were both destroyed. The weathered old man died in battle, and the immortal kings and perfected immortal experts behind him were instantly annihilated. They could not resist at all. The Dark Demon Hall, one of the 3 supreme king-level factions, is gone just like that. Where did this immortal emperor come from? He destroyed a supreme king-level faction not long after establishing an emperor-level faction. Could it be that the Dark Demon Hall has touched his reverse scale? Or maybe he just wants to use this to establish his authority. No matter what the reason is, the All Heavens shop is not something we can provoke. More and more experts poked their heads out from the periphery of the Dark Demon Hall. They were all shocked. The gaze that he used to look at Chubei was filled with intense fear. In just a few breaths' time, A supreme king-level faction that stood at the peak of the Hundred Flowers Emperor region had been reduced to a pile of lifeless ruins. "Father, Mother, we've avenged our Bu clan," Bu Xian said to the Bu couple with wide eyes. "Thank you, benefactor, for avenging our Bu clan." The Bu couple looked at the ruins below. When they came back to their senses, they looked at each other and immediately knelt in front of Chu Bei. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. "Anyone who offended me will be killed." Chu Bei's face was expressionless. Although his voice was calm, it resounded in every corner of the chaotic heavens as if he was warning all the cultivators. "Benefactor, the reason the Dark Demon Hall destroyed our Bu clan and captured us was to force us to reveal the secret of the Source Heaven Stone." The Bu couple seemed to have made a decision and transmitted their voice to Chu Bei through divine consciousness. "I've heard about it," Chu Bei replied. "Benefactor, the secret we know is not the Source Heaven Stone, but the Source Heaven Stone mine." The Bu couple took a deep breath and began to tell Chu Bei all the secrets they knew about the incident. After a long while, the Source Heaven Stone mine. After listening to the Bu couple, Chu Bei's emotions finally stirred. A single Source Heaven Stone was already equivalent to an immortal Emperor weapon, let alone an entire Source Heaven Stone mine. It was rumored that among all the forces in the chaotic heavens, only the top 5 Emperor-level forces were in charge of the Source Heaven Stone mine. Unfortunately, according to the Bu couple, the Source Heaven Stone mine would only appear 30 years later. To other immortal emperors, 30 years might be just a blink of an eye, but to him, it was a very long time. Most importantly, he was not the only one who knew about this secret. Other immortal emperors had also learned about it through different channels. However, the immortal emperors who knew about this secret all kept it a secret, so it did not spread out. Rumble. At this moment, a new battlefield appeared in the north. The battle was equally intense. Emperor aura filled the air and was comparable to the battle between Chu Bei and the Dark Demon Hall Master. What's going on? It's another battle between immortal emperors. One wave just stopped and another came. What's going on today? 2 consecutive battles between immortal emperors. That's the 100 Blossom Empress. And the one she's fighting against is He Ling. Following the sounds of battle, all the experts in the high heavens looked over. Chapter 643. The Primordial Dragon Phoenix. It's him. He escaped from Zhuling Mountain and went after Centaurea Empress. So what if he's strong? Facing Centaurea Empress, the outcome will be the same as 1,000,000 years ago. Above the heavens, a group of experts looked at the battlefield in astonishment. 2 figures were fighting. One of them was a gigantic creature that looked like a dragon, yet not a dragon, yet not a phoenix. It could be said that it was the combination of 2 divine beasts. At a closer look, there were countless stars floating around the divine beast's body. As for the other figure, it was a black-clothed woman. Her appearance was not clear, giving people a feeling of illusory. However, with every movement of his, countless emperor flowers bloomed, bright and glistening. "Master, that's Daddy." Little Dragon Phoenix immediately recognized the primordial Dragon Phoenix. She shook Chu Bei's arm and exclaimed, "Rumble." The primordial Dragon Phoenix and the woman in black continued to exchange blows. However, from the looks of it, the primordial Dragon Phoenix was clearly at a disadvantage. It would occasionally let out earth-shattering roars, and its aura was extremely chaotic. On the other hand, Centaurea Empress was very calm. Her every attack was very casual. "When I learned that you had escaped, I didn't immediately attack. Instead, I gave you a chance. I didn't expect you to come to me again. Since you're so stubborn, I'll seal you away forever." Centaurea Empress' smile disappeared, and her voice became cold. "If you hadn't ambushed me back then and stole my opportunity, you wouldn't be the one to become a great emperor right now. It would be me." The ancient Dragon Phoenix scolded. Her voice was filled with anger. "What? Centaurea Empress stole the primordial Dragon Phoenix's opportunity to become an immortal emperor? I can't believe that happened. No wonder the primordial Dragon Phoenix went after Centaurea Empress as soon as it escaped. Hearing the primordial dragon phoenix's words, the experts were shocked. What's the point of bringing up the past? Centaurea Empress said indifferently. She reached out with her crystal palm and slapped at the primordial dragon phoenix. This time, Centaurea's attacks were no longer random, but filled with the power of an immortal emperor. The might of his palm strike was shocking to the extreme. It carried with it monstrous Emperor Dao symbols that covered the sky and shook the past, present, and future. Fight. Under this terrifying immortal emperor aura, the primordial dragon phoenix's half-immortal emperor power was obviously suppressed, but there was no fear on his face. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix could be heard as its enormous body shrank rapidly. It mobilized all of its immortal energy and the power of the star domain, compressing them to the limit at the tip of its claw as it met the palm of Blossom Empress. Rumble. On the battlefield, the heavens exploded, the rivers of stars churned, and Emperor's power surged. The ancient dragon phoenix's claw was broken. Golden blood spurted out, and a large area of dragon scales fell off. The primordial dragon phoenix was forced to retreat, but before it could recover, Flower Empress struck again, this time with even more ferocity. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Flora Empress' second attack landed on the primordial dragon phoenix's body. There was an explosion, and the ancient dragon phoenix's body was blasted into a pile of minced meat. Monarch's aura surged from the flesh and blood. Daddy. Looking at the scene on the battlefield, the little dragon phoenix immediately became anxious. However, as if he had thought of something, he immediately looked up at Chu Bei. Master, please save Daddy. He's no match for that woman. Clang. On the battlefield, there was the sound of metal clashing. Flower Empress' hands danced, and 4 chains made of Emperor's Dao flowers danced in her palms toward the primordial dragon phoenix's minced meat. This time, I'll seal you forever. Flower Empress' voice was cold and emotionless. Her voice carried with it an unparalleled majesty. Whoosh. However, just as the 4 chains were about to seal the primordial dragon phoenix, a towering ancient tree appeared on the battlefield. It was a strangely shaped ancient tree that exuded an ancient aura. It had tens of thousands of leaves, all of the same size, but all of them had different colors and shapes, each with their own unique characteristics. The branches and leaves swayed and buzzed. Thousands of different colors rippled above the ancient tree, occasionally changing into different shapes. At the same time, an extremely dense and refreshing aura spread out from the tens of thousands of leaves. It rippled in the battlefield, changing into a mystical scene. Above the ancient tree, there was a baby jumping. With a gentle wave of its small white hand, a ripple tore the 4 chains apart. What is that? It actually destroyed Flower Empress' seal. Countless cultivators stared blankly at the body ancient tree that had appeared on the battlefield. Just as they were flabbergasted, 2 more huge figures appeared beside the body ancient tree. They were the Tree of Enlightenment and the Underworld Tree. The 3 ancient trees formed a triangle. The moment their branches swayed, they changed positions and surrounded Flower Empress. After being nurtured by the system, the 3 ancient trees had entered the unparalleled realm. Whoosh! At that moment, the baby above the body ancient tree seemed to have received some kind of instruction. It looked in the direction of the primordial dragon phoenix. Its small white hand waved again. A misty and refreshing aura rippled between the branches and leaves, like a river, engulfing the primordial dragon phoenix. In a flash, the primordial dragon phoenix's flesh healed and reformed, returning to its original form. I hate people who meddle in other people's business the most. As Flower Empress' cold voice sounded, a huge imperial flower appeared beneath her feet. Thousands of visions intertwined within it. The immortal emperor's aura surged, frightening people to the core. Do you want to start a war with me? As she spoke, Chu Bei had already appeared on the battlefield. He hovered above the body ancient tree and looked calmly at Flower Empress with a smile. He could determine Flower Empress' cultivation level. Although he was not confident in killing her, defeating her should not be a problem. The owner of all heaven's shop. It's him. I was wondering who in the 100 Flowers Emperor state would dare to provoke Flower Empress. Heavens! From the looks of it, The two immortal emperors are going to fight. Could it be that the owner of All Heaven's shop has some kind of relationship with the primordial dragon phoenix? Otherwise, why would he help the primordial dragon phoenix? Looking at Chu Bei, who had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, the crowd of spectating experts revealed astonished expressions. Interesting. At that moment, gazes from all over the chaotic great realms shot toward the battlefield. All of them were powerful immortal emperors. Even in the great realms, immortal emperors stood at the peak. At the immortal emperor realm, it would take several epochs for one immortal emperor to kill another immortal emperor. For this reason, the immortal emperors seemed to have reached an agreement. Apart from the emperor ranking battles, they would not fight at any other time, let alone fight to the death. It was because immortal emperors rarely fought each other that Chu Bei's appearance on the battlefield against Flower Empress successfully piqued the interest of all the immortal emperors in the great realms. Chapter 644. It's You. The primordial dragon phoenix had recovered from its injuries. When it saw Bei's appearance, shock and gratitude flashed across its huge eyes. Chu Bei tilted his head to look at the primordial dragon phoenix, smiled, and nodded. The owner of the All Heaven's shop. Centaurea Empress stared at Chu Bei with a gloomy expression. As she harumphed coldly, Centaurea Empress' figure gradually disappeared. More accurately, she fused into the enormous imperial flower beneath her feet. The imperial flower bloomed, and tens of thousands of avatars intertwined as they charged towards Chu Bei with immortal emperor's aura. Since you want to fight, then I'll accept. Chu Bei's words were filled with a smile, and he did not look panicked at all. As he spoke, the body tree beneath him, the path understanding tree, and the underworld tree began to sway madly. Chu Bei's body became illusory, and for a moment, it seemed like he had turned into tens of thousands of avatars. However, when you looked again, it seemed like an illusion. At that moment, the battlefield seemed to have stopped for an eternity. Whether it was Centaurea Empress' attack or Chu Bei's attack, they seemed to have slowed down by billions of times. Under countless gazes, the two attacks containing immortal emperor's power slowly clashed. Boom. However, when the two attacks collided, everything seemed to have returned to normal. The terrifying immortal emperor's power instantly tore the battlefield into nothingness. Just as the shockwaves from the collision were about to spread out, a new battlefield appeared. Otherwise, let alone the 100-flower emperor state, the entire high heavens, and even the other large regions, would be affected. After all, this was a battle between immortal emperors. On the battlefield, the two terrifying immortal emperors' powers continued to surge, and the worlds collapsed one after another. After a while, the imperial flower exploded, and Centaurea Empress appeared and took 3 steps back. Immediately after, Chu Bei's figure appeared, and his aura was clearly more stable than Centaurea Empress. They're evenly matched. No, Centaurea Empress is slightly weaker. Looking at the two figures separated in the middle of the battlefield, the spectating experts reacted and cried out in surprise. Are you sure you want to oppose me because of it? Flower Empress locked her gaze on Chu Bei. Her face grew darker and darker, and her voice grew colder. From now on, he belongs to my All Heaven's shop. Chu Bei narrowed his eyes at Flora Empress, his voice growing deeper and deeper. Whether it's now or when I'm not around, if you dare to attack the people of All Heaven's shop, I will not only destroy you, but also destroy Flora Valley. At the end of his speech, Chu Bei's voice exploded in the entire grand domain of chaos like rolling thunder, shaking the souls of every cultivator. Clearly, his words were not only directed at Flora Empress, but also all the experts in the All Heavens, including other immortal emperors. As expected, immortal emperors are not easy to provoke. Haha, at our level, how can we not establish some dignity? That's true. When we first established our forces, our movements weren't necessarily smaller than his. All over the grand domain, immortal emperors were chatting and laughing. The might of an immortal emperor is not to be blasphemed. I'm definitely joining All Heaven's shop. With such a powerful leader, the other factions won't dare to offend us. After hearing Chu Bei's words, the experts who were already prepared to join All Heaven's shop became even more determined. Are you threatening this emperor? Centaurea Empress stared coldly at Chu Bei. Her aura rose again, and her expression darkened to the extreme. If you continue to fight, I won't rest until I'm dead. Chu Bei stared directly at Centaurea Empress. Colorful ripples surged around his body, and his aura was no weaker than hers. The strange atmosphere lasted for 15 minutes. Centaurea Empress snorted coldly. If anyone from All Heaven's shop dares to offend my 100-Flower Valley, I'll kill them without hesitation. Hearing this, a strange look appeared in the eyes of the crowd of onlookers. Although Centaurea Empress' aura was still unyielding, it was obvious that she had taken a step back. Chu Bei smiled and retracted his aura. After all, he didn't have much time left to use this level 21 item. If he really pushed her too far and fought to the death, he would have no choice but to use this level 22 item. Let's put aside your grudge with her for now. Even if you can't let it go, wait until you're an immortal emperor before you seek revenge, Chu Bei said to the primordial dragon phoenix. I know. The primordial dragon phoenix nodded at Chu Bei. You can stay in All Heaven's shop from now on, Chu Bei continued. All right. The primordial dragon phoenix agreed. So the primordial dragon phoenix has joined All Heaven's shop. Heavens. That means, other than the immortal emperor, All Heaven's shop has another peak quasi-immortal emperor. The experts were shocked. Even for an emperor-level faction, it was extremely difficult to recruit a peak quasi-immortal emperor. After all, a peak quasi-immortal emperor could already create their own super-monarch faction. The next day, majestic buildings rose from the ground in the area where Black Blood Island used to be. Looking around, there was a sea of people in every corner, and all of them exuded powerful auras. Even the weakest among them was a true immortal. Today, the Emperor-level faction, All Heaven's shop, was recruiting disciples. There was only one purpose for them to gather here, and that was to join All Heaven's shop and be under their protection. Chu Bei split into thousands of clones and allowed anyone who met the requirements to join. There were even 2 quasi-immortal emperors among the people who joined. At this moment, Chu Bei sensed a familiar aura and immediately looked toward the northeast. There, a divine rainbow quickly pierced through many starfields and appeared in front of Chu Bei. I thought you wouldn't come. The newcomer was Hong Meng, the strongest person in the coiling dragon plane, an 8th stage quasi-immortal emperor. Looking at your aura, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the 9th stage. Seeing a familiar face, Chu Bei couldn't help but smile. Do you want to consider joining All Heaven's shop? Why else do you think I'm here? With that, Hong Meng's smile faded and his expression turned solemn. He cupped his fists at Chu Bei. Hong Meng greets sovereign. Soon after, Chu Bei visited the other 39 emperor continents in high heavens. To be precise, he visited 39 immortal emperors and turned the area where Black Blood Island used to be into the 40th emperor continent. It was called All Heaven's shop's emperor continent. What shocked Chu Bei was that among the 39 immortal emperors, at least 30 of them were stronger than him. Of course, Chu Bei also joined the Supreme Alliance formed by all the immortal emperors in high heavens, becoming the 40th member. Since the emperor ranking battle had yet to begin, Chu Bei was naturally ranked last on the emperor ranking, which was the 40th place. Of course, this didn't mean he was the weakest. At the very least, Centaurea Empress was no match for him. As for the immortal emperor ranking of the entire Chaos Great Heavens, Chu Bei was still lacking and wasn't qualified to be listed. Chapter 645. Host will now enter the City of Trials. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Chu Bei's mind. Here we go again. Chu Bei looked helpless when he heard the system's voice. After a long while, Master, how long will you be in seclusion? In the All Heaven's shop, Bu Xian, Bing Tongtong, and little Long Huang stared at Chu Bei with widened eyes, reluctant to part with him. Maybe 3 days, maybe 30,000 years, maybe 3 million years. As for the specific time, it's hard for Master to say. Chu Bei stroked the heads of the 3 little fellows one by one and said with a smile. Boss, aren't you going to fight for the Source Heaven Stone Mine? The Bu couple walked up and bowed to Chu Bei. Let's leave it to fate. Chu Bei pretended to be carefree. Of course, he wanted the source Heavenstone mine, but who knew how long it would take for him to return to the chaotic All Heavens after leaving the City of Trials? After leaving some instructions, Chu Bei disappeared from the All Heavens shop and entered the City of Trials. In the void, Chu Bei looked at the familiar city below and landed. He started fighting with the ancient beasts in the city. Day after day, year after year. There was a mountain peak suspended in the starry sky, and it was covered in dense forests. As far as the eye could see, the mountain peak was surrounded by dense immortal qi. Even the dense forest inside had become overflowing with life. At that moment, a ripple appeared on top of the mountain, and a man in a purple robe emerged from it. The upper heavens seems to be making a lot of moves recently. I heard about it too. It seems that a source Heavenstone mine has appeared. However, it seems like only a handful of forces know where the source Heavenstone mine will appear. It's not just the source Heavenstone mine. Do you remember the All Heavens shop? That new Emperor-level force from 30 years ago? Of course we know. It's the only new Emperor-level force in the last tens of thousands of years. How could we not know? If I remember correctly, the sect leader of the All Heavens shop disappeared on the second day after it became an Emperor-level force. There are rumors that he went into seclusion, and there are also rumors that he wandered to gain enlightenment. In short, there's no news of him. That's right, it's the All Heavens shop. Then do you know about the grudge between the 100 Flowers Valley and the All Heavens shop? Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I have heard of it. It was said that the owner of the All Heavens shop had taken in 3 disciples in name, and one of them was Little Long Huang. Coincidentally, the little dragon phoenix's father was the ancient dragon phoenix. The primordial dragon phoenix and 100 Flower Empress had a grudge against each other. After their battle, the primordial dragon phoenix was defeated. However, just as the dragon phoenix was about to be suppressed forever, the owner of the All Heavens shop intervened and rescued the primordial dragon phoenix from the 100 Flowers Empress. Moreover, the 100 Flowers Empress seemed to be slightly weaker than the owner of the All Heavens shop. What I want to say is that the recent movements in the high heavens are related to the 100 Flower Valley and the All Heavens shop. 30 years ago, the 100 Flowers Empress and the All Heavens shop owner had verbally agreed to stay out of each other's way, but in reality, the two sides had been secretly clashing in recent years. At first, the 100 Flower Valley was just probing attacks, but later on, they became more and more aggressive. Don't keep us in suspense. What's the situation now? I don't know. I learned this from a fellow cultivator I made in the high heavens. Perhaps the All Heavens shop has already been destroyed by the 100 Flowers Valley. After all, the latter is only an Emperor-level faction founded 30 years ago. Compared to the 100 Flowers Valley, their foundation is still much weaker. Forget it. The All Heavens shop has nothing to do with us anyway. Its survival has nothing to do with us. In the sky above the mountain range, Chu Bei, who had just walked out of the City of Experience, overheard the group's conversation. His expression gradually turned ugly. He hadn't expected to step into the chaos great heavens again. It had been 30 years since he'd left. The source Heavenstone mine, which he'd thought was still far away, was about to appear. As for the All Heavens shop's current situation, it was the source of his anger. If what these people said was true, then the 100 Flowers Empress hadn't fulfilled her promise from 30 years ago. Rumble. Chu Bei crossed the great heavens domain. Before he arrived at the Emperor district of the All Heavens shop, he heard the sounds of an intense battle along the way. Looking over, he saw several figures crisscrossing above a valley, forming an extremely tragic battlefield. Bright blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, nearly 100 figures in white robes were hunting down 20 figures in green robes. The former's white robes were imprinted with several strange flowers that flowed with dense spots of light. The latter's robes were embroidered with the words All Heavens Shop. Due to the disparity in numbers, the 20 figures in the All Heavens Shop's robes were clearly losing ground. Most of the blood that was spilling in the air came from their bodies. Wind Armor, are you still going to struggle? I'll give you one more chance. If you're willing to let me plant the 100 Flowers seal, I'll spare your lives. The leader of the 100 Flowers Valley team said coldly, What's there to miss about an emperor-level faction that's only been established for 30 years? The leader of the White Robes was called Lung Ling. He was the 7th elder of the 100 Flowers Valley and had the strength of a 7th-level quasi-immortal emperor. He was ordered to ambush the people in the All Heavens shop. Unexpectedly, he hunted down one of the higher-ups of the All Heavens shop. Wind Armor was a 6th-level quasi-immortal emperor. He had an extraordinary status in the All Heavens shop. Since we've joined the All Heavens shop, how can we abandon the All Heavens shop because we're afraid of death? Wind Armor looked at Lung Ling expressionlessly. All kinds of treasured arts surged behind him. So what if you've destroyed the All Heavens shop? When the sect master returns, the 100 Flowers Valley will also be destroyed. The owner of the All Heavens shop disappeared the next day. I'm afraid he built the All Heavens shop for fun. Only idiots like you would really think of it as an emperor-level faction and protect it with your lives. Besides, so what if he returns? Our 100 Flowers Valley has the 100 Flowers Empress. Why should we fear him? Lung Ling sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand and said to Wind Armor, since you're unwilling to plant the 100 Flowers seal, we can only kill all of you. What a bunch of fools. Rumble. As soon as Lung Ling finished speaking, the 100 or so 100 Flowers Valley experts behind him burst forth with monstrous killing intent again. Waves of terrifying power swept out. All kinds of treasured arts were used and blasted toward the 20 people in the All Heavens shop led by Wind Armor. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. None of the experts in the All Heavens shop had fear on their faces. There was only endless fighting spirit. Bang! However, just as the people in the All Heavens shop were about to fight, an enormous chaotic palm descended from the sky. Chapter 646. The giant palm appeared very suddenly in the void, but it contained an endless amount of immortal emperor power. As the palm struck down, nearly 100 Flower Valley experts suddenly stopped in their tracks as if they had been imprisoned in an instant. What's going on? I can't move my body. This is the aura of an immortal emperor. Looking at the rippling giant palm that appeared out of nowhere, the 100 Flower Valley experts' pupils constricted. However, before they could even react, the chaos giant palm that carried the aura of an immortal emperor had already slammed down on their heads. With a loud bang, even someone as strong as Lung Ling, a 7th-stage quasi-immortal emperor, was reduced to nothingness after a few seconds. As for the 100 Flower Valley experts whose cultivation levels were lower than his, they were reduced to ashes the moment the giant palm landed. Witnessing this scene, the 20 All Heavens shop experts, including Feng Kai, were stunned and looked at each other. When they saw Chu Bei arrive, they were first stunned, then they all knelt down in unison. Greetings, Sect Master, they shouted in unison, their voices filled with excitement. Rise. Chu Bei's voice was calm as he lifted the 20 All Heavens shop experts with a wave of his hand. Sect Master, you're finally back. The All Heavens shop is in a very bad situation right now. Senior Long Huang, Senior Primordial Chaos, and the other disciples are probably in danger. Feng Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Chu Bei with great respect as he said hurriedly, I've returned this time to resolve this matter, Chu Bei replied faintly. He had personally recruited Feng Kai into the All Heavens shop back then. As for the other 19 people, they were very unfamiliar. They should have joined the All Heavens shop in the past 30 years. However, because Chu Bei's image had been widely circulated in the All Heavens shop, the other 19 experts immediately recognized Chu Bei, the owner of the All Heavens shop. At the same time, in the Emperor District of the All Heavens shop, rumble. The once bustling Emperor District had turned into a boundless battlefield. Intense battles were taking place everywhere. On the battlefield, there were true immortals, immortal kings, and quasi-immortal emperors. Kill these invaders from the 100 Flowers Valley. Protect the All Heavens shop to the death. Born for the All Heavens shop, dead for the All Heavens shop. Killing one isn't a loss, killing 10 is a profit. In the All Heavens shop, in the starry sky and on the ground of Emperor District, sonorous battle songs could be heard from battlefields of all sizes, as well as iron-blooded battle cries. Countless dazzling lights flashed. The experts of the 100 Flowers Valley and the experts of the All Heavens shop were locked in a fierce battle. Vast amounts of energy surged as they fought. As far as the eye could see, the entire All Heavens shop seemed to be enveloped in a vast sea of immortal light. Murderous intent filled the sky. Among these countless battlefields, there were 3 battlefields that were particularly eye-catching. In these 3 battlefields, the strongest experts of the 2 forces were fighting fiercely. Among them, the battlefield of the primordial dragon Phoenix and the 100 Flowers Empress was the most eye-catching. Next was the battlefield of Hong Meng and the 100 Flowers Valley's first elder. Hong Meng, this is the 4th time we've fought, but it'll also be the last. The 100 Flowers Valley's first elder said with a smile as she unleashed her most powerful attacks. Hong Meng glanced at the battlefield of the 100 Flowers Empress and the primordial dragon Phoenix, then looked at the 100 Flowers Valley's first elder with a dark expression. The Empress hadn't made a move in the previous invasions. Although they'd suffered losses, they'd still managed to force the 100 Flowers Valley to retreat. But this time was different. The Empress had personally come to Emperor District, and they didn't have an immortal emperor to oversee them. Their situation wasn't optimistic. At that moment, 2 figures were intertwined in the battlefield of the most focused world. One of them was a gigantic creature that looked like a dragon, yet not a phoenix. It could be said that it was a combination of 2 divine beasts. Outside its body, countless star systems floated up and down. The other figure was a black-clothed woman. Her appearance was not clear, giving people a sense of illusion. However, with every movement, countless dazzling imperial flowers bloomed. These 2 figures were the strongest in the All Heavens shop, the primordial dragon Phoenix, and the 100 Flower Empress of the 100 Flower Valley. Rumble. The primordial dragon Phoenix and 100 Flowers Empress continued to exchange blows. However, from the current situation, the primordial dragon Phoenix was clearly at a disadvantage. It would occasionally let out earth-shaking roars, and its aura was extremely chaotic. On the other hand, 100 Flowers Empress aura was still stable, but not completely at ease. Her blurry face seemed to be somewhat serious. I didn't expect you to improve so much in just 30 years. If I allow you to continue like this, I'm afraid you'll become an immortal emperor in less than 10,000 years. 100 Flowers Empress' voice turned cold, and the killing intent in her eyes intensified. I've decided. I won't seal you anymore. Instead, I'll make you disappear from this world. In terms of talent, I've always been better than you. If you hadn't ambushed me and stolen my opportunity, you wouldn't have become an immortal emperor. The primordial dragon Phoenix seemed to be reminiscing about the past. Its cold snort was filled with anger. That's all in the past. The current situation is that you haven't truly become an immortal emperor. I can still kill you. 100 Flowers Empress' indifferent voice fell. She once again reached out with her crystalline palm and slapped at the primordial dragon Phoenix. This time, 100 Flowers Empress' attack contained her Tao-proving paragon technique. Her every move was filled with immortal emperor power. The might of her palm was extremely shocking. Monarch runes filled the sky and shook the past, present, and future. What is there to fear even if I die? In the face of 100 Flowers Empress' increasingly terrifying attack, the primordial dragon Phoenix still didn't show any fear. With a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry, its enormous body rapidly shrank. It mobilized all of its immortal energy and the power of its starfields, compressing them to the extreme at the tip of its claws and meeting 100 Flowers Empress' attack. Bang! When the 2 attacks collided, the heavens of the battlefield shattered. The Milky Way churned, and emperor power surged. The primordial dragon Phoenix's claws were broken. Golden blood spurted out, and large areas of dragon scales fell off. I'd like to see how many times you can last. Without waiting for the primordial dragon Phoenix to recover, 100 Flowers Empress attacked again, this time even more ferociously. In an instant, the second attack landed on the primordial dragon Phoenix's enormous body. With a loud explosion, the primordial dragon Phoenix's body exploded into a pile of minced meat. Emperor power surged within its flesh and blood. When Hundred Flowers Empress personally led her army to attack the Emperor province of the All Heavens shop, countless experts from the other Emperor provinces in High Heavens also looked over. Chapter 647. High Heavens, Emperor Province under the Moon. In the center of Emperor Province, a slender figure stood in the ethereal immortal mist on a sacred mountain surrounded by galaxies. Her hair danced in the wind, and the river of time flowed in her eyes. It's going to be destroyed after just 30 years. It's really the Emperor-level faction with the shortest inheritance in history. The slender figure glanced at the battlefield above Emperor District in the All Heavens shop. A hint of pity appeared on her exquisite and flawless features. The slender figure sighed in Emperor Province. Like Centaurea Empress, she was also an empress, one of the 40 immortal emperors in High Heavens. At the same time, in the desolate Emperor Province. Just like its name, there was almost no life in this huge province. It could even be said that this huge Emperor Province only existed for one immortal emperor. The reddish-brown earth seemed to be soaked in blood, cold and lonely. Desolation and emptiness coexisted. Huge rocks stood sporadically on the ground, and at first glance, they looked like tombstones. The world was dark, and the faint black mist added a sense of eeriness to Emperor Province. The endless reddish-brown earth was distant and dead. There was no sign of life at all. How interesting. When the owner of All Heavens business returns and sees the Emperor-level faction he founded turned into a pile of ruins, I wonder what he'll think. In the depths of the reddish-brown earth, a gaze shot through the sky and landed on the battlefield where the primordial dragon Phoenix and Centaurea Empress were. There was a hint of playfulness in the low, distant voice. High Heavens, Star Ocean Emperor Province. Whoosh, this Emperor District was especially special. It was like a boundless silver ocean. Waves rolled up from time to time, like a metal storm hitting the shore. Rumble. With a loud bang, the surface of the ocean seemed to be cut in half by a giant sword. Then, an immortal emperor's aura overflowed, crossing the past, present, and future. Centaurea Empress, this is really your style. Despicable and shameless. A stalwart figure appeared on the surface of the ocean. He looked coldly at the sky, and the river of time was in chaos at this moment. High Heavens, Floating Island Emperor Province. The Emperor District was formed by countless islands. Countless powerhouses resided on each island. After such a long time, this is the first direct clash between two Emperor-level factions in High Heavens. It's a pity that the owner of the All Heavens shop isn't here. There's no suspense in this battle. In the air above one of the largest islands, an illusory figure appeared. The aura of an immortal emperor leaked out, causing people to be intimidated. Above High Heavens, other than the 100 Flowers Emperor State and the Emperor State of the All Heavens shop, the other 38 Emperor States also had strange phenomena, surging with immortal emperor auras. Rumble. In the world battlefield above the Emperor District in the All Heavens shop, the primordial dragon Phoenix's aura grew weaker and weaker. Its huge body exploded again and again, and then reassembled with great difficulty. Did you see that? Your primordial dragon Phoenix is about to die in the hands of the Empress. When Her Majesty is free, it will only take a snap of her fingers to get rid of you ants. If I were you, I would give up resisting. At this point, what are you still struggling for? Haha. Don't tell me you are still hoping that the primordial dragon Phoenix can defeat the Empress? The experts of the 100 Flowers Valley on the other battlefields laughed smugly at the sight of this. The All Heavens shop experts' expressions turned ugly when they heard the 100 Flowers Valley's mocking words. At the same time, they looked up at the world battlefield above with deep worry in their eyes. Senior Dragon Phoenix is still half a step behind. The All Heavens shop experts sighed, their words filled with reluctance. It's good to drag someone down with us. The All Heavens shop experts' killing intent intensified. Kill these foolish All Heavens shop fools. The 100 Flowers Valley experts sneered, their eyes filled with disdain. However, just as they were about to attack the All Heavens shop experts again, a wave of chaos rippled over them like a flood. Wherever the chaotic ripples passed, The experts of 100 Flower Valley would disappear before they could even scream. What's going on? Where are the 100 Flowers Valley people? Not only are they gone, but their auras are as well. Are they dead? The All Heavens Shop's experts stared blankly at the chaotic ripples that had appeared out of nowhere when the 100 Flower Valley's experts suddenly disappeared. They looked at each other with confusion on their faces. Meanwhile, the people on the battlefields above Emperor Province clearly hadn't noticed the strange scene below. They were still fighting fiercely. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out from the battlefield between the 100 Flowers Empress and the primordial dragon Phoenix. Behind Flower Empress, tens of thousands of imperial flowers bloomed. As she waved her hands, the flowers intertwined to form 4 dazzling spears. Die! The 100 Flowers Empress' voice was cold and emotionless. Her voice was filled with supreme authority. At this moment, her aura rose to the peak, and the emperor power contained in the 4 dazzling spears also reached an unfathomable level. As the 100 Flowers Empress cold in the forest roared, the 4 dazzling spears shot toward the pile of dragon phoenix flesh that had yet to reassemble. Daddy! No, don't! Inside the ruined All Heavens shop, the little dragon phoenix seemed to have sensed something and let out a tearful dragon cry. It was heart-wrenching. After today, the 100 Flowers Emperor Province and the 100 Flowers Valley will cease to exist. However, when Blossom Empress' 4 dazzling spears struck the primordial dragon phoenix's mangled flesh, a cold voice filled with supreme majesty and dense killing intent rang out above Emperor Province. It then pierced through the void and reverberated throughout high heavens. A towering ancient tree appeared in front of the pile of dragon phoenix flesh and swept toward the 100 Flowers Empress' 4 dazzling spears. Hum hum. When the 2 immortal emperor forces collided, the 4 spears were sent flying. Upon closer inspection, it was a strangely shaped ancient tree that exuded an ancient aura. It had thousands upon thousands of leaves, all of the same size, but of different colors and shapes, each with their own unique characteristics. The branches and leaves swayed and buzzed. Thousands of different colors rippled above the ancient tree, occasionally taking on different forms. An extremely dense and refreshing aura that caused one's mind to feel refreshed diffused out from the thousands of leaves, and it rippled through the battlefield and transformed into a miraculous scene. Above the ancient tree, an infant jumped. With a gentle wave of its small, white hand, a ripple entered the pile of dragon phoenix flesh. Soon, the primordial dragon phoenix reformed, and its chaotic and weak aura stabilized. Chapter 648. What's that? It actually blocked Centaurea Empress attack for Senior Long Huang. I think I've seen it somewhere before. That voice just now, it was the Sect Master. The Sect Master is back. The experts of the All Heavens shop stared blankly at the body ancient tree that appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Before long, someone recognized it and cried out in surprise and excitement. At that moment, 2 enormous figures appeared behind the body ancient tree. They were the Path Understanding Tree and the World Tree. The 3 ancient trees moved in a triangular formation. The moment their branches swayed, they shifted positions and surrounded Centaurea Empress. The might of an immortal emperor. Interesting. Things are getting interesting now. I'm afraid that Centaurea Empress didn't expect her to appear. Haha, I'm bored now. I can watch a good show. The immortal emperors in the sky were slightly taken aback when they saw the 3 ancient trees appear in the middle of the battlefield. Then, a playful expression appeared on their faces. As soon as the immortal emperors finished speaking, ripples appeared on the battlefield where Centaurea Empress was located. Then, a figure appeared. It was none other than Chu Bei. As for Feng Kai and the other rescued experts of the All Heavens shop, they had joined the battlefield below. Sect Master, it really is the Sect Master. Great, the Sect Master is really back. With the Sect Master here, the Centaurea Valley is nothing. Today, we'll pay them back 1,000 times over for what they did to us before. It seems that the Sect Master was the one who killed those Centaurea Valley expert. Only he can kill so many celestial kings in a single breath. When they saw Chu Bei's appearance, the experts of the All Heavens shop were stunned at first, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. When they came to their senses, they cheered excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The happiest of them all was the little Long Huang in the All Heavens shop. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with tears of joy. Master is really back. Our prayers have really worked. Bu Xian and Bing Tong Tong hugged each other, their faces filled with joy. On another battlefield. Lung Ruo, do you still think your 100-Flower Valley can take over my All Heavens shop? Hong Meng's furrowed brows relaxed as he smiled at the Grand Elder of the 100 Flowers Valley. So what if your sect leader comes back? Compared to 30 years ago, Her Majesty has become much stronger. The Centauria Valley Grand Elder glanced in Chu Bei's direction. Her expression turned grave as she snorted coldly at Hong Meng. Hong Meng chuckled. He attacked the Grand Elder of the 100 Flowers Valley again. He seemed relaxed. Greetings, Sect Master. The primordial dragon Phoenix flew in front of Chu Bei and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Chu Bei patted the ancient dragon Phoenix's shoulder and gestured for it to watch from the side. Seeing Chu Bei's arrival, Flower Empress frowned and her aura began to rise. 30 years ago, I spared you. That was the wrong decision. Chu Bei spoke indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the minds of all the experts present. It wasn't hard to hear the killing intent in his voice. Kill me. Do you think you have the right to? Flower Empress sneered at Chu Bei's words. As her voice fell, a gigantic imperial flower appeared beneath her feet. Thousands of visions intertwined and the immortal emperor's aura surged. Chu Bei took a step forward, hovering in the air above the body tree. He looked calmly at the Empress, his eyes cold. Fight. With that, the 100 Flowers Empress disappeared. To be more precise, she fused into the gigantic imperial flower beneath her feet. The imperial flower bloomed and thousands of visions intertwined. Carrying the immortal emperor's aura, it charged towards Chu Bei. Die. Chu Bei only uttered one syllable. His expression didn't change at all. In the next moment, the body tree beneath Chu Bei's feet, together with the Path Understanding Tree and the World Tree, began to violently sway. At that moment, Chu Bei's body became illusory. For a moment, it was as if he had turned into thousands of figures. But when you looked again, it seemed like an illusion. The battlefield seemed to have stopped for an eternity. Whether it was Flower Empress attack or Chu Bei's, it was as if they had slowed down by millions of times. Under countless gazes, the two terrifying immortal emperor attacks collided with each other at an incomparably slow pace. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. This was the first time the two of them had clashed. Is this a draw? An expert exclaimed as he watched the battlefield. To deal with you, I really do need to use some tricks. Flower Empress, who had put some distance between them, said coldly. Hundreds of strange flower petals appeared behind her. The petals collided with each other, creating a melodious sound. The ethereal, celestial music seemed to flow from ancient times. It resonated with the great Tao and filled the battlefield with an inexplicable charm. At that moment, Flower Empress was clearly standing in the battlefield, but she gave off the illusion that she was very, very close. However, if one looked closely, they would find it extremely ethereal and difficult to capture. It was as if her body had melded into every corner and was everywhere. This is the Empress 100 Flower Empress melody. The moment the celestial music sounded, the elders of Flower Valley cried out. Not only the experts of Flower Valley, but the other immortal emperors of the Emperor State also focused on Flower Empress. There was a strange look in their eyes. It was said that when the 100 Flower Empress melody sounded, it contained boundless killing intent and had the power to shatter heaven and earth. Listening to the 100 Flower Empress melody, Chu Bei was unmoved. The ancient tree beneath his feet swayed and dazzling light floated. All kinds of strange phenomena alternated. One moment, flames filled the sky, the next moment, yellow sand floated, thunder rumbled, snow fell from the sky. It was extremely strange. Whoosh! Flower Empress' eyes shot out a dazzling light. She attacked again. As she waved her hand, The 100 emperor flowers behind her surged together, as if they were accompanied by celestial music. At a closer look, each petal contained a world floating up and down. There were many complete laws within, and they blasted toward Chu Bei with supreme power. With the Empress 100-flower Empress melody, the owner of all heaven's shop is nothing. Looking at the 100 surging petals and the river of celestial music, the elders of Flower Valley were full of anticipation. In their minds, the scene of Chu Bei being strangled to death seemed to have already appeared. The primordial dragon phoenix, wind armor, and the other experts of all heaven's shop frowned as they watched the battlefield, their eyes filled with worry. Clearly, they had heard of the 100-flower Empress melody. At the same time, Chu Bei also attacked. He stepped on 3 ancient trees, and the dazzling ripples around his body brought about a large energy storm. Branches and leaves floated up and down, displaying all kinds of phenomena. Chapter 649. In the world battlefield, 2 terrifying attacks merged together. Perhaps it was because the battlefield was too far away, or perhaps it was because the 2 immortal emperor forces had collided and cancelled each other out, but neither the experts of the All Heavens shop nor the elders of the 100 Flowers Valley had heard the earth-shattering explosion they had expected. Everything that happened on the battlefield was more like a soundless video to the spectators. Centaurea Empress 100 Flowers Empress melody and Chu Bei's myriad manifestations clashed. The 2 figures hovered in the air, facing each other in silence. Their hands seemed to be calmly pressed together, but their palms were filled with the light of the immortal Emperor's Tao. Wherever the light passed, the worlds around them would explode one after another without a sound. The 2 figures faced each other for a full 15 minutes. Finally, a buzzing sound broke the deathly silence. Centaurea Empress took several steps back, the petals around her dissipating. She spat out some golden blood, which landed on the star field. The energy contained within the blood caused it to explode. The Empress is injured. How is this possible? He actually blocked the 100 Flowers Empress melody. Wonderful, the sect master is fine. He has the upper hand. The Centaurea Valley Elder and all Heaven's shop's voices rang out as they watched the battlefield. Rumble. Before Centaurea Empress could wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth, Chu Bei had already unleashed another attack. The terrifying immortal Emperor's power tore the battlefield into nothingness, but just as the shockwaves from the collision were about to spread, a new battlefield appeared. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be all Heaven's shop in Emperor Province, but all of High Heavens and even the other great domains would be affected. After all, this was a battle between immortal emperors. Centaurea Empress' expression turned unsightly. Without hesitation, she charged forward. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, the 2 terrifying immortal empress powers continued to surge, shattering one battlefield after another. After an unknown period of time, when a new world battlefield appeared, the 2 figures once again pulled apart the distance between them. Centaurea Empress appeared, her aura was clearly in disarray. As for Chu Bei, although he could also sense the fluctuations in his aura, it was clearly much more stable than Centaurea Empress. Let's stop here. I promise that I won't invade your All Heavens shop's Emperor district in the future. I'm also willing to give Flowing Water River to you. Flower Empress stared at Chu Bei. Wiping the blood from her mouth, she spoke coolly. It was not difficult to hear that there was a hint of compromise in his words. Is this a truce? How boring. 100 Blossoms sure is ruthless. They're actually willing to give up Flowing Water River. I've been eyeing it for a long time. Speaking of which, the owner of the All Heavens shop is much stronger than we expected. He should have reached 2 stars already. The immortal emperors of the other emperor prefectures in High Heavens responded. What? The Empress wants to give up the Liu Shui River. The elders of the 100 Flowers Valley looked at each other as if they had heard something impossible. They seemed to have lost their souls. I've said it before, this battle is a battle of life and death. Chu Bei's voice was cold and indifferent, and it didn't contain the slightest emotion. He ignored the 100 Flowers Empress compromise and unleashed another terrifying attack. If that's the case, then let's fight to the death. The The 100 Flowers Empress was clearly angered by Chu Bei's answer. In the next moment, the dense purple aura around his body boiled and rolled out. A thunderous voice echoed in the world battlefield. "Let me create a more stable battlefield." As his indifferent voice fell, Chu Bei stood on top of the body ancient tree and took a step forward. The moment the heavenly jewel flew out from between his eyebrows, the stars shone brilliantly, and the heavens and earth changed. Then, a blazing rainbow bridge stretched from the world battlefield. They were into another world that was even more dazzling. A battle of life and death. Is the owner of the All Heavens shop really going to do this? If that's the case, then one of them is bound to die. What's going on with that world? It's even more perfect than the average immortal emperor's world. It has something to do with that stone bead. The group of powerhouses stared at the heavenly jewel world created by Chu Bei in the distant sky, and they were all dumbfounded. In that world, Chu Bei's blood aura was like an ocean, and the heavenly vision wrapped around his body. The dazzling immortal emperor's light filled the air. Kill. In the battlefield, the 100 Flowers Empress glared at Chu Bei, and her cold voice shattered countless starfields. Then, she made the first move. Her emperor's body expanded, and her purple hair was like a river of stars. Her eyes were like lightning. In her dharma, imperial flowers bloomed, and a myriad of phenomena appeared. Clouds swirled around, and purple clouds flowed. The heavenly vision towered in the heavenly jewel world, and the surrounding starfields seemed insignificant in front of it. In the next moment, with a buzzing sound, a treasure wheel flew out from the 100 Flowers Empress dharma, shining with a cold light. The treasure wheel danced in the air, and countless imperial flowers spun on it. Each imperial flower was a world of its own, and contained boundless divine power. The 100 Flowers Treasure Wheel. That's the Empress Dao proving origin emperor weapon. She's really going to fight to the death. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, one of the 100 Flowers Valley and the All Heavens shop will disappear forever. Seeing the treasure wheel in the 100 Flowers Empress hand, all kinds of voices sounded. The Dao proving immortal emperor weapon was directly related to the immortal emperor's origin. It could even be said that it was a part of the immortal emperor. Once the Dao proving immortal emperor weapon was damaged, the immortal emperor's origin would also be severely damaged. Because of this, even in a battle between immortal emperors, they would not use their Dao proving immortal emperor weapons unless they had no other choice. When that time came, it would signify the beginning of the battle to the death. Imperial Flower Treasure Wheel, Chaos Transformation, Kill. The 100 Flowers Empress seemed to have entered a trance. The purple aura around her became as red as blood, and her aura became even more terrifying. Holding the 100 Flowers Treasure Wheel, she seemed to have frozen the heavenly jewel world, and suppressed Chu Bei. The treasure wheel spun wildly, and a blinding immortal emperor divine light shot out. Various ancient worlds appeared in the flower petals, connected by the immortal emperor energy, and unleashed their full profundities. Chu Bei's expression did not change. With a wave of his right hand, the body tree, path understanding tree, world tree, the golden disc, and Xiao Hei's energy merged together, forming a 5-colored long sword. Following that, Chu Bei's figure flashed, and directly entered the 5-colored longsword to meet the 100 Flowers Treasure Wheel. Rumble. At this moment, the 100 Flowers Empress hands danced, and under her guidance, the terrifying power in the 100 Flowers Treasure Wheel exploded. In an instant, the vision and divine sense of all the powerhouses watching the battle were robbed by the dazzling light in the heavenly jewel world. When they could see everything in the starfield again, the heavenly jewel world that seemed to have gone through a destructive riot had quieted down. Chapter 650. Is it over? Who won? Where did the 100 Flower Empress and the All Heavens shop owner go? Just as the powerhouses were staring in shock at the empty heavenly jewel world, a buzzing sound rang out, and the 100 Flower Treasure Wheel appeared in front of them. Look! The 100 Flower Treasure Wheel has appeared. The Empress must have won. Haha, I knew that the All Heavens shop owner was no match for the Empress. He must be dead. Seeing the 100 Flower Treasure Wheel, the elder of the 100 Flower Valley was excited, But the people of the All Heavens shop were worried. However, before the excited voices of the 100-Flower Valley's elders could fade away, the 100-flower treasure wheel shattered with a crack and exploded into thousands of pieces. The 100-flower treasure wheel shattered. What's going on? No way. Did the Empress lose? The smile on the 100-Flower Valley elder's face suddenly froze when he saw the treasured wheel explode into thousands of pieces and dissipate into a rain of light. His face instantly darkened. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When the 100-flower treasure wheel dissipated, another ripple appeared in the silent battlefield. At this moment, the 100-Flower Valley elders and All Heavens shop's powerhouses' hearts were in their throats. They held their breaths and stared unblinkingly at the ripple where two figures slowly appeared. The result of the battle between the All Heavens shop owner and the 100-flower Empress was directly related to the survival of the two Emperor-class faction. The 100-flower Empress was the first to appear, the imperial flowers behind her wilting one by one. Her aura was extremely weak, and bright blood floated around her body. On the other hand, Chu Bei's aura was much more stable than the 100-flower Empress. The 5-colored long sword in his hand was still there, emitting a strange mix of 5 different auras. The headmaster is safe and sound. Not only is he fine, he even destroyed the 100-flower Empress Dao-proving emperor weapon. The headmaster is mighty. Seeing Chu Bei's back on the battlefield, the All Heavens shop's powerhouses heaved a sigh of relief. Impossible. This emperor's treasure wheel has been destroyed, but why is your Dao-confirming weapon unharmed? Seeing the approaching Chu Bei, Flower Empress instinctively retreated. With each step she took back, the planets on either side of her would explode. At the same time, her cold eyes stared fixedly at the 5-colored long sword in Chu Bei's hand that was formed by the golden disc, the path understanding tree, and the body tree. Her expression was full of shock. Chu Bei didn't answer Flora Empress' question. Holding the 5-colored long sword in his hand, his body shone with Emperor's light and immortal Empress power, he continued to close in on Flora Empress. You can't kill me. Before Flower Empress could finish her sentence, Chu Bei swung his 5-colored sword again. Flower Empress' pupils shrank, and she tried her best to block it. But without the Wheel of Flowers, she couldn't do anything. Flower Empress' aura was getting weaker and weaker. She spat out silver-purple blood and crushed the planets around her. It's useless. I am eternal. Even if you're an immortal emperor, you still can't kill me. Flower Empress screamed at Chu Bei, but she was met with another sword. Flower Empress' body exploded again, but quickly reformed. You can't kill me. No one can kill me. Flower Empress' body was cut apart again and again by the 5-colored long sword. It was as if she'd been possessed, and she screamed at Chu Bei like a madwoman. I can't kill you. Chu Bei suddenly laughed coldly. Then I'll refine you alive. Hum. Just as Chu Bei swung his sword at the 100-flower Empress body again, a humming sound rang out. Before the 100-flower Empress body could reassemble, a humongous lump of metal appeared out of nowhere. The iron lump opened its mouth, which seemed to contain a boundless suction force. No matter how much Flower Empress body tried to resist, it was useless. No. Flower Empress' terrified voice rang out from the body that was releasing immortal Empress power. However, as the iron lump sucked, Flower Empress' voice became softer and softer, until it disappeared completely. The golden bowl was withdrawn, and the battlefield in the heavenly jewel world quieted down. Countless eyes were fixed on the only figure on the battlefield, all of them in a daze. He won. Our headmaster won. The powerhouses of the All Heavens shop were the first to recover from their shock, and they began to cheer. Excited shouts could be heard from every corner of the All Heavens shop in the Emperor district, and they were all in high spirits. The Empress has been suppressed. We're all immortal emperors, but why is the difference so huge? Compared to the powerhouses of the All Heavens shop, the elders of the 100-Flower Valley were terrified, and they looked at Chu Bei with even more fear. Especially when they saw him looking at them, a chill rose in their hearts, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Chu Bei reached out with his left hand, and in an instant, it was as if they were separated by an endless starry sky, and the remaining 100-Flower Valley cultivators were all imprisoned in the heavenly jewel world. Then, the 5-colored long sword swung out. Whoosh! The remaining 100 Flower Valley cultivators were all wiped out. After dealing with all the 100 Flower Valley powerhouses who invaded the Emperor district of the All Heavens shop, Chu Bei took a step forward and appeared directly above the 100 Flower Emperor district. He swung his sword 7 times in a row. The originally prosperous 100 Flower Emperor district was destroyed, and all the living beings were instantly annihilated by the terrifying sword gleams without a sound. Whoosh! Witnessing this scene, the other Emperor district powerhouses who were watching the battle heaved a long sigh of relief. When I wasn't around, the 100 Flower Emperor district had invaded the Emperor district of the All Heavens shop many times. From now on, the 100 Flower Emperor district and the 100 Flower Empress will no longer exist in the heavenly jewel world. At this moment, Chu Bei's voice suddenly exploded in the heavenly jewel world like rolling thunder. It shook the hearts of every Emperor district powerhouse, and it was filled with supreme majesty. The wrath of an immortal emperor. Not only did he destroy an emperor-level force, but he also destroyed an entire emperor district. How can one not establish some prestige after reaching the immortal emperor realm? With the 100 Flower Valley as an example, I'm afraid no other emperor-level force would dare to target the All Heavens shop. That's right. Even those veteran emperor-level forces have to consider the methods of the owner of the All Heavens shop. The powerhouses of the Emperor District side. Intermediate 2 stars. He can already enter the top 20 among us. In any case, I'm no match for him. It's just that in just 30 years, the number has increased from 40 to 39. The owner of the All Heavens shop isn't a pushover either. The immortal emperors of the various Emperor District looked at each other from afar and communicated with each other through divine telekinesis. Then, they withdrew their auras and fell into a deep sleep again. Master. When Chu Bei put the heavenly jewels back into his sea of consciousness and returned to the All Heavens shop, Biyu Xian, Bing Tongtong, and Little Dragon Phoenix immediately ran up excitedly and bowed respectfully. Not bad, you've all improved quite a bit. After sensing Biyu Xian, Bing Tongtong, and Little Dragon Phoenix's auras, Chu Bei nodded in satisfaction. In just 30 years, these 3 little fellows had all entered the divine fire realm, especially Biyu Xian, who had even touched the threshold of the true self realm. Chapter 651. His innate talent was comparable to the children of destiny he had recruited from the Devata realms. After he suppressed the 100 Flower Empress, another message from the system appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was about the Celestial Emperor realm. Just as he thought, the Immortal Emperor realm also had a more detailed division of levels, from 1 star to 9 stars of the Immortal Emperor realm. Unlike the quasi-celestial Emperor realm where every 3 stars was a huge gap, in the Celestial Emperor realm, every star was a huge gap. Every 3 stars was like a new transformation. As far as he knew, the biggest difference between a 3-star Celestial Emperor and a 4-star Celestial Emperor was the condensation and mobilization of Genesis Heaven energy. As for how to condense Genesis Heaven energy, Chu Bei had no idea. However, there was a drop of Genesis Heaven energy in the funnel in the system interface in his sea of consciousness. Have you heard? The number of celestial emperors in the high heavens has increased to 39. How can we not know about such explosive news? I just came out of closed-door cultivation. What did I miss? Hurry up and tell me. Have you heard of the 100 Flower Empress in the high heavens? She took advantage of the absence of the owner of the All Heaven shop to lead a team to invade the Emperor province. Unexpectedly, the owner of the All Heaven shop returned at the critical moment. Then, a battle between celestial emperors broke out. In the end, the 100 Flower Empress was suppressed. No one knows if she's dead or alive. The entire 100 Flower Emperor province was destroyed by the owner of the All Heaven shop. 3 days had passed since the battle between Chu Bei and the 100 Flower Empress. In these 3 days, news of the battle between celestial emperors in the high heavens had spread throughout the chaotic great regions. Many powerhouses from various great regions were discussing this matter. The Netherworld, 1 Yuan Emperor province. Above the lush heavenly peak mountain, a man in a purple robe stood with his hands behind his back as he stared in the direction of the high heavens. Lord Emperor Yuan, the owner of the All-Heaven shop, should have entered the 2 stars, right? A perfected quasi-celestial emperor looked at Emperor Yuan respectfully. Emperor Yuan nodded. Otherwise, how could he suppress the 100-flower empress? All-Heaven's shop, Emperor District. After the Battle of Emperors, the experts of the All-Heaven's shop began to rebuild their devastated home. Although only 3 days had passed, the All-Heaven's shop had mostly recovered in Emperor District. Furthermore, due to Chu Bei's return, all the living beings in Emperor District were immersed in an atmosphere of excitement and joy. As for Chu Bei, he had spent the past 3 days preaching to the experts in the sect. Of course, the so-called Tao was nothing more than a copy of the system's information. Another 5 days of peace passed. On the 6th day, the BU couple arrived at Chu Bei's residence excitedly. Lord Sect Master, the Genesis Heaven Array is moving. The Source Heaven Stone Mine is about to appear. The BU couple's slightly flustered voice filled an exquisite and luxurious courtyard. Just as they shouted, Chu Bei appeared in front of the 2 of them. Greetings, sect leader. The BU couple hurriedly bowed. At this moment, the primordial dragon phoenix, Hongmeng, and some other experts of the All Heavens shop also rushed over, including BU Xian, Bing Tongtong, and Little Dragon Phoenix. Chu Bei immediately lifted the BU couple up. Then, a ripple appeared, and in the next moment, he appeared above a concave valley with a group of people. Looking down, he saw a huge and strange formation rune in the middle of the valley. At this moment, each pattern seemed to have come alive. In addition to emitting a bewitching and gorgeous light, there was also an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Vaguely, this strange formation pattern seemed to be emitting a suction force. As time passed, this suction force became stronger and more terrifying. Lord Sect Master, the Genesis Heaven Array only takes effect for a moment. Once you miss it, you won't be able to enter. Therefore, other than us, the only forces that can enter through the Genesis Heaven Array are those like us who know about the Source Heaven Stone Mine from the beginning and are prepared, said the BU couple. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Bei nodded slightly. Snatching the Source Heaven Stone Mine was the system's side mission. 30 years ago, the BU clan was exterminated because they knew about the Source Heaven Stone Mine. Buzz buzz buzz. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time passed, the Genesis Heaven Array in the valley vibrated more and more violently. Lord Sect Master, they're here. Suddenly, the BU couple's pupils shrank. The moment they finished speaking, the Genesis Heaven Array spewed out dazzling divine light, instantly enveloping Chu Bei, the primordial dragon phoenix, and the other experts above. With a loud boom, the Genesis Heaven Array, Chu Bei, the primordial dragon phoenix, and the others all disappeared. A moment later, a flash of dazzling white light appeared. This was a strange world that was enshrouded in dense light and mist. It was hazy, mysterious, and profound. Lord Sect Master, where are we? Are we still above the heavens? The All Heavens shop experts looked around, then looked at Chu Bei with puzzled eyes. As far as the eye could see, the hazy mist and turbulent chaos made everything look blurry. It was as if there was no one else in this world besides them. Before Chu Bei could speak, the hazy world seemed to welcome Chu Bei and the others' appearance. The hazy white mist gradually dissipated, and their divine consciousness could spread far and wide. The next moment, the All Heavens shop experts began to carefully size up this strange world. What entered their eyes was a desolate sight, and it seemed incomparably bleak and distant. Looking ahead, they saw a large stretch of ruins. What might have once been a magnificent palace was now only broken walls and ruins. Is the Source Heaven Stone Mine in this world? An expert flew toward the ruins, which were covered in rubble. Master, have you been here before? Bu Xian looked at Chu Bei and asked tentatively. The once grand palaces and halls had all been reduced to rubble. While everyone was curious, they were also amazed by the passage of time. Behind the empty ruins, there was a majestic mountain range. It was majestic and sacred. What is this? Suddenly, a ball of light lit up in the ruins, attracting Hongmeng's attention. As Hong Meng murmured, he waved his right hand. The ball of light dissipated, and a stone tablet fell into his hand. This stone tablet was carved from an unknown stone. Even after countless years of destruction, it was still surrounded by Emperor Qi and was not damaged in the slightest. There were 5 large words engraved on the tablet. Each word emitted a faint light and was faintly discernible. The Great Lost Domain. The 5 large words were written with vigorous momentum. They were like swimming dragons, vivid and lifelike. What? The Great Lost Domain. The primordial dragon phoenix was stunned and exclaimed when she heard Hong Meng's words. Chapter 652. The Primeval Dragon Phoenix's exclamation caused Hong Meng, the Bu couple, Chu Bei, and everyone else to look at the Primeval Dragon Phoenix. Their faces were filled with confusion. Rumor has it that other than the current 10,008 great domains, there are still some great domains that have been lost. At their peak, every single one of these lost domains were far more powerful than the 9 strongest domains of today. Meeting everyone's gazes, the primordial dragon phoenix began to reveal the secrets she knew. I used to think that this rumor was fake, but now that I've seen this plaque with the aura of the immortal emperor, perhaps this lost region really does exist. The world we're in now is a great lost domain. As for the celestial emperor who carved the words Great Lost Domain on the stone plaque, he must have discovered some secrets here and concluded that this world is the Great Lost Domain. The primordial dragon phoenix let out a long sigh. If these Great Lost Domains are even more terrifying than the 9 strongest domains, why are they so desolate without any signs of life? Hong Meng was even more confused when he heard the primordial dragon phoenix's words. I don't know. This time, the primordial dragon phoenix shook its head. It also did not understand why the Great Lost Domain was in such a state. Rumble. Suddenly, an earth-shattering rumble came from above the ruins. In the next moment, an extremely blurry image appeared. Whether it was the primordial dragon phoenix, Hong Meng, or even someone as powerful as Chu Bei could not see the image clearly even after using the power of an immortal emperor. In the blurry image, 2 figures could be seen fighting fiercely, destroying one great domain after another. Who are they? Could it be that the 2 of them were the ones who caused this great lost territory to fall into such a miserable state? This is a great lost domain that's even more powerful than the 9 strongest domains. There should be at least 50 immortal emperors. Where did those immortal emperors go? They couldn't have died in the aftermath of their battle, right? The blurry image dissipated. The group of powerhouses seemed to have thought of something. After some guessing, their faces were filled with shock. Rumble. At this moment, another loud rumble came. Accompanied by this rumble, a scarlet-red light lit up in the depths of the Great Lost Domain. After a while, a majestic aura spread from the scarlet-red light, instantly sweeping towards the ruins where Chu Bei and the others were. This is the aura of the Source Heaven Stone. Is that where the Source Heaven Stone mine is located? This refreshing chi made his soul feel refreshed. It was as if a magical warm current had flowed into every cell in his body. The All Heavens Shop's experts exclaimed excitedly when they came to their senses. Let's go, Chu Bei said. He waved his sleeves and disappeared with the ancient dragon phoenix and the other experts. Heading east, they passed through mountains and rivers that contained mysterious power, and then passed through a barren land. Finally, Chu Bei's group arrived at a vast flat area. Although there were very few trees in the area, the Genesis Heaven aura that filled the area grew increasingly dense. As far as the eye could see, there were countless ancient buildings in this area. However, most of the buildings were dilapidated and very few were intact. Some of the buildings had been reduced to ruins, just like the area where Chu Bei and the others had arrived. Even so, one could still sense the terrifying residual power of the Celestial Emperor from the rubble that was piled up like a small mountain. These inconspicuous ruins were once stained with the blood of immortal emperors and buried their corpses. Source Heaven Stone Mine, the Bu couple exclaimed. A silver-white stone mountain wrapped in a film of ripples loomed in the direction the Bu couple pointed. In an instant, A look of excitement appeared on the faces of the experts from Chubei. They were brimming with joy and excitement. The silver-white stone mountain was devoid of any trees or ferocious beasts. Countless ancient buildings were scattered around the mountain, and a scarlet-red light soared into the sky above the ring-shaped mountain pass. Although they were still some distance away, they could still hear the strange explosions inside the mountain. Hong Meng pointed at the scarlet-red light above the mountain pass and said, "As expected, the scarlet-red light we saw earlier came from there. There seems to be a spiritual object in the red light." The All Heavens Shop's experts exclaimed again. Chubei also saw the so-called spiritual object in the red light. It was shaped like a dragon, but it had a pair of wings and a single horn on its forehead instead of a dragon horn. It was very strange. Realm spirit. It really exists. So all the records are true. The primordial dragon phoenix muttered to herself as if possessed when she saw the shape of the spiritual object in the red light. She did not have the slightest steadiness that a half-step immortal emperor should have. "Lord Dragon Phoenix, what is this realm spirit you speak of?" The All Heavens Shop's experts looked at the primordial dragon phoenix again. The primordial dragon phoenixes were natives of the great domain of the Chaos Heavens and had an incomparably long history. It was said that during the early days of the great domain of the Chaos Heavens, the primordial dragon phoenixes had given birth to several immortal emperors. They were one of the most powerful clans in the primordial era. However, for some unknown reason, in an epoch, all the immortal emperors of the primordial dragon phoenixes disappeared, and the clan began to decline from then on. It was not only the primordial dragon phoenixes, but also other ancient clans. Although they had declined, the memories passed down in their clan contained many secrets that even the immortal emperors did not know about. In my clan's inherited memories, there is a description of the realm spirit. Its shape and appearance are exactly the same as the spiritual object above the source heaven stone mine that we are seeing now. The primordial dragon phoenix looked at Chubei respectfully and continued, "Every great domain of the Chaos Heavens is enveloped by a mysterious power that surpasses the power of an immortal emperor. When a great domain disappears, this mysterious power will condense over millions of years and give birth to an existence called the realm spirit. The one who obtains the realm spirit controls the great domain." What? If that's the case, if we can obtain the realm spirit, we will have control of the great lost domain. The All Heavens Shop's experts reacted quickly after hearing the primordial dragon phoenix's words. The primordial dragon phoenix nodded. "As long as we subdue the realm spirit, we can control the great domain. As for the source heavenstone mine, it will naturally become our possession." Chubei's eyes lit up when he heard the primordial dragon phoenix's words. He looked at the realm spirit above the source heavenstone mine with a burning gaze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, before Chubei and the others could do anything, 3 divine rainbows appeared above the source heavenstone mine. Each of the rainbows contained several figures. As expected, other forces know about the source heavenstone mine. They have also arrived. The BU couple exclaimed when they saw the 3 forces appear above the source heavenstone mine. Chapter 653. Moonlight Empress from the Emperor State, Desolate Emperor Immortal Emperor from the Desolate Emperor State, and Xingyun Immortal Emperor from the Star Ocean Emperor State. The primordial dragon phoenix's expression froze when she saw the leaders of the 3 forces. "Sect Master, it seems a little difficult to obtain the source heavenstone mine." The primordial dragon phoenix regained her senses and looked at Chubei. On the immortal emperor ranking in the high heavens, the 100 Flowers Empress was ranked 38th, which was the second from the bottom. Among the 3 immortal emperors, the Moonlight Empress, Desolate Immortal Emperor, and Xingyun Immortal Emperor were all stronger than the 100 Flowers Empress. Xingyun Immortal Emperor was ranked 16th. As for the Moonlight Empress and Desolate Immortal Emperor, they were ranked 19th and 22nd respectively. "It's indeed a little troublesome," Chubei muttered to himself. Chu Bei frowned when he sensed the aura fluctuations of the three immortal emperors. In terms of strength, the three immortal emperors were on par with him. If they really fought, he was not confident that he could defeat them, even if it was a one-on-one. Let's go over. Chu Bei led a group of experts from the All Heavens shop to the Source Heavenstone mine as soon as he finished speaking. The Moonlight Empress, Desolate Immortal Emperor, and Xingyun Immortal Emperor were leading their respective forces quasi-immortal emperors. They were scattered around the ring-shaped mountain pass, their eyes fixed on the realm spirit above the mountain pass. Although their eyes were burning with desire, no one made a move to snatch the realm spirit. It was as if they were waiting for something. Chu Bei's arrival quickly became the focus of the three emperor-level forces. The owner of the All Heavens shop from the Emperor State. So they also know about the Source Heavenstone mine. The experts from the three emperor-level forces discussed among themselves when they saw Chu Bei's arrival. Ever since Chu Bei suppressed the Hundred Flowers Empress and destroyed the Hundred Flowers Emperor State, his name had spread far and wide. Everyone in the high heavens knew about him. Owner of the All Heavens shop, this is the second time we've met. The Moonlight Empress smiled at Chu Bei. Chu Bei responded with a smile, which was considered polite. After setting up the All Heavens shop in the Great Heavens region, he had visited the other emperor regions above the high heavens. I didn't expect you to have received news about the Source Heavenstone mine as well. I wonder who will get such a great opportunity, said Immortal Emperor Yi Huang. That will depend on your strength. Immortal Emperor Xingqiong laughed out loud. Why don't we all stop fighting? Let's just split the Source Heavenstone mine, the Moonlight Empress said with a smile. Under the moon, don't tell me you don't know that little guy is a realm spirit. Xingqiong Immortal Emperor glanced at Moonlight Empress and narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me you're planning to subdue the realm spirit while we're dividing the Source Heavenstone mine? Then you'll chase us out of this lost domain and claim the Source Heavenstone mine for yourself. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I, Under Moon, that kind of person? Moonlight Empress rolled her eyes at Xingqiong Celestial Emperor, but judging from her expression, it was as if her plot had been exposed. Other than us, there shouldn't be any other forces, right? Immortal Emperor Yi Huang said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the east of the Source Heavenstone mine, and several figures appeared. Hey Wu! Looking at the figures shrouded in black light that suddenly appeared, the eyes of Moonlight Empress, Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, and Yi Huang Immortal Emperor instantly fell on the leader. Their pupils suddenly constricted, and their expressions instantly became solemn. If the three of them were roughly equal in strength, then He Wu was one level ahead of them. That's He Wu Immortal Emperor from the Darkness Imperial State. He's here too. In terms of strength, He Wu Immortal Emperor is stronger than us. He's ranked 11th. Will the Source Heavenstone mine eventually fall into He Wu Immortal Emperor's hands? The experts from the three great Emperor-grade forces were stunned when they recognized the last group of people. Sect Master, there's another stronger one. The primordial dragon Phoenix glanced at He Wu Immortal Emperor and then looked at Chu Bei. He frowned. Master, are you confident? Bu Xian asked tentatively. Chu Bei remained silent as he sized up He Wu. He Wu's Immortal Emperor aura was faintly emanating from him, and it actually gave him a sense of oppression. 3-star Immortal Emperor. This was Chu Bei's judgment of He Wu Immortal Emperor. In the east of the Source Heavenstone mine, He Wu Immortal Emperor was expressionless. He glanced at Moonlight Empress, Xingqiong Celestial Emperor, Immortal Emperor Yi Huang, and Chu Bei before finally fixing his gaze on the realm spirit. The atmosphere in the field was very strange. For a moment, no one from the 5 great Emperor-grade forces made a move. They just looked at the realm spirit quietly. Rumble. Soon, the realm spirit swayed and glanced at the 5 great Emperor-grade forces. Then, it opened its small mouth and shot out a beam of crimson light. In an instant, half of the sky above the Source Heavenstone mine was dyed crimson. Subdue the realm spirit and control the territory. It's right in front of you. Why aren't you doing anything? After a long while, Immortal Emperor Yi Huang broke the silence and looked at Moonlight Empress and Xingqiang Celestial Emperor. Since you can't wait any longer, I'll give you this opportunity. Moonlight Empress smiled sweetly. Immortal Emperor Yi Huang smiled awkwardly as he sensed the strange energy fluctuation released by the realm spirit. He fixed his gaze on Xingqiang Celestial Emperor and said, "Well, since Xingqiang is here first, why don't I give you this opportunity?" Chu Bei cursed inwardly as he looked at Moonlight Empress, Immortal Emperor Yi Huang, and Xingqiang Celestial Emperor. Those who could enter this realm were indeed old monsters who had lived for countless years. The temptation of the realm spirit was right in front of them, but they could still maintain their composure. Without knowing the realm spirit's strength, no one was willing to provoke this legendary existence. The Bu couple looked at Chu Bei and asked, "Sect Master, are you going to make a move?" "No hurry." Chu Bei shook his head and looked in Hei Wu Immortal Emperor's direction. Hei Wu Immortal Emperor was obviously stronger than him. Since Hei Wu Immortal Emperor was observing, he naturally had to observe as well. "Fine, I'll test it out first." After a long while, Immortal Emperor Yi Huang finally could not hold back anymore. As soon as he sighed, a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear was surrounded by Immortal Emperor aura. It was an Immortal Emperor weapon. Immortal Emperor Yi Huang held the spear and swung it. The tip of the spear emitted a crisp Immortal Emperor sound and a chilling aura. An icicle shot out from the tip of the spear. The icicle was so fast that it appeared in front of Yu Ling in the blink of an eye. Clang. In the next moment, the icicle hit the realm spirit with a metallic clang under the watchful eyes of several powerhouses. Immortal Emperor Yi Huang's aura rose to the peak when the attack hit the realm spirit. His body seemed to be in a tense state, ready for a fierce battle at any time. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.